Hello, everyone, and welcome back to yet another day of action-packed, high-stakes drama. From here in Jeju, South Korea at the Landing Casino, Ali Najad, Randy Liu, ready to bring you more Triton Super High Roller Series coverage. Third day of the festival, Randy. Still, no hardware has been awarded yet to crown a champ, but that, of course, will all change here today as we're going to crown not one, but two champions. Of course, that record-breaking 15K will see a winner. That's coming to you first and foremost as we play down to the final six. But before we turn our attention there, let's not gloss over the fact that an even bigger first-place prize was put together courtesy of Event 2, the 20K, Randy.
Yeah, and it has, 352 entries, 227 unique players, smashing last year's entries, which was just 225 entries with 153 uniques. As we mentioned, Jeju's the place where all of the players come out. We've got a lot of players hailing from China, Japan, that are willing to venture out to try to win some hardware at the Triton series, and it makes sense that all the entries are here in the early goings of the series.
34K is going to be the min cash in that one, but as you touched on, 1.35 up top, eclipsing that 15K record-breaking field. Who is leading the overall field? None other than a Triton reg, Daniel Rezai. He is currently atop all others. Ben Heath, Sam Greenwood, Ren Lin, Roman Hrabic also in there. Let me pull it up on the Triton Poker Plus app, which of course as always is available to those of you at home. And there you can see the Austrian Rezai sitting on 4 million plus, a decent bit of runway between him and Heath.
Yeah, and I think more usual suspects that you see on this top 10, big names, Rezai, Ben Heath, Greenwood, like you mentioned, Hrabic. So, they're going to do their thing, try to make a deep run, a bit of a contrast to what we have in store for our first event here.
Yeah, and we're going to pick up coverage of this 20K as soon as we crown the champ in that 15K. Now, you took us home last night, right, in the 15K?
I was there for it, yep.
Burn the candle deep as we whittled our way down. What were your takeaways before we get to that coverage in terms of who looked on form, who impressed you the most, who maybe, surprised you in terms of not being on form? Break it down for us.
Well, for me, we had some big names that was making a deep run. It seemed like they were going to reach the final table. We had Jason Kuhn, final table bubbling. We had Adrian Mateos, but they really couldn't get anything going. And the main reason is because we have a plethora of Chinese players here in this event making a deep run. 4 of the remaining 6 actually are from China, and each of them have their own unique style, kind of attacking at the right moment. It's very controlled aggression, and the pros, they don't really know what to do.
I couldn't agree with you more, and at the onset of this one, the law of averages would have dictated that you're going to see Chinese representation, in particular from people that are lesser known at this final table. But to have 66% of the remaining 6 at the FT waving the red banner, I got to say, even for those that were optimistic about their performances, this speaks to just how much, albeit a temporary edge, but an edge nevertheless, being an unknown gives you in these Triton fields. But as you know, our regs are going to catch up and pick up on you pretty quick.
What's even more impressive, we actually had one of the guys in YouTube chat, I assume he did his mathematics correct. He said that 23% of the unique entries in event number 1 are from China.
Wow. I mean, that is... When you stop to think about, obviously this is in part why we're going to be making 2 stops here to Jeju. The economics just cannot be argued. But, the wealth that is available. It's a big country. There's a lot of people out there, but let's face it, being able to come in and plunk down 15, maybe even 30K, and then right in for a 20K, most people, I would imagine, have not taken the flight with the intention of playing a single event. They get here, they get the bug, they're going to be playing a few. Maybe they don't play the hundreds and the 150s. Depends how the festival goes, right? But for the likes of Hongjun Zhao, your chip leader, as we take a peek, 24.8 million, Yuzhu Wang, Zhen Chen, and Weiran Pu, this is an opportunity to leave an indelible mark on the Triton Super High Roller Series and announce yourself. Of course, Zhao has already announced himself. Randy, look at the lead that he has over the man in second.
And I believe he started day 2 as the chip leader, just held on to it throughout. It's not just him, kind of waiting for the nuts and getting there. He is very wild. He's willing to 3-bet some, not stellar hands, the off-connected 3-gappers, things like this.
What's interesting is when I had a chance to observe him at a featured table yesterday during the earlier portion of the program, he really didn't seem like on the money bubble and the march to it with that big chip lead. He was keen to go blasting, maybe blasting's a little bit generous, but just get appropriately aggressive in pursuit of chip accumulation. He was just kind of laying back, and I was a bit surprised, if I'm honest, to see it because it seemed like a really nice opportunity. And yet, who can question the results? In spite of the fact that he didn't do a lot of accumulation, then he obviously found the right gear at the right time, and he is very much poised to reach out and touch a Triton trophy. Now, let's talk a little bit about the time bank issues. At one point, Yuzhu Wang was unfamiliar with the fast action system and actually with an ace-queen was forced to fold his hand blind versus blind when Mateos had opened into him. There is a little bit of a language barrier. Let's be honest. There is a little bit of a live, maybe poker unfamiliarity, the rules and policies here at Triton, but I would imagine all those cobwebs have been shaken off. You cannot argue with the fact, though, that without time banks at an FT and all these pay ladders and 1.1 up top, that's a problem.
Yeah, and before we got to the final table, he had multiple other hands where time bank was very relevant and became a problem for him, where he had a top pair, he got bet jammed on, and his opponent was actually bluffing, but he didn't have the time to think. Another one where he had a buzzer beater, decided to call on king 3 offsuit in the big blind. The floor had to come over to see if he made the cut, and he hit 2 pair. And then he got 5 time banks for getting to the final table. And then he strangely spent the majority of them on the turn with 4 high, thinking about going for a check rate. I don't know. It was crazy.
Yep.
But it's definitely fun to watch.
Expect the unexpected, apparently, is going to be the order of the day at this particular FT, where of those 4 Chinese delegates, 2 of them are here for the first time ever. And in some ways, you could make the argument that Hongjun Zhao, who only ever played one other Triton last year here in Jeju, but it was a short deck event, is sort of new to the game as well. Who isn't new to the game, of course, Weiran Pu, tremendously experienced and obviously looked the most poised, didn't he?
Yeah, I would say he plays more in line how I would expect the top regs to play at the Triton series. He has a lot of experience. A little bit, he hasn't played every single Triton that's run, but he definitely knows what to do.
All right, not to be overlooked, the Lithuanian delegation has a runner in here. In third, just above the average stack of 13 million, you have Paulius Plasinaitis. He's got 12.65 million in front of him. He impressed, I think you would agree?
100%. He was actually holding a chip lead at some point yesterday, and he was going really hard. He was V-pipping at a very high frequency. He was actually trying to battle Hongjun Zhao. And I think if he can run back up to the chip lead, he can maybe take this one down.
I'm curious, and we don't wish this upon anyone, but Zhao's been playing from the front for ever since the beginning of day 2. What I'm eager to see is if all of a sudden he gets it in good against second or third biggest stack, they double through him. How is he going to react to that? We don't know that that's going to happen. Obviously, if history is any indication, it wouldn't seem like it would. He's been a runaway freight train, but these are the sorts of storylines which could emerge. Not to be overshadowed, also, the other non-Chinese delegate at this FT, Michael Jozoff. What'd you think of his game as you observed him?
I didn't get to observe too much of him. He had a spot where he had aces, got a big double, just pretty much was on the other table, which didn't contain any of the Chinese players, and kind of just casually grinded his way and, sitting in last with 16 big blinds, which isn't short.
No, not at all. And obviously he outlasted Jason Kuhn, who was making a bid for Triton title number 11 after almost being eliminated with aces and deuces against the nut flush, found a running ace on the river to fill up, and parlayed that straight into a 7th place. Great way to start the festival for Jason, who very much looked on for him. Jozoff, by the way, looking at his Triton resume, just $43,500 in career Triton earnings, but that's because he's only ever been to one other festival. It was right here in Jeju, and he cashed only one time. So obviously he's looking for a pound of flesh, no doubt about that. Of the remaining 6, $243,000 has been locked up in pay money. The ladder between 6th and 5th, let's call it $66,000. $309 awaits the 5th place finisher. And you can see the chunkiness of the ladders, the chunkiest obviously being between 2nd and 1st, is going to dictate that ICM will be a part of the process, will it not?
ICM is even more relevant here because the field was so big. Each pay jump is even more impressive, especially because the buy-in is just $15,000.
Between the final 6 players, by the way, just 5 cashes for a total of $400,000, and one of them is going to eclipse that by 2.5x plus by virtue of taking it down. I cannot wait. The seat draw, obviously, is something to be examined as we dive right back into the action. If you were at this table, Randy, you don't want to be to the right of the big boss man, Zhao.
I think that's just pretty clear. You know, he's got such a massive lead. He's going to be looking to 3-bet you a bit more, flat you in position. You never want to be out of position against the chip leader.
Yeah, it makes things difficult on the Lithuanian. Direct right, of course, Chen and Wang in turn also could have some issues, potentially, just given that Paulius has a good bit of chips himself. You see the breakdown, brought to you by GTO Wizard. Blinds are going to be 200, 400, with a 400K big blind ante. 1 million in orbit, every 6 hands, shaved right on off your stack. You saw the 9th and 8th and 7th place finishes of Chen Dong, Damir Jugralin, Nikita Kuznetsov. I incorrectly said 7th for Jason Kuhn. Of course, the final table bubble was 10th place. Nevertheless, facts remain with respect to him being on form. 5.6 million plus the total haul in this one. And I got to tell you, it would have been a whole lot more than that if we hadn't capped it at a single re-entry.
We did just cap it at single re-entry, and it's a 3-day tournament. Normally, it's a 2-day tournament to happen here at Triton.
Yeah, to be fair, the 3rd day, the FT, but nevertheless, I mean, an impressive feat. Tournament director of the year, Luca Vivaldi, and the staff always managing somehow, some way to thread the needle and do what's necessary to keep things moving here at these Triton festivals and give people the opportunity to play as many events as possible. Of course, these guys aren't going to be complaining about missing out on event 2, the 20K, given that they're playing for 1.1. And the first hand will be an open to 900 from your chip leader under the gun. Let's see if anybody has a taste for what he's got on offer. Yuzhu Wang.
Look at 9-7 offsuit under the gun. Came in with a game plan. He wasn't doing this the other day.
No, you're absolutely right, and I love to see it because it means that he's thinking about bobbing and weaving in situations. And I don't know if you caught that, but it looks like Jozoff was just mildly annoyed by the fact that he knows it's coming. You know, it's just not much you can do in these sorts of situations. Apologies, I think it was Paulius
in the big blind
that had that look. Yep. By the way, Wong looking dapper today. Really
He's
brought
actually,
it.
I don't know if you remember his look the other day, but he was wearing hood up. He had a Burberry cap out. He was like full incognito, and now today he's got the tie on and everything.
He came out.
Final table time business.
Yeah.
He's ready for the winner's photo.
I love that he actually packed the look for an FT. Look at that blue velvet, a tie,
But
shirt.
I actually don't recognize him from yesterday.
No, you're right. He had his face so covered up.
10 seconds.
Jozoff stepping out. Always kind of hold your breath in this moment.
This is one of those. Please fold, please fold, please fold. Almost there.
It does seem like he is going to get it through. 8-4 offsuit for Zhao. I can't imagine that he's got an appetite. The thing is, when he's this deep, Randy, he can just get sticky.
Yeah, you can still play a 12 against a 10, you know?
Yeah, you know, the price is right, obviously. Getting 3.5 to 1.
He's the player that can afford to, see flops, and he's flopping open and straight draw. Great spot for him.
And it's that board texture that he knows Jozoff does not rate to be interacting with.
It is a bit tempting to lead here, and that's what he's going to do.
Bet 600,000.
This is such a deflating feeling.
Jozoff's like, are you serious? You're going to lead on this board.
Now, he does have 2 overs, position, the king of clubs working hard, and he knows that Zhao is savvy enough to recognize that this texture invites this lead, regardless of whether or not he actually connected. So he is going to peel. Doesn't love it, obviously. But let's see what's what on this turn. The 4 is interesting insofar as it has paired Zhao to give him the best hand, but the dreaded 4 to a wheel is out there, and obviously a lot of ace-X would have peeled.
No way. He's betting again? How does he know? This is crazy for me because ace-X is very heavy in Michael's range to call that flop bet.
I couldn't agree with you more. Just an absolutely savage 1.7 fired there. Expect the unexpected. Well, in between hands, first opportunity to say hello to those of you who are streaming us live, whether it's on Twitch, through the Triton Poker Plus app, or through our YouTube channel. Always love having you here. We're going to crown our first champ of this Jeju festival, and if you are enjoying the coverage thus far, we ask for not much. A quick click of the like button and or the subscribe button. A small price to pay in exchange for the finest in streaming poker entertainment, which comes your way free of charge.
Seconds.
Contemplating a raise with queen 5 option to cut off. Wouldn't think he would be raising this. Does pitch it. We're to our chip leader, ace deuce. Being aggressive is standard protocol when you've got the chip lead of any ace. Kind of a tricky one because the hand is decent in position blind versus blind, but then again, you don't really want to play big pots at this stage of the tournament.
5 seconds.
Wei Ran is currently 5th in chips of 6 players and bows out.
知道你开的比较强，对，我都没抵抗，我可以抵抗2个点。
你要瑞回我就推你。
我肯定不可能瑞回来给，还有除非有会乱的。
You know, I am curious how familiar the Chinese players are with one another. I mean, obviously it's a market that is somewhat obfuscated for most of us with respect to where these guys kind of cut their teeth, learn the game, whether it's online, whether it's live, underground.
My read, though, for Wei Ran and Hongjun Zhao is they actually haven't played too much with each other. Just given Hongjun Zhao's kind of resume, I kind of peeked at his Hendon Mob too, didn't have much results over there either. So I kind of think they don't really know each other's game. Besides this tournament, of course.
Yeah, and there's been plenty of opportunities to face off against one another, so I would imagine some work was done overnight to strategize as the players conferred with their camps. Paulius opening into the chip leader on the button. Hongjun has ace-jack.
I like this play.
5 seconds.
Why give your opponent the chance to see a flop with a flat 3-bet? And his sizing is spot on.
2.7 million, and you see Paulius again looking irritated, understandably. But these are the risks that we run when we're willing to open with the chip leader on our direct left. Such a massive tower of tokens. Let's get a load of that. You know, he doesn't at all vibe like somebody who's letting the moment get to them. I mean, this is the way he looked day one. It's the way he looked from the top of day two. You know, just a steely, cool customer.
I agree with that. Seems to be in the zone. Playing his game.
30 million in his stack now.
That's quite the mountain.
I mean,
Paulius, queen 10 offsuit. Let's see if he wants to raise this one. I feel like normally he would, but the thing is he just got played back at the chip leader last hand. It's kind of like, all right, I've done my homework now. I'm still third in chips. Why get involved? If he opens this hand, which he is, I think it's very clear that Hong Zhuzhao has got a game plan here after sleeping last night. He did not make any of these plays yesterday. Jack deuce offsuit opening cutoff, 9-7 under the gun. He's a new man.
you know, if they're not going to be playing back at him, if they're going to be different, then obviously it's a great opportunity to see Wang.
整个直接让我一对爆，你看就完了，有什么关系？啊，爆牌就完了。
He knows Zhao could be up to no good, but he can't do anything about it.
信不信的问题，没牌不能这样。
I don't expect him to slow down either, especially given the few hands we played today so far. But, you know, 2 takedowns with some really dusty hands in early position. It's going to reinforce the fact that you can get away with this.
Jozoff is sitting sub 10 big blinds, under 4 million after he got muscled. Squaring off against Zhao early. And here is Zhao with a couple of 5s. Loves to see Jozoff in that sub 10 big blind range, given the immediate pay ladder of 66,000 on everyone's mind. You hate to be showered before you see what's what with Jozoff's stack. If you're anybody else, bookended by those two.
He's 10 offsuit. It's a hand that he could reach up, but he could easily just take this one slow because Jozoff is playing sub 10 bigs. ICM is very real at the moment. And he might not be sure that Hong Zhuzhao is kind of just opening so loosely, at least in prior hands. Because if you know your opponent is opening Jack deuce off and 9-7 off, then surely you would be more likely to jam here. But he could just be catching a heater. You don't know. We're on a delay. You can see him kind of peeking upwards because it shows the stack size of all the players at the table. He's waiting to risk between going for it now or waiting and, you know, try to play passively, maybe Jozoff busts first. So he does fall on flat.
And he does find a pair of 10s, albeit on a very wet board. Monotone Jack 10-8. Not what the 5s had in mind, but let's see whether or not Zhao follows through.
Well, he did his heart check. And he doesn't see a heart.
No.
So he's going to go ahead and bet. It's kind of funny.
800,000.
Yeah, you would think if he saw a heart, he's... You know, yeah, he just doesn't have anything.
You know,
Terrified.
I kind of feel like a lot of the hands that might, under normal circumstances, be sticky would hit the muck in this spot more often than not for Chen. But this board texture, I felt like would be the kind Zhao should expect to hit his opponent, and yet he bet anyway, and now we see why. Chen just waves the white flag with second pair nut kicker, no heart in hand.
Yeah, and That's amazing for Zhao. If you know your opponent's folding strong pairs like that for small bets, it's a slam dunk auto C-bet with anything on any board now. And I don't necessarily blame Chen Zhen for folding that spot because Ace-10 actually doesn't have great turn and river runouts given no heart in hand. Kind of like that very connected straight in this board. Like, he basically has to pray, you know, he hits like 2 pair of trips, and some of those cards actually brings the 4th heart. Then we coupled that fact with Jozoff on 8 bigs. Sai, you win it.
Fold.
Everything going the chip leader's way thus far. Early goings of this Event 1 final table, the 15K. Ace-King for Paulius, and
That hurts.
I think he was ready for somebody to get after it, especially the chip leader.
It's like, really? The one time you don't raise?
Takes a walk. That was improbable.
Sorry. Fold.
This should be it. 8 bigs. You're in the hijack. Big blind's coming soon.
On.
Yep.
Roll in.
Jozoff declares war on the field with Ace-9. Will anybody join him?
Fold.
6 tray off, not going to cut it.
Fold.
And that's a free Orbis worth of tokens.
Are you familiar with Jozoff, maybe from the American scene at all? Like, does he
The-
play mix or anything?
You know what's funny? The name is familiar, but I'm not able to really place him.
Yeah,
Take
because
a-
I feel like I've seen this name too.
Me too. Let's just dive in here for a quick gander at Michael's Hendon Mob. A little north of $2 million in career tournament earnings. Does do a fair bit of tournament grinding in Vegas.
1 million.
Raise to 1 million.
Well, he's going to raise back to back. This time he's coming for a min raise rather than open jam, mainly because he's got back to that 10 big blind mark. Allows him to have some raised folds now. King Jack has properties to block hands that'll play back at you.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
4-5 offsuit for Weiran.
Yeah, it's a bit too weak, especially off of a 10 big blind stack open min raise.
Yeah, you got to expect that there's going to be a lot of paths that are going to lead to the rest of those chips being brought forward.
So 2 takedowns in a row for Jozoff.
And now he and Weiran are level in terms of chips, which of course Pooh is not keen on.
Yeah, separated by just 125,000 in chips.
Ten seconds. Fold. Fold.
King Queen suited is a pretty one here. Plazinitis.
Raise to 1 million.
He's going to be so mad.
This is really uncanny. Last time he opened the King 10, Zhao had ace jack, 3-bet him, muscled it. Here he is with the same setup. Open to 1 million, in the cutoff, 3-bet on the button. Sizing is identical. The 5s wither up.
kind of wonder if he's going to continue because King Queen suited is so tempting, you know? That forbidden fruit that you want to play. But then he knows, am I really supposed to go to war now with the player who can bust me with these short stacks out there?
I mean, the thing is, the VPIP levels
5 seconds.
are giving you the sense that this isn't all top shelf liquor that's being poured by Zhao. So if that's the case, this King Queen could be performing very well.
Of course. Has he had
So
enough?
awkward.
All in.
Player will end.
Oh, he jams.
Wow.
Great find. I don't think the Ace-Jack's coming along, but it's unclear.
Make no mistake, while Paulius looks cool, this is a terrifying choice. And it gets even scarier
5 seconds.
when your man uses a time bank because you realize that this wasn't just chip leader up to no good, a real hand lurks.
Yeah, I'm actually on the fence. I don't know whether Hongjun Zhao is going to go with this Ace-Jack. It's not unreasonable that he's ahead. Of course, it's very possible he's up against Ace-Queen, Ace-King.
But the leveling, Zhao knows he's been V-pipping. He knows what the table image is right now at the onset. And he knows that that means eventually someone's going to take one of these 3 bets and pile on them. Are they going to do it with better than Ace-Jack is the question.
And I'm sure Hongjun Zhao has kind of got data points from yesterday where Paulius was the one player willing to fight back against him. Look at this stare down.
Mm-hmm.
Big one for Paulius.
Very big. And even though Zhao had the best hand, I think that's just too rich a price with Ace-Jack offsuit in particular.
I would say he played that hand well, and Ace-Jack is normally just a straight-out fold there for that price.
What happens if he has Ace-Queen, Randy?
I think he's calling.
I feel like he is too. I feel like he was one
I'm-
pip away.
I'm 100% sure he's calling
Yeah,
Ace-Queen.
yeah.
It's a big difference, Ace-Queen versus Ace-Jack. He's still not convinced.
No bluff. You bluff. I know bluff.
No, hey.
Hey.
Don't fold.
And then post-mortem, Zhao honestly telling Paulius he had an ace.
Raise. 1,100,000.
And he's got one again here in the cutoff. Not the prettiest iteration, but worthy of the 1.1 he deems. Weiron, King-Jack off on the button.
He could go for it. If he knew how Hongjun Zhao has been playing, he would. He's going to lay down.
Fold.
With ICM just in play at this juncture, we're going to see players, especially more experienced ones, kind of take their ranges a couple pips down just because it's not really worth risking your stack.
完全他妈没办法。
都是没办法有哎，
我他妈
Showed ace.
Yes, he did.
50怎么抵抗嘛？
You know, I don't mind that decision because I think that it does help him out later on down the line when it is an ace-X that he's opening with.
Yeah.
Because he knows people
believe
are looking at him and he's under suspicion right now. So he wants to, you know, hey guys, everybody relax. I'm just getting dealt in. I'm not
know
doing
what?
chip leader things.
My follow-up is, hey, how come you didn't show this?
yeah, I know. You're so right.
我只能3D。
You showed this ace. What, the next 10 raises you didn't show?
我一可以了结他，但是 A 圈
Can't even show a king, you know? But I know where you're coming from. He feels like he's been a bit active and he's trying to hopefully preserve some image. This is quite a bad hand, but does he have the appetite? Yeah. Okay. This Omikaze's got everything, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Jack 4 offsuit. right on the heels of having shown the ace, all of a sudden, a completely different look as the Robbie takes us upstairs. Queen 10 suited this time for Wei Ranpu. And what's the VPIP on Zhao right now? Well over 50%.
No, it's
Excuse
way more.
me.
It's like closer to 90%. He folded King Jack offsuit last hand. He's had enough. He's like, there's just no way. There's no way he has it every hand. An ace king for Jozoff. What bad timing is this for Wei Ranpu?
So brutal. He and Jozoff down toward the bottom of the chip counts. Pooh knows at the VPIP levels he could be targeting the opener, but this jam over the top of him bodes so poorly as the snap fold comes in from Zhao. And we're off to the races. The good news for Wei Ran is he's got 2 clean cards. The bad news is he's a 3-2 dog.
不冲突。
This is short stack versus short stack. One of them will have a healthy one after this hand.
Jozoff over to his rail for a little love.
我跟你们也都不
Obviously,
冲
the
突。
covering stack not at risk, but
This is why
he
we
would
have
love
this.
to secure the pay ladder and bring us to 5-handed action. This we know.
You
This one lost yesterday, no?
He's back.
It's unlucky.
What?
This unlucky.
Yeah.
Yes.
The capybara has
No,
returned.
no, no. You know why? He has a backpack now.
Oh.
To the flop we head. Wow. Jack 9-8 with a couple of hearts.
I flop Jack 9-8 2 hearts.
It would be very difficult for Wei Ranpu to lose this pot.
I need
Blame me if he does, but he has this thing all but locked up. And forgive me, I was under the impression that the covering stack was Jozoff's. Instead, ever so slightly, Wei Ranpu was the covering stack, Randy, and therefore, on this turn, where Jozoff draws dead, he is showered in 6th.
That hamster is going to the trash can, I'll tell you that. It did not work.
都还没有到，还没有到。
That was
终于
brutal.
来了，终于来了哈。对。
Yeah, speedy exit.
Demoralizing, but if there's any solace, it's that the hand played itself.
Me and Team China.
Jam, rejam, it's ace-king. You win some, you lose some, but you're not going to lose sleep thinking maybe there's something that you could have done differently. And for Michael Jozoff, obviously, this result is quite a bit different than the lack of results that he had last time that he joined us at the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Jeju in 2024. Just 1 cash in 9 attempts, an expensive outing, picking up 43,500, already significantly bettering that courtesy of 6th place here in the 15K. Almost $250,000, $243K to be exact, going into his career Triton totals and to his bankroll here in Jeju. $309,000 secured by the field. The next ladder, $86K.
For Doyle.
1,100,000.
10 deuce off, very much the legendary Doyle Brunson hand with which he won the World Series of Poker main event on not 1 but 2 occasions. And Jeju Wang has an ace on the button.
10 seconds. 5.
He's touching orange chips and no, he's not.
12. 12.
Winner.
You know, one of the issues for Wang is that he sits 9 bigs deeper than the short stack now, which is inherited by Zhen Chen. And the last thing he wants to do is to get frisky unnecessarily, in particular against that man.
现在这个阶段 ，AK 很难中牌的，对吧？
不是这个东西肯定有运气成分。
So we have 4 Chinese players now and 1 Lithuanian remaining.
You know, if I was Paulius, I would feel a little surrounded right about now.
But Paulius is the one non-Chinese player who has been holding his own. Wang Yuju gonna open ace-9. He's been quiet. It's a great spot for king-queen suited.
He agrees. Rips the short stack in there. And obviously, this is frustrating for Yuju Wang. He's like, I haven't played any hands. You know, I'm not opening light. But for Chen, this is a qualifier. King Jack of Hearts with a raise and a jam in front of it obviously loses luster.
Yeah, this is a bit much, especially because Wang could just wake up with a hand and you have to commit even more chips. Nice spot for Chen Jun.
The ace-9 crumbles under the pressure. Important little pickup there.
Chen Jun actually gets to close the gap
很
between
边缘的，
him and Wang,
他顶多
separated
一个
by
小 A，我
2.5 bigs.
是吧？我们不同花，不同花，肯定是 open fold 啊，不同花肯定 open fold 嘛。
我还是 K 圈同发的，同色的。
You know,
了不起这
Triton is such an international product. Randy, this is well
我不理解
established.
你。
Okay.
But, you know, hailing from the West,
这几个大毛
I think sometimes you can get into a bubble. There are some tremendously successful people on the all-time money list that hail from the U.S. And you can forget
多小的杯子？
that there's real talent lurking elsewhere in the world. Oftentimes you say the Euros, you know, and that's kind of where you focus. But just consider for a moment, you have 4 Chinese players out of the final 5 right now, and they have looked like tacticians out there.
You're right about that, and you know that there's a method to their madness, especially Hongjun Zhao, who's he's shifted gears for day 3. It's
Like-
working tremendously for him.
These aren't whales. These aren't punters.
They
And
think-
you know, I was going to say that I think a lot of the temptation for those who came out to Jeju was that, well, you know, there's going to be so many Chinese blasters in the field. Well, I hate to break it to you. There's some really solid ones, and we're seeing them right here. Meanwhile, Yuju Wang is flopped top pair after opening to 1 million. Wei Ranpu defended with the 10-9. Really nothing of interest for him on this board. Modest C-bet ought to get the job done, and sure enough, Pooh
捡到吧？捡是啊，必须捡一
lets
把
it go
他妈
and
这不捡一
gets
把？
shown the king.
Trying to get some
这
respect.
又 bluff 我，那我赢 bluff，我跟你说，
我用的生命危险来，我赢不了，后面2个大生嘛，我不让你什么。
你就是生命 bluff，我跟你说，
你不去瑞子，他我直接接了。
我妈上次第一把我他妈 A9这么大的牌，我他妈还被他推了，还面对你的情况下推我，
Why am I
反
getting
正
home
他
game
反
vibes
正
all
他
of a
们是把
sudden?
时机和位置都找对了的。 不就面对你吗 ？OK，
Yeah, some of the tension was broken
拜拜。
by the
I got rid of Jozoff. Let's
initial bust
chatter.
out. Sure.
We're playing for 1.1 million.
And for those that maybe, you know, feel a little bit uncomfortable by the fact that Paulius is, of course, there, does not speak Mandarin, presumably, as these guys are engaging in conversation. At Triton in particular, there is sort of a tolerance for this, just given the Asian-centric nature of much of our player base, the Chinese-speaking nature of it. And, you know, it's the kind of thing where there's so many people who do speak Chinese that are listening to the stream. If something untoward was going on, it would immediately be
I
identified.
definitely would be telling you guys if something was,
Yeah.
you know, not kosher.
Yeah, huh? Yeah, Randy.
I haven't spoken up yet, you know?
Hongjun Zhao is speaking up. Not the first time he's done it either. This time, he's got that ace-queen, a pip better than those ace-jacks.
Oh, he's thinking about this ace-4 suited. Because you got to remember, he witnessed Paulius get a 4-bet jam through. So you might be thinking, this is a good candidate to rip it in with the ace-4 suited. Maybe I can get it through just like how Paulius did.
I mean, specifically these combinations. The solvers like them.
He's on the fence.
He is the shortest stack, which does make things a little bit easier. Wow, finds a fold, Randy. You surprised?
你说，
Little show.
肯定要接了，我就知道这把肯定要接了。
肯定要接了。
He's going to feel great about it after Zhao reveals the ace-queen, but I thought for sure that the jam was coming there, especially with the data point that the man has 3-bet folds in him.
Yeah, and you'd be out, Ollie. But no, I know what you're saying.
Maybe, maybe not, but yeah.
对吧？
Yeah, it's
要
definitely
接了。
worthy of consideration. Does he look anymore? Does he? Because, I mean, I can see the 10 deuce offsuit was quite a few pips higher, you know, but 5 deuces.
You know,
Something else. He's not looking. I mean, he looks, but he doesn't care.
this is the luxury of sitting 33 million deep.
I actually haven't seen chip leaders play in this manner in quite some time. A lot of the, you know, big, well-known pros, they've kind of scaled it back a bit, especially on live stream tables, you know?
But remember, I talked about on day 2 when we were working our way toward the bubble. This was not the playbook
I
at
know
all.
it wasn't, because I also witnessed leading 24 players leading up to the final table. He was very solid in terms of pre-flop rangers, acted offline occasionally, but not been even close to this.
It's really shocking to observe.
Like
The stark contrast.
he just had that like aha moment, I guess, this morning. Oh, this is a premium.
When you're willing to open 5 deuce offsuit, the king 10 of spades is an absolute Ferrari. In
Not a bad
contrast to
man.
that Ford Pinto that he fired up a minute ago.
He's taking all vehicles out there, isn't he?
Do you remember the Ford Pinto, Randy?
Yeah, the one that explodes.
Exactly, because whoever engineered it put the gas tank in the rear of the car, meaning the actual nozzle would be placed behind the license plate. I mean, this was just...
忍不住了，
Yeah, you know, not everything is
忍不住了。
genius inventions out there.
Yeah,
没有忍不住。
little trial and error in the automotive streets. Meanwhile, in these streets, Yu Wang is a flat caller on the button, and this is somewhat problematic. He's got a gut shot and top pair. You don't flat with the intention of stepping aside,
小牌
and you see
小白你
a
小白
brisk 800 bet call.
哦耶！
Who said, oh,
I
yeah?
don't know who said, oh, yeah. It does feel like maybe it was Wang. And by the way, undaunted, Zhao barrels again. The ace is obviously his to represent. He does not have a club.
This is...
It's a
I
wrap.
can't explain it.
It's a
He
wrap.
just knows where he's at every single hand.
I mean, listen. He
Is it
has-
over, though?
Oh, come on.
Is it? I think it is, but you never know. It's
Oh,
over.
with no
How do you
club
take
in
it?
hand. I mean, that would be as reckless as it gets.
十勾啊！
So Hongchu Zhao can just close his eyes and just bet
我没有
relentlessly,
啊是这样的
pre-flop and post.
Sure seems that way, doesn't it?
我没有梅花，
The one-man wrecking crew who
回来你看
gave
会
us
上
one glimpse
你落后了。
last Jeju of his talents in the short deck streets. Played a lone event, did not cash. It was the 50K. And then here he is, all of a sudden, showing long deck aptitude and very much poised for a run at the trophy as things stand.
So he's like the one short deck player that actually converted back to no limit hold'em. Usually
There's
it's the other
plenty
way
of short
around.
deck players who never even bothered with no limit hold'em. They just got right into the short deck streets, but it would seem that way. Now then, Wang, the Jack 10 suited didn't work out,
奥运
but the Ace Queen offsuit will be put to work.
18个到。
He's just keeping it simple. He's like, I don't want to play post flop anymore.
One decision point.
有 A 就接是吧？
再回来，再回来。
有 A 要接啊！我才是有 A 你必须接啊！
我说 AA 就接了
接住啊！
我说 AA 就接了
拦住啊你！你必须让我翻一下背啊！
你接了他那个又要出场了，那个罗汉又要出场。
我 AA 肯定接的。
哎，不对，刚才我这个出场，是不是刚好
帅气
的时候？，
刚好压住。
我看到这个情
What
况
are they
下，
saying, Randy?
可以，他就是白拉了，就2张奥斯。
你看我看到一拿出来，我就
You
知道
got me.
然后我
Ace
一摆
Ace
手我
Queen?
就
Was that what he
，Hold
said?
on, my chat
我就
GPT is
说
not
他
working.
昨天跟我打了一天在那边，马蒂欧跟另外一个人跑，他也拿出来，我也拿出来，那个人也输了。
他光输，昨天也输了吗？
对，昨天也输了呀。
对，他不该拿娃娃的。
They just speak a little bit too fast for me. You know?
Is that the issue?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? How about I go out there and tell him, hey, Randy just needs you guys to speak a little bit slower so that then we can get the translations. Would that work for you?
Yeah, but, yeah, I'm not going to double down anymore. I think I'm going to sit out.
You know who's not sitting out?
不抵抗了。
Shao. 7-8 offsuit. Pounding. And you know what's brutal about this is the more you're sitting around in this war of attrition trying to outlast one or two other players, the further away Zhao begins to pull from your stack along with the others, and the more difficult the prospects of you being able to dethrone him in this first event become.
Yeah, and obviously, like, Paulius, who's sitting in second, has dreams of holding that title, but he needs to understand that maybe I just kind of let Zhao do all the damage and then he'll get the heads up and, you know, didn't play for that big prize. But even then, Paulius is not that far ahead of the third and fourth place stacks, only by a couple big blinds. I mean, at least this is suited. You know?
4 high on the button and an ace jack for Weiron.
Gotta jam. Just the frequency is too high. Just it's impossible for him to have it every single hand.
I mean, but look, Zhen Chen has 13 bigs.
All in.
You have 22 bigs. He is going to jam. It would be such a disaster if all of a sudden you did run into it, though. And he has, not against Zhao, but against Yuzhu Wang.
How unlucky is this? But don't forget, last time he ran into Ace King, he got there.
This is a very different proposition as he's dominated. And Buddha is deployed.
有牌就接没关系。
3-4 suited is relinquished, and we're off to the races. Unfortunately for Weiron Pu, this race is one in which he is very severely handicapped. 20 million plus chip pot. He does cover ever so slightly, but he rates to be sitting on crumbs when the dust settles on this pot. Can he make that 24% equity come to life?
K 看到了，
Doesn't look like it.
这个后门黑桃
Jack
啊
of spades does work. Can he pick up a flush draw or a Broadway draw? No, so he draws
你
dead.
多2
It's not over.
你多2局，你多2局。
还有一点儿。
我还赢了，进去我顺子。
哦，你还少一点儿啊。
That was interesting. They both got on their feet. Did Weiron not know that he was the covering
直接就
stack?
带走了。
You just feel so defeated when you lose like 9 million. It's like he's almost out of the tournament, right? Just too big.
Maybe Wang thought he was the covering stack, and so he was going to go over and kind of shake Weiron Pu's hand and wish him well. No need, of course. At least not yet, but when the accounting is completed, Weiron Pu is going to be sitting on 3 bigs. There it is, 1.3 million. Ouch.
Wang Yuju's got 21 million in chips. Buddha's happy.
咦，还没死。
2 BG 多了我。
Pretty sure he didn't visit the O'Dwyer shop to pick that one up.
No, that one doesn't look quite like a Shaman O'Dwyer edition Buddha. Does look like a well-fed Yuta, though. And there is the
Chips.
meal. Chips and salsa.
Chinese salsa, huh?
They don't have salsa in China.
Don't.
I wonder what the equivalent of salsa would
Like
be
Szechuan peppers.
in Chinese cuisine. Yeah, like,
There
you know, I
would-
went to Chengdu, which is in the Szechuan province, and I had some kung pao chicken, right? Kung pao ji ting.
快点结束。
And I got to tell you, man, whatever the Panda Express Americanized, watered down version of that dish is you get back home, they threw in some of these Szechuan. My lips, I couldn't feel them for like a day and a half.
Numbing
They were
effect, right?
absolutely on fire. Yes, it's like an anesthesia. I don't know if they rub this on your gums when you're at the dentist. I don't know what they do, man. If you're a field medic, in the military, these parts, just keep a fistful of those things around. Guy gets his leg blown off, just rub some peppercorns. You'll be fine. I'm like, I don't even feel that thing missing.
All right. Blinds up 300, 600,000.
Well, while the blinds have changed, the playbook hasn't. Queen 4 suited. Headed north. Take it, sir. Just take it.
Yeah, even if Hong Jun Zhao, if he raises 2 times, gets reshoved on once, he still profits every hand because the big blind ante is so large. Each time he raises and takes, he takes down 1.5 million. He risks 1.3, so he still profits 200K, even if he gets reshoved on every 1 out of 2 hands. But that's not even the case. He's not even getting reshoved that much, so he's just printing right now at this final table.
That he is, man. Zhao giving the boys a break. And Balius takes a walk. Now, the YouTube chat, Randy, which we can always rely on for sort of trivia insights and whatnot, plenty of Chinese speakers in there have handled some translating as I'm scrolling back, but they've also stepped in to say that Chinese salsa would be Lao Gan Ma.
Oh, I know what that is. It's the Chinese grandma on the bottle. It's like red chili sauce.
Lao Gan Ma does not mean grandma.
No, but on the label.
Like Aunt Jemima?
Yeah. Like Aunt Jemima.
Is it in that shape?
Not in that shape, but I do know it.
That's the brand, or that's the actual, like,
I think that's the brand.
sauce?
I don't know. That's what we call it.
First off, don't say we, Randy,
what
like somehow you're a part of the delegation.
All right.
You're
Back
either an
to the-
Aussie or an American, and you're kind of neither.
I don't like being exposed all the time, all right, Ollie? Just occasionally, please.
Jack 9 suited here for Wei Ran Pu. All in and in great shape here as he dominates Hong Jun Zhao. Looking for a double to begin the process of recovery, and this is top pair against middle pair. Some treachery lurking in the form of a 5, 3.5 million in the middle. Listing heavily toward Wei Ran.
132.5
And
Double
the
up.
river is clean. So he'll Xerox his stack. And then some.
1.325.
Just a tiny flesh wound.
Oh, he's not tilted.
No, he only lost 1 additional big blind there. He's kind of tilted. He doesn't look it,
没
but
办法，只能盲 call 了。
I mean, listen, Wei Ran Pu feels like he's perhaps
想翻3倍是吧？
been in this situation more than any of his compatriots here at this FT
sure.
in terms of his experience.
Yeah, I would say that's a true statement, but Still think he prefers to have more chips and experience at the moment.
Yeah, no doubt. But I'm just saying he's seen it all. He's been around. He's taken it in stride.
Big slick. It's a little bit of a race at the bottom at the moment between Chen Chen and Wei Ran.
Yeah, Chen covering by a couple of bigs. Ace-king is ace-king, though. And in comes 3.5 of his 4.9, Randy. Why this size?
Just in case somehow every other player gets it all in, that he can just fold and go for page
一嗨怎么接？
Well, there'll be no such developments.
King Queen suited now for Chen Chen. It kind of wants to get chips in there, but then again, Wei Rampu is so short.
5 seconds.
I do like that he's going for the min raise rather than open jam to allow himself an escape route if one of the bigger stacks is willing to get it in. A couple fours can come along. Oh, this is even better than come along. It's, you know, you don't want to get it in because Wei Wenpu is so short. What a play from the 2 fours.
I'll tell you what. It would have been super easy to just kind of look up at that 1.2 and decide, let me defend in the big, see what's what. But he correctly identified it would take a lot of hand for the rest of Chen's chips to want to get in there, given the presence of that short stack of Wei Ran-Pu. So some ICM leverage on display there. And oh, wash it down, sir. What was that, a Vietnamese iced coffee or something? Was that a brown bull, Randy? Remember
Last
those?
time I checked, we were in Jeju and not.
Listen,
Vietnam.
Vietnamese iced coffee is served worldwide. It is heralded for its high caffeine content and, of course, the condensed milk.
Okay, when's the last time you've seen Vietnamese coffee in Maldives?
Okay, first off, let's not get back to the Maldives situation. That was epic. Where yesterday a player from Malaysia was given the Maldivian flag. And we
他枪口被推大。
quickly figured out whoever was.
If you are from Maldives, you can still be the first to register a Triton.
That's true. Come on down. Uh-oh.
You
Yu
can't
Zhu
believe
Wang
it.
limping the 7 deuce suited. And Chen is going to be heard from, I would imagine.
I mean,
You just check back and slow play ever, Randy?
you're supposed. Is that what he did? Yeah. So he's playing for the win, basically. He's like, I'm going to give myself the best chance to win chips. And it makes sense because Wong is supposed to jam so wide into his stack.
So the fact that he limp means he very unlikely has a hand that could give action.
Yeah, he often has just 2 unders as well because like a King X, Queen X probably just jams pre.
I mean, do we not just raise it up one more big blind, though?
We could do that. I think that's the other option. If I do raise, I'm not raising more than 1 big. Although it's obviously so suspicious for you to min raise
Sure.
big.
But look at this. By checking back, he has allowed Yu Zhu Wang to decide to lead at this Queen 5-3 board. Chen, of course, makes the call. Now the 5 pairs. And let's see whether or not Wang wants to do some storytelling. I don't know, playing a little north of 1 SPR effective, whether or not it's going to make a difference. But here comes barrel number 2. It is not a request for full pot.
Yeah, this bet is designed to fold out 3x, which probably would fold at this point, given the layout of the rest of the table. And of course, straight draws. But once this call comes in, I'd imagine Wong is just done with it. It's so often that he's up against a 5 or a queen, given 2 calls.
So we arrive at the river.
Oh, 7 deuce.
Wow.
Okay.
I mean, take it. If you have the 5, just take it, right?
Just take it.
You can't fold.
And his opponent might be value betting worse.
Yeah.
Fold. Shut down.
We hold our
probably show
breath,
this.
and then we show the aces. And I'll tell you what. Give Zhen Chen
哥哥
credit.
啊，你不要偷我
He didn't
呀
get overexcited. He played it cool, and he got himself a double in a spot where he would not have otherwise with any other line, I think.
He played it perfectly. And, the thing is, he's clearly not scared money. I think scared money would just like, oh, there's a short stack out there. Let me just raise pre. And then he would have lost the opportunity to win a full double up there. Really nicely played from Zhen Chen. It's so easy to think, oh, man, maybe I just min raise. And like you mentioned, was something to think about. But he yields the most EV with a check back.
Mm-hmm.
对他开过光的。好。
Wong taking it in stride, of course. Wasn't the most painful L that's available to him, given the size of the other stacks he could be squaring off against, but he also may not have taken that line against somebody that was deeper.
像弥勒佛一样。
Now,
肚子大一点。
Ray Run is at the bottom by himself. There was a glimmer of hope that he got a pay jump that last hand. And we've got a premium.
Pocket kings for the chip leader.
Raise 1,400,000.
1.4. Jacks just quickly calls.
This
That
is
is great
interesting.
restraint.
Remember, this is the man with pocket 4s that decided to jam. Granted, chip leader wasn't involved in that particular exchange, but really, really slick flat on the button. Let's see if he can find a board that would let him escape against these 2 kings.
No.
Oh, set over set. Good night, sweet prince. And look at Hong Jun Zhao. A dirty check.
Really? What?
Oh,
He
and a
checked it
check back. They're both trapping. I mean, there's no escape. Is there?
I mean, maybe if a diamond came, but that's still blank. This is lights out for Yu Ju Wong. There's just no chance he doesn't lose all of his chips. He's
I
probably
mean-
going to raise.
What if something wet shows up on the river? Do you think he might think he's trapping with a flat here, right?
Of course.
Because there was no c-bet and, high VPIP and also high c-bet frequency for the chip leader. So when he checks and then a, innocent-looking card comes off on the turn and he just barrels half pot,
He just calls. man.
it does feel to me, if I'm Wong, like a hand that may be drawing dead against me.
I agree. It's still pretty safe river card. Sure, Queen 10 got there, but both players are doing backflips right now.
I mean, listen, if I'm Zhao, I'm absolutely not worried about Queen 10 having flattered me. Therefore,
Agree.
my hand feels like the nuts, and as we can see, it is. Conversely, though, for Wong, Queen 10 could be a part of the opening range and then maybe a delayed c-bet on the
calls.
turn.
How great is that for Wong?
这个都没打光呀，
没打光的，
好
没打光
牛
的。
逼呀！你们两个，
弗洛夫应该推出来的，弗洛夫该打
他在
来了。
慢打你。
You know what it is, though,
他
Randy?
也想抬选你。
That's an operator who understood the proposition.
太稳了，太稳了，真的稳。
太牛逼了。
I mean, I'm actually pretty darn impressed with the way that he went about that
他
pot.
在埋伏你。
He didn't get over exuberant on the flop with so much hand after the pre-flop opener, who was a high V-pipping chip leader, did not c-bet, and then induced a bet on the turn versus a lot of hands that I think he felt like could be drawing dead. So he flatted and tried to get another barrel on the river, which he did, and then flatted it because, of course, Queen 10 now had the board paired. Good night. But my goodness, what an exchange and what an opportunity for those of you who have not yet exercised the option to head on over to WPT Global and get involved. You can qualify online for the next WPT Global Slam, win passport dollars, and use them to buy into future Triton events. Only on WPT Global. Download now with code Jeju for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500.
I'm still in shock that he only lost that much. He didn't re-raise pre-flop, potentially get it in pre, like maybe, oh, he's just raising too much out of jam. He didn't get it in any chips in on the flop. Just called on the turn, a blank turn. I mean, insane. And now we got 8-6 offsuit jamming because the big blind ante is next. Can he get it through?
I mean,
3.5
yeah.
bigs.
Unlike when Weiron had 1.3 last time he doubled through Zhao, this one is a little meatier.
I mean, he can afford it. And he is going to toss in the orange. Live cards versus live cards.
Well, 5 million chip pot. Weiron getting action. It's all laughter right now, but if this 8-6 falls, which it very well could, perhaps things won't be so funny. But 8 high is in the lead on an ace-queen 3 board.
8 high could play.
Oh, double gutter to go with the 7 and the 4. Add a deuce or a 6 for Hongjun Zhao. That's a lot to fade. 30% equity. And instead the board pairs, and Weiron Pu once again manages to double, and this time he does it with 8 high, Randy. Excuse me.
Did. Bah high, I got that one. Translated. That was a value jam pre.
这个不要了，要说假值了，要报警了，要报警了。
It look, in case some of the people in chat might be wondering why is he getting in with 8-6 offsuit rather than wait for the next hand. He gets more value because he can win the big blind ante of his opponent, whereas if he waits for the big blind to kind of commit chips, he doesn't win more. He gets less on his money, basically.
Yeah, I mean, very next hand, he's going to have to put in the big blind and big blind ante, right? 2/3 of his chips. Anyway, so he'd rather rip it in there and hope than have to call it off. I'm still thinking about set of kings, set of jacks.
I think everyone at the table is.
You know, it's super tempting to just think to yourself, oh, it's because somehow Yuju Wang, you know, isn't playing proper poker, that he ended up still in his seat there. He's supposed to get showered. I get the sense that this is a man who genuinely was thinking through the spot and just thought to himself, I got to be super cautious. There's no real upside to risking my stack here. And, you know,
You're
I'm
right.
impressed.
No, you're 100% right. There wasn't that much upside in chipping up because he was very healthy second chips versus the chip leader that hand. And obviously, Wei Wen-Pu only had 3 bigs. You know, if Wei Wen-Pu wasn't so short, then he gets more chips in with the 2 jacks.
That was just some ICM respect and proper acknowledgement. Situational awareness as Paulius raise and takes with ace-jack.
他说35分钟一个级别，刚才少给了我们5分钟是吧？对，还补5分钟，他应该是降了35分钟一个级别，到4个人就降了35分钟。
Paulius has the vibe of a guy that showed up to the wrong party. You know what I mean?
He got the invitation.
Is this apartment 15K? Okay, I'm here.
Yeah, he's
What's everybody doing?
not really engaging with the other guests at the party.
Kind of tough. He is engaging with this ace-jack, though. Been cobbling.
Gonna get a defense out of Wong. He's been on a downward spiral.
Ace 7-6, top pair and spades. This is all Paulius.
A little spade check. I'd imagine Paulius, if he does bet, doesn't want to go big. He does check it back, turns the flush.
Wonder whether or not this check back from Paulius with so much hand will successfully induce Jeju, not unlike what Zhen Chen pulled off against him with those two aces in the big blind versus blind. Did not, of course, as the check now draws forward 800,000.
Yeah, this 800K bet is trying to get paid off two streets. And it's getting suspicious because Wong has gone in for a check raise with King 5 wrong color.
You know, as tidy as the flat calls were with the set of jacks, this here feels a little sloppy to me, Randy.
It's a bit forced. His read is that Paulius, if he had a big spade, would just bet the flop. If he had a smaller flush, he would just check back turn and play one street. Makes the call with the jack of spades, and there should be some alarm bells for Wong to kind of just give this one up. Because if your opponent was not on a flush, he probably would just fold on the turn once you put in the check raise.
Even the smaller flushes would probably fold, right?
They probably wouldn't even bet the turn, to be honest.
Uh-oh.
He's got no time banks. So did he? I don't think he has time banks. I'm not sure, but there
No,
was a
and it's
countdown.
funny because I heard the countdown. It felt like it went beyond the actual countdown. Nevertheless, Paulius was all right with letting Jeju bet there. And he does end up getting paid, so all of a sudden Wong showing us a little bit of a different side, a dark one that cost him a bundle. Well, if a set of jacks was yin, that pot there was yang.
Yes, that was a.
But you know, credit to him, man. The guy's getting after it. I don't know that that was the spot, but a little bit of fearlessness. But all that ICM respect he showed prior, he threw it right out of the window in this one.
It doesn't really match up that well. And look, short of turn play, I can kind of see why he made it. But the million on the river, once you got called on a turn, that's kind of just lighting it on fire.
Yeah.
Like, he's betting so small. He's repping nothing. Like, if the guy was willing to put another million in on the turn, what makes you think he's going to fold for a million on the river? But hopefully he can regain some confidence, get his head back in the game. A queen jack suited. Let's see if he forces this one in.
I'll tell you what, it would be informative with respect to whether or not he was a little bit steamy. I think he said call. Sure enough, 1.4 flatted from the small here. So Zhao and Wong will square off once more. Advantage Zhao pre-flop yet again. Another set versus the flush draw. Buckle up.
Chips can fly in right here on the flop. I wouldn't fault him for just check jamming. He actually has decent fold equity too.
He's only got 300K north of 1 SPR. The 700K C-bet delivered.
Restraint being shown with the check call. This is good for him.
Yet again. Versus Zhao, he proceeds with caution. And again, Wei Ranpu is still sitting with just 6 bigs at present. Turn doesn't deliver the diamond that Wang needs.
Trying to milk Wang with this set of 7s.
I mean, on an ace-high flop, it makes sense.
It looks like Wang doesn't have to put that much more chips in. Doesn't have to commit his stack to see if he hits the river card.
8.4 million in the middle, just 2.1 back, and quads for Hongjun Zhao. I don't know that Yuzhu Wang has anywhere but the muck in his future. Yep. Check, jam, and fold rather quickly.
兜框方便。
厉害。
Free look at the quads there as
炸弹。
Zhao can't help himself.
Sorry, wrong check. Wrong check. Yeah.
And now, all of a sudden, Wang sits leanest at the table, 2 big blinds back of Wei Ranpu, who really felt as though had the stack that was kind of guiding Yuzhu's decisions. And let's face it, that almost 45 million chip stack now is the light that guides here at this FT.
不就没了吗？
Yuzhu Wang is down 90% of his stack from his peak, and that happened within the last few hands.
他 flop 有 A，
不，那是后面的，就这手牌，不是说你这手牌。
我他妈完全瞎搞。
Ace 10 suited for the player who is no longer the short stack, but still down there. Oh, and he's up against Ace King of the shortest stack.
Well, the good news for Wei Ranpu is that he covers, and an ace-jack offsuit for Zhen Chen. He covers them both.
Oh my gosh. Ace Jack might even be good in this spot. Ooh, this is disgusting. Great fold.
Yeah. You know, you get delusions of grandeur, potential double knockout, but also there's the upside of realizing the pay ladder and allowing these two guys to maybe bring us a knockout.
Sure.
So while the ace-jack did have the original jammer in bad shape, the man calling off has all ace-x's in bad shape. An ace-king of clubs here, 5.7 million chip pot. Can Wang hold? It looks that way on an 8-7-5 board.
Needs to dodge the 10.
So far, so good, and now opportunities for Wei Ranpu, who could really disappoint. Or a 7 or a 5 to roll off, let alone a 10. Third 8 is not a chop card, however. So Yuzhu Wang will begin the rebuilding process.
It's been swingy down there, and Wei Ranpu has gotten it in 3 times against Ace King. One time he did win was against Jozoff.
好像刚才我也是剩这么一点。
又到我大妈了，又到我大妈了，
那我怎么办？
又到我大妈。
I would have called his jam and I went.
又到我
I
大
went.
妈。
What do you have? King 5.
Pooh will be left with just 2
打成刚
bigs.
才这样，
西天取经啊，这个是。
天取经。
What a roller coaster ride that stack has been on.
Maybe fold. I don't know.
It's one of those volatile stocks, you know?
Oh, yeah.
一般水
I know, Randy.
看了都不看。
I know all too well.
您不会看，你这个
still beating all the
我
kings.
还是要看的，我还是要看一下。我看那个
我不看，
2、3杂色我是可以不推的。
因为我什么都接了嘛。
对，不还有其他人呢，我不是你一个人。如果只有你一个人，我肯定是不看的。这个太轻松，all in。140万
All in once again. Orion.
King,
这个
queen.
太大了，我这个牌我都不知道。
More than good enough. And Zhao, again, the man that's going to be his customer, Jack 10. As he leans back and wonders, will this be the pot in which I vanquish my countrymen? 3.7 million in the middle.
我的
Better than 3-2 favorite is Pooh. The flop will bring it into focus. And now 72% with 2 to come is Wei Ron. Broadway gutter acquired. As now the 10 and the jack would be no good. Given that Wei Ron paired,
哎呀，
Jack came too late.
每次都在我身上翻倍。
Is that 3 doubles to Zhao now for Wei Ron?
I don't know the score, but Paulius looks a little annoyed. Like, really? You're not going to get rid of this guy eventually?
Well, you remember
营养舱的。
the Forgetting Sarah Marshall,
太大用了。
Jason Segel vampire opera that I
Die.
introduced you to? Yeah,
Yeah, they told us.
Yes,
exactly.
I remember.
Randy.
他说什么？
就是还是刚才那个，就是服务5分钟给我们。对，
That's what Zhao's thinking.
Yeah, the lyrics are wrong. It's live.
Yeah.
Live, live.
It's like Will Ferrell in one of those Austin Powers movies where you heard all the gunshots and then you thought he was dead, but and he was like, "Is anyone there? I'm still alive, but I'm very badly burned." Boy, we are gridlocked at 5-handed action here with just 1 elimination thus far in this 3rd day of competition in the 15K kickoff event to this first of 2 Jeju festivals on the Triton Super High Roller Series. Alina Jad and Randy Liu, glad to have you with us. And it felt like we would no longer have Wei Ron Pooh or, for that matter, Yuju Wang with us on multiple occasions, and yet they still keep their seats. Paulius on the button, Jack 8 suited.
And that is not calling chips 4 to 4s in hand.
No, it absolutely is not.
And Paulus has got to be like, seriously? Like, come on, can I just not get a little raise and take in? And the small re-raise is going to work.
No.
Frustratingly enough.
2K? PK, good.
Paulius
有沉沉。
did on one occasion push back and take one, but since then it has been all Zhao on the occasions in which they have collided. So current state of affairs, Hongjun Zhao 45 million, let's call it. Paulius second in chips, obviously doesn't want to lock horns, but doesn't want to allow too much runway to be put between himself and the chip leader. He sits second with 14 million. Third is Zhen Chen with 8 million. Yuju Wang, 5.7 million in fourth, and then Wei Ron Pooh hanging around with 2.5 million.
It's not like giving a nod over to your opponent who's short. Yeah, if you want to, go ahead. I'll crack you.
这回我真气不了了，这会儿。
K2杂色，同花的推了，杂色
K2啊，
K2杂色，
我压制你。
那我28，
我们两个都比较惨。
能写 race 就能接得动。
那肯定啊，我这4个 VB 也没有弃牌率。
跨度10美元，10美元100万。
Cards back in the air now. Queen Jack for Paulius.
There was a time when he would open that. I think given what's happened to Fountain Table, he's been 3-bet 3 times already by Zhao. He's just like, you know what? I'm going to sit it out. I'm going to wait the short stacks out now.
All in.
Well, Zhao didn't sit it out. And now he's going to have to spin the wheel again with Weiran because it's only 800,000 more to make the call after the jam with ace 8.
大哥昨天做过功课了。昨天
All
可
right.
以可以可以可以。
This is the 4th time.
不做功课啊，
Randy.
不做功课我怎么弄？
It's tough to flip a coin and come up heads or tails 4 consecutive times. Now, granted, these aren't 50-50 propositions.
没问题，开得好。
As you can see, a significant advantage for Weiran this time, but nevertheless, it is improbable. But now, the improbability is Hongjan Zhao's to endure on an 8-4 tray board. He does not have a spade, but he does now have a wheel gutter as he trades 3 jacks for 4 deuces.
差一点。
No cider, but not the one that will vanquish Weiran, whose resiliency continues.
Live once more. Look at Paulius like, seriously? Just die. Why?
200。
These are big pay jumps that are being missed. 309,000 is guaranteed. Get to 4th. Get $395,000.
不行，不给你打了，打不过你。
You know, it feels so close and yet so far.
不行，没一次跑过你。不跑了，不给你跑了。
By the way, Yuju Wang particularly hates that outcome because
我这个杆
now
马推出来还是没有弃牌率。
he is the
不
short
和
stack.
你跑了。
Covered by 2.7 million, and the bad news for him, this will be the last hand of this blind level.
你给别人跑去吧。
也有10个 VB 了。
I gotta say, if somehow Weiran Poo manages to double again, sit with like 20 big blinds, and then work his way into a podium finish of some sort, just consider all of the occasions in which he had to get his nub in there and take a pot before doing just that. Not impossible. Stranger things have happened. And for that matter, even though he is a massive favorite right now, with so many chips, we have seen epic unravelings. Ace-7 suited for Hongjun Zhao. And this is not epic, but it is significant. As the jam from Wang's ace-jack gets snapped, now we play for 9.9.
一个不幸的消息，我有个7。
那不要。
Amazing spot for Yuju Wang. Can be right back in it if he can hold. Dominating ace. Looks good.
But it does. One heart lurks, and that 7 working. And
Oh, it's working hard.
Yeah. 9 on the turn, and all of a sudden the threats get very real for Yuju Wang. Can he hang on? Fade the 10, 7, and 5. Yes. And I'll tell you what, Hongjun Zhao's going to get a little tired of doubling everybody up. It's like the world's greatest slot machine.
He just keeps paying out.
Yeah.
But he only pays out the little ones, you know?
That's true. It's like a penny slot, you know, free spin.
Yeah.
And
He'll
then
get
you're like,
you back.
oh, yeah, man. No, come play this machine with me. And you go off, you get real upside down.
Who wins in the long run? It's the house.
好歹
He's
不
got all
上
the chips.
好歹不上，你看马太多了，都数不清楚，你就点我们马就行。
But he definitely needs some maintenance on that machine. I think it's paying out a little bit too much.
You're going to have to get a slot tech over there to see what's going on. It's glitching. Swap the motherboard.
这3转完了，马
There we go. Blinds up, as you mentioned. 400K, 800K now with a big blind ante of 800,000.
Jeju Wong now 17 bigs? No, 12 bigs, given the level increase. So no sooner does he enjoy the double than the level bump dilutes the gains, but the deck
Premium.
blessing him with a couple of kings. 2 shorter stacks than his own. Arjen Chen with 8 bigs and Wei Ran-pu with 7 bigs. He's been very cognizant of the ICM on all occasions other than that weird check raise trying to rep spades against Paulius.
Happy to see him raise and not open jam this spot. Trying to get the big blind who can afford to see flops to just put in chips with a hand that's drawing so slim. This one being 10-6 suited.
这么大，12个大猫都不吹。
We are going to play some post flop.
So defense for the extra million by the chip leader. 38 million back. It comes King, Queen, Jack. So he's got an open ender against top set. Does not have a club.
Ooh.
2 quick checks. That's a very wet board for a set of kings to be checking back, isn't it?
Yeah, I would love to see a bet just to protect his hand, especially now, once it checked through once again. You have to protect against that straightiness.
This turn is so dry. But you're right, at some point you got to pursue value. $2.6 million the barrel. And yeah,
不大，一点都不大。
open ender.
打不
Just
动，打
folds.
太动了。
Did the set of kings get shown? It looks like it did.
对
不打不打。
不，我有个要10，发出 A 来了。
所以妈刚才上头了，乱搞，我妈都差点没命了。2000万34个 BB， 2把打没了，送给他了。
Thank you。
我都不知道那把为什么我拿27会call，我他妈我都不知道我在想啥。我刚刚很想铲自己两巴掌，我儿命。
All right, here's how things take shape after Jeju Wong snacked on Hongjun Zhao. 12.9 million for him. Zhao off the high water mark, which was roughly 45 million. But even 13 million in chips is just 16 bigs. Dong, Zhugralin, Kuznetsov, all eliminated at this final table late last night. And then only one elimination thus far here, and it was that of Michael Jozoff, the American, taking home $243K for the first payout of the day. Plenty of all-ins. Plenty of players have been covered. Everyone is doubled, though.
Aces.
Come
King's last hand.
This is insane.
And he's changed to pre-flop sizing. Gone in for a full min raise this time, rather than slight north. This is actually going to get the Jack-8 of clubs likely to continue.
Just 4.3 million back, but it is enough hand at one more big blind getting this price to continue. Wei Ran knows it, so to the flop we go. Treacherous waters. Ace in the window, 2 clubs. It's a pair and a flush draw against top set. Car crash. A brisk min C-bet. Wei Ran has just 3.5 million back. Randy, how do you get it in there? You just play passively?
I think you could check raise. He's going to go passive and check call.
Very fortunate to be drawing live.
Oh,
now
it's
he's
2
got
pair.
2 pair. There is no escape.
It's not over yet, though. He's got clubs still that he can hit. But stacks are going to go in here on the turn now.
Not drawing dead, but a full house doesn't cut it. It is only the flush.
All in.
Complete setup spot. He decides to check and then get the last 1.1 in there.
这个转牌应该赢了，但是我还有
Of course, he's beaten into the pot. This deck hath chosen violence. But as you mentioned, Randy, it isn't over yet. This 11.4 isn't locked up by Yuju Wang. He's got to fade a club. Can Wei Ron pull the rabbit out of the hat once more? No. And at long last, the gridlock of five-handed action is broken. Fifth time, not the charm for Wei Ron Pu. As this all in.
好好打，好好打，好好打。
Oh, I like this.
Polishes him off.
你看我送
See
给你的，
Wong
送给他了。
promptly over there
正常。
to show love. Paulius and Zhen Chen with
加油加油！
somewhat more tepid salutations, but nevertheless, sporting.
啥情况？你一直短码没死啊？现在短码
The gyros were issued from Wei Wen Pu, cashing $309,000 in this 15K opening event.
Yep. Leaving behind a healthy ladder for the rest of the field, who are now assured 395K. He hung around for a while, Randy. Multiple occasions on which we thought maybe his time had come. But ultimately, it was a set-up hand. Set of aces versus two pair and the flush draw on the turn. Well, where else was he going to go?
Yeah, nothing he can do. And that was his biggest cash at a Triton festival. His third festival so far is this stop, 309,000. So, you know, it is definitely improvement.
That it is. Career Triton total of 207,000 rather, coming into this one. Last saw him in Monte Carlo in 2024. This is his third festival, fourth cash, best finish, as you mentioned.
Zhen Chen's turn to kind of get chips in there.
Ace Queen, as good a time as any. Committing sizing here, and he's not going to get any patrons.
$395K locked up. Survive once more. Add another 102,000 on top. Pay jumps. Be salivating over them. Paulius on spectator mode as of late. He's out.
Ace 4 suited for Zhao, far from out. From the button, he makes it 1.8. King Queen suited for Yuju Wang. I think it's going to be yet another date for these two.
Yeah, his intentions with the bigger stack especially is to not put himself in a spot to get it in pre-flop, rather take it post-flop, leave the garbage in there that he often will be dominating. Doesn't have to risk as many chips with that flat.
Not one, but two queens on the board and a 4 to go with them. So trouble on the horizon for Hongjun Zhao, who wastes no time following through for 1.1. Modest c-bet here into the 5.2. And let's see how Yuju Wang wants to approach things. Sitting deeper than he has on any other occasion when these two got involved. The flat, obviously of some concern to Zhao. Let's see if he picks up the heart draw. No, the 3 of diamonds now means Hongjun is drawing dead. But it is a card that could leave you still proud of ace 4. The trouble is, when your man check calls on a board as dry as Queen, Queen 4, where is he at?
Well, it's actually going to be a lead from Yuju Wang. 1.1 million, the same sizing that went on the flop. I guess he can't really fold the 4 at this point, given the price.
He agrees. Credit to Wong.
What?
Oh, wow.
What
is
river card is
going
that?
on out here? Queen's full versus 4's full. And the backdoor diamonds might have been what Yuju Wong was leading with on the turn, so you can't just automatically think you're up against a bigger full house. 9.6 out there. 13.6 effective what they're playing for. We await the sizing.
I'm also Chinese. Yeah.
3.2 million.
I don't know how he can fold this, given he's already seen Yuju Wong kind of make some bluffs earlier post-flop.
Yeah, especially that hand against Paulius, when Paulius had the aces, rather the
Jack of
flush.
spades,
Yeah, the jack of spades. And at this size, I mean,
Price is good, too.
it's just...
What if you're up against a flush? Like the nut flush, for example.
He's getting laid 4-1, exactly.
Like, I could see the nut flush value betting in the spot.
100%.
Like a pocket pair. So
Yep.
he makes the call.
And all of a sudden, Hongjun Zhao's stack has found a new direction, southbound and down. And Yuju Wong has spun it up in a very significant fashion, awaiting the updated tally in the app. But I think just 5 blinds are going to be separating them when the dust clears.
Yuju Wong went from,
No.
what, 20 million to 2 million. Now he's at 26 million. I mean, that's a lot of red and green candles.
Yeah, no kidding. Those chips are replicating like bacteria in a petri dish.
And I feel like this is as close as a player has gotten to the chip lead. You can see the 9-3 offsuit's now going into the muck, because he doesn't have that same chip dominance.
All in.
Yuju Wong, he's a new player. Like this play.
Now all of a sudden he's got a very meaningful stack and throw his weight around from the button. It was a real holding. Blinds don't know that, but they both concede. And the gap is narrowed even further. Just a couple of million separating Wong from Zhao now.
What's great for Wong is that he actually has position on the chip leader. So when Hongjun Zhao kind of tosses some hands free, he can now attack these shorter stacks who are kind of racing against each other, trying to hang in there with 4 remaining. He's actually in a really nice spot.
Sitting this one out, as is Chen. Pocket 10s won't be sitting out, though. Paulius. See what he wants to do.
Looking for the limp jam.
Provided that Zhao indulges. Jack 5 suited. Does not.
It's good restraint from Zhao.
Yeah, you know, I think he is feeling the effects of having his cage rattled a little bit.
Bit of a problem for him in this spot, as he does have the pair of 5s against the 2 10s. Imagine at some point some chips will go in. Looks like it will be on the flop.
Cannot be blamed for barreling with second pair in the face of the passive flop posture from Paulius. The 10s call the 1 million. Do not face an additional overcard. Quickly goes check, check. Board pairing deuce on the river, 4-4 in the middle.
Paulius doesn't get a street of value on the river. Checks it over and a quick check back from the 5.
I mean, Paulius obviously out of position against Zhao and looking over to his right at Zhen Chen's 8 bigs. It's not that he doesn't recognize that his hand rates to be best. It's that the ICM just kind of keeps us a little bit shackled.
Shackled. Yep, Paulius basically needs to play very snug right now, as Zhen Chen is sitting on just 8 bigs, 10-8 suited. Starting to get interesting. It's good for what, 7.5 big blinds? Looks like he's gonna toss it.
Paulius does as well with the baby suited connector, so Jeju gets a walk. And obviously it's a very different situation for Zhao against Jeju Wang. And that fold there, Randy, officially puts that man on your screen at the top of the leaderboard by a couple of blinds. The first occasion since the beginning of day 2 that anyone can lay claim to that slot. So power shift. So we have a changing of the guard, four-handed, here at the 15K final table.
Queen 10 into the muck in the cutoff for Paulius. Opportunity for Wang to attack the shorter stack in the tournament, as he does jam. And we've got a call from the ace-3.
So off to the races we go. Zhen Chen, shortest stack. Knew he needed to pick a spot.
我就看你跑的怎么样。
The ace-3 suited, as good as any
我给短
to
板
dig in with against Yuju's jam. And the Jack-9 offsuit, a qualifier versus the depth of Chen to his left. And this 11.4 million needs to go Zhen Chen's way if he wants to avoid a 4th place finish. In front heading to the flop and stays that way on the 4-4-3 board, but still Jacob and Nina to worry about with 2 to come. No issues on the turn, no spade to worry about.
One more card to hold.
And hold he does. So chips in transit, as no sooner did Wang claim the chip lead than he doubles Zhen Chen and relinquishes it back to Zhao.
And Zhen Chen is actually going to be in a very comfy spot with that double up.
你那佛没出面儿。
Really close in terms of chip counts to Paulius now.
All right. And
And even the short stacks, they're not in terrible shape, given they're sitting about 14, 15, 16 bigs or so.
Down medium. 3. Okay.
So the counting done.
Yes, sir. Things are really shaping up to get interesting now. Nobody has a sub-10 big blind stack. Granted, Zhen Chen's double puts him at 14 big blinds. Paulius was 17 bigs, just 3 blinds separating them. And then Jeju Wang, off his high water mark, 29 bigs, just 5 back of, once again, chip leader Hongjun Zhao. A lot of jockeying here.
Decent hand for tournament chip leader, 1.7 million. The Jack 10 off suit. Gonna get over to Paulius, who's got queen 9 off. Not even looking to defend that one.
You know, I just use the term jockeying, and you know I'm always fascinated by you and your life, Randy, because I learn something new about you every single festival. Have you ever been to the horse track?
No, I haven't.
What about the dog track?
No, and not the lion track or whatever.
I don't think there's any lion track. What is this, Gladiator 2? They're, what about the racetrack? Like cars? No?
I don't think so.
No?
Why? What are you trying to get at?
Just, you know, whether or not there's certain forms of gambling that you're addicted to
Okay,
that we have yet to explore.
Have you ever been to the carnival games with the little horses? You throw the ball in the hole and they race?
1000%. Circus.
Yeah. I played that one. Into that track.
You ever grab a ball from the unattended slot next to you so that you get 2-ball action on those
Jeez,
things?
You're grimy.
Listen, bro, when you're trying to win stuffed animals, it's every man for himself out there.
Would you
Pocket
just take your
nines.
opponent's ball and throw it away?
No. There's no one there. So, you know.
You having your friend yell at some kids while they're playing so they can't play properly? Man, you're a real scumbag sometimes, aren't you?
You know, we're not yelling at the kids. We're just outfoxing them. Meanwhile, outflanking the nines is Paulius with king queen. He's 3-bet to 7 million, and this is a little uncomfortable, Randy. You know, Paulius.
I think this just goes in. Nines is nines after all for what? 15 big blinds?
He agrees with you. Jams, this is not what Paulius wanted to see, but the 7 million obviously was too much of his chips to do anything other than call it off. And let's be fair, when you hear all in come through pretty quickly, you're happy this isn't queens plus or ace king, ace queen.
Agreed.
So 2 clean overs in a 26 million chip pot, the biggest I think we've seen so far here at this FT. 10-7-5. Paulius needs paint, and he needs it in a hurry. That's the look of a man trying to ward paint off this board. As the nines are hanging on.
Well, there's paint, but not quite the one just yet.
Nines turning into blockers to the now newly acquired open-ender Paulius. 27%. Can he find the 9 queen king or ace? Yes! No.
That's small.
See you in Macau. Yeah, see you.
So the Lithuanian vanquished in 4th place, Randy, and I don't know how to tell you this, but there's one flag that flies proudly.
Chinese domination.
4 players left, 4 members of the delegation. How about that?
他这牌没有推的必要。
And how about a handsome 395,000 headed Paulius's way? Add that to his 151,000 in career Triton earnings that he picked up.
对，刚才你
He
大
went
嘛。
1 for 6 last time out in Jeju. 39th in the 100K main event. 4th here in the 15K. At the end of the day, didn't put a foot wrong, Randy.
No, and he actually put himself early in the goings, kind of got that 4-bet jam through against our chip leader, but then later kind of quiet down a bit. Eventually took his shot with king queen, but couldn't down the 2 nines. Final 3, all from China, and $500,000 guaranteed.
What a ladder that was. 105,000, 102,000 rather. 497 exactly assured. Or 395. No, 497, forgive me. Next ladder, Randy. Almost 200K.
I know it's big.
196,000 to be exact. It's got to be on everyone's mind. 10-7 offsuit, limps. The 8-3 off, checks back. Raggy ones head to the flop.
All players ready for event number 3, the 25K NLH start taking seats. Total starts in just under 5 minutes.
Neither player with a pair. The gut shot knuckles over.
Wong is the chip leader with 8 high. Checks it back. Board pairing ace. I'd like to see Zhao consider a bet with this gut shot. Instant fold.
Uneventful one as the delayed barrel with the gut shot equity earns Zhao the pot. No complaints out of him.
今天打得真好。勾勾那把牌打得真好。
你一把勾勾，一把勾
2把差点
圈
死
都躲掉了。
都躲掉了。
勾勾那手牌就因为我27乱搞了之后，我感觉人家妈要惩罚我，我2边野，所以我 flop 本来是 flop 我就那个
flop 我是想动的
3拍我要
我没动
领你的3拍，我想了一下就放弃了。合理，你看我是低大阔的，没有想过其他办法。
转牌你应该 raise 的，
转牌就是肯定要 raise 啊那儿，
但你没 raise。
我就因为我27妈乱求搞，我自己都，我感觉要惩罚我他妈这种。
Hong Jun Zhao is second in chips, but he isn't going to slow down, raising weak hands.
Resuming the pressure application. Not the chip leader. That honor belongs to Wang at present. 45 bigs to 36. Just 14 bigs for Zhen Chen, and look at this. A big wag of the finger from this big blind. This is half of his stack with Queen Trey, but it's that big little offsuit combo that we often see play back because of the unblocking and blocking properties that it has.
You're right about that. It's just so crazy to do off of his stack. I suppose this is just a pure adjustment against Hong Jun Zhao. He knows at this point he's raising 82 cards.
I mean, that was very well timed and fruitful for Zhen Chen, who's really just been scrappy.
Yeah, I think he has really good timing on when to attack. And, you know, he's not a crazy player, but he really just knows when he can use his image and time it well.
All players in event number 3, the 25K start taking seats. Total starts in 2 minutes.
Last 10 seconds. Raise 600,000.
Kind of feels like we're going into the trenches with these hands.
5-4 makes it 1.6 to go from the button. A dominant 9-4 suited comes along. Neither player connecting on this Broadway board.
C-bet incoming.
Understandably seeking to represent the rich part of the deck, even though he's got the dusty one. That 1.8 gets through, and he's starting to put a little runway between himself and the former chip leader. Now better than 3-2 lead over him as Zhen Chen hangs on. Showed some grit himself.
Dealers in event number 3, the 25K, 2 players and more. Start preparing your deck.
Shorter stack on the button. 8-3 of hearts. Not going to play.
7-5 of hearts. I don't see a fold in this man's future.
No, he's just contemplating whether he should raise or limp. He's going to go for the former. 2.4, good for 3x. An offsuit king for Jeju Wang.
Note that it's the same sort of hand composition that emboldened Zhen Chen moments ago to re-raise.
It is a candidate to re-raise with. I just don't really think it's in his style.
No, in fact, he just goes away, Randy.
Yeah, I think it's all right. It's just his hand doesn't have as much playability post flop. That's why players tend to use that big, very small card because, you know, even if you pair to the bottom card, you're not thrilled about it by any means.
If you're not going to 3-bet it, you'd rather fold than flat.
I think so, yeah. But suited, of course, I'd be calling, but offsuit, not much playability.
There's a look at those on hand to see how the podium takes shape here in this all Chinese final table now. Eight-four suited. Limping. The diamonds are dominated.
Opportunity to see a free flop. Usually you want to isolate weaker holdings, like non-suited hands in the spot. The suited hands, you want to take a free one. You don't want to get jammed on if you do raise. And it's flush draw versus flush draw.
Somehow the action board shows up. 2.4 in there, limped pre. Wong goes to work. Min bet.
I have to imagine this plays as a call with position.
Very dry turn after the call from Chen.
Kind of a tricky one for the Jack-6 of diamonds because you're not really looking to get jammed on because of how many perceived outs you have. Kind of like slowing down and maybe stab the river if you don't improve. Oh, it's flush versus flush.
The ace of diamonds rolls right off after it goes check, check on the turn in a 4 million chip pot. And how much will get in there? SPR of 2.5 for Zhen Chen, but a jack-high flush is a lot of hand. Jeju cooked, doesn't realize it, betting out, half pot. Chen loves to see it.
Yeah, just how much can he raise? It doesn't want to scare off like a non-flush hand. Makes it 7.5 million. I suppose this just gets snapped off.
Yeah.
And here we go.
Oh my goodness.
Huge cooler.
750万。
Zhen Chen's got 22 million now.
Hung around Randy and got rewarded
转牌打你是不是要推我了？
with a playable stack at long last.
He's been patient.
Found that half stack 3-bet versus the open from Hong Junjiao with king tray or queen tray, was it? And now he's found the gift of flush over flush to put himself up into contention. And who would have thought that this would be the leaderboard that takes us to the break? 27 bigs in front of the new chip leader, Jeju Wang, dethroning Hong Junjiao ever so slightly. 22 bigs, though, for Zhen Chen. The all-Chinese final table taking shape. A bit breathless on more than one occasion were we here in the booth, and I'm sure those of you at home. Set of aces against the Jackson 8s for Wei Ranpu with the flush draw. Then you saw flush over flush. Set of kings, set of jacks. What is still in store for us here? I'm eager to find out.
It's been an amazing tournament, and we still have 3 players remaining. They all have their own unique style. It really is a tight cluster up there. 2 players with 27 bigs, 1 with 22. It really is anyone's game. It's been phenomenal so far. I can't wait to watch the end of it.
All right, we're going to take the blinds up. A scheduled break is upon us, 10 minutes, and then we'll be right back here in Jeju with continuing coverage, looking to see how this podium shapes up in Event 1, the 15K. Stay close.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
But I know where you're coming from. He feels like he's been a bit active, and he's trying to hopefully preserve some image. This is quite a bad hand, but does he have the appetite? Yeah. Okay. This Omikaze's got everything, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Jack 4 offsuit. Right on the heels of having shown the ace, all of a sudden, a completely different look as the Robbie takes us upstairs. Queen 10 suited this time for Wei Ranpu. And what's the VPIP on Zhao right now? Well over 50%.
No, it's
Excuse
way more.
me.
It's like closer to 90%. He folded King Jack offsuit last hand. He's had enough. He's like, there's just no way. There's no way he has it every hand. An ace king for Jozoff. What bad timing is this for Wei Ranpu?
So brutal. He and Jozoff down toward the bottom of the chip counts. Pooh knows at the VPIP levels he could be targeting the opener, but this jam over the top of him bodes so poorly as the snap fold comes in from Zhao, and we're off to the races. The good news for Weiran is he's got 2 clean cards. The bad news is he's a 3-2 dog.
This is short stack versus short stack. One of them will have a healthy one after this hand.
Jozoff over to his rail for a little love.
我跟你们也都不
Obviously,
同
the covering stack not at risk, but
This is why we
he would
have
love
this.
to secure the pay ladder and bring us to 5-handed action. This we know.
又
This
跑
one
出来
lost yesterday, no?
He's back.
What?
This unlucky. Yeah, yes.
The capybara has
No,
returned.
no, you know why? He has a backpack now.
Oh.
To the flop we head. Wow. Jack 9-8 with a couple of hearts.
Flop Jack 9-8 2 hearts.
It would be very difficult for Weiran Pu to lose this pot. Blame me if he does, but he has this thing all but locked up. And forgive me, I was under the impression that the covering stack was Jozoff's. Instead, ever so slightly, Weiran Pu was the covering stack, Randy, and therefore, on this turn, where Jozoff draws dead, he is showered in 6th.
That hamster is going to the trash can, I'll tell you that. It did not work. That was brutal. Yeah, speedy exit.
Demoralizing, but if there's any solace, it's that the hand played itself.
Me and Team China.
Jam, rejam, it's ace-king. You win some, you lose some, but you're not going to...
You know, didn't play for that big prize, but even then, Paulius is not that far ahead of the 3rd and 4th place stacks, only by a couple big blinds. I mean, at least this is suited. You know?
4 high on the button and an ace-jack for Weiran.
Gotta jam. Just the frequency is too high. Just it's impossible for him to have it every single hand.
I mean, but look, Zhen Chen has 13 bigs. You have 22 bigs. He is going to jam. It would be such a disaster if all of a sudden you did run into it, though. And he has. Not against Zhao, but against Yuzhu Wang.
How unlucky is this? But don't forget, last time he ran into ace king, he got there.
This is a very different proposition as he's dominated. And Buddha is deployed. 3-4 suited is relinquished, and we're off to the races. Unfortunately for Weiran Pu, this race is one in which he is very severely handicapped. 20 million plus chip pot. He does cover ever so slightly, but he rates to be sitting on crumbs when the dust settles on this pot. Can he make that 24% equity come to life? Doesn't look like it. Jack of spades does work. Can he pick up a flush draw or a Broadway draw? No, so he draws dead.
It's not over.
还有一点，我还赢了，进去我顺子。
哦，你还少一点。
That was interesting. They both got on their feet. Did Weiran not know that he was the covering stack?
You just feel so defeated when you lose like 9 million. It's like, it's a hope that he got a pay jump that last hand. And we've got a premium.
Pocket kings for the chip leader.
1.4. Jax just quickly calls.
This
That
is
great
interesting.
restraint.
Remember, this is the man with pocket 4s that decided to jam. Granted, chip leader wasn't involved in that particular exchange, but really, really slick flat on the button. Let's see if he can find a board that would let him escape against these 2 kings.
No.
Oh, set over set. Good night, sweet prince. And look at Hong Junjiao, a dirty check.
Really? What?
Oh,
He
and a
checked it
check back. They're both trapping. I mean, there's no escape. Is there?
I mean, maybe if a diamond came, but that's still blank. This is lights out for Yu Wang. There's just no chance he doesn't lose all of his chips. He's probably going to raise.
What if something wet shows up on the river? Do you think he might think he's trapping with a flat here, right?
Of course.
Because there was no c-bet and, you know, high VPIP and also high c-bet frequency for the chip leader. So when he checks and then a, you know, innocent-looking card comes off on the turn and he just barrels half pot.
He just calls.
It does feel to me, if I'm Wong, like a hand that may be drawing dead against me.
I agree. It's still pretty safe river card. Sure, Queen 10 got there, but both players are doing backflips right now.
I mean, listen, if I'm Zhao, I'm absolutely not worried about Queen 10 having flattered me. Therefore, my hand feels like the nuts, and as we can see, it is. Conversely, though, for Wong, Queen 10 could be a part of the opening range and then maybe a delayed c-bet on the turn. Wow.
How great is that for Wong?
没打光了，没打光了。
逼呀，你们两个。
弗洛夫应该推出来的，弗洛夫该打了。
You know what it is, though, Randy? That's an operator who understood the proposition.
太稳了，太稳了，真的稳。
太牛逼了。
I mean, I'm actually pretty darn impressed with the way that he went about that pot. He didn't get over exuberant on the flop with so much hand after the pre-flop opener who's... And welcome back to Jeju for continuing coverage of the final table of event number 1. The 15K record breaker, 1.1 million up top, still looking for a home. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. Not only are we going to bring this down to a champion, where 3 members of the Chinese delegation are jockeying on the podium right now, but we're also going to crown a champ in the 20K. Coverage of that comes your way after this, and potentially even a little bonus coverage of the 25K after that. Going to be a long day full of action here at Triton. But the action we're focused upon right now, of course, involves Yu Wang, Hong Junjiao, as well as Zhen Chen. And Randy, we've watched these guys play. There have been big chip leads held by Hong Junjiao. He has since relinquished it, and it's 34 bigs, 33 bigs, 27 bigs by my count right now. There it is in the Triton Poker Plus app, although I do believe the blind's going up to 501,000, if I'm not mistaken, and so it'll be, you know, the same relative distribution there, but just consider that it is anyone's ball game right now.
100%. And I feel like we have the least amount of data points on Zhen Chen, just because he's mainly been a short stack throughout this table tournament, but now he's not too far behind, and he can really kind of sneak in there and really do a little sneak attack.
I mean, listen, Zhen Chen, this is his first ever Triton event. Can you imagine? 1.1 million and a title in your first ever. Forgive me, that was Yu Wang that we had up there, but here it is. Zhen Chen, no earnings, no events, but he has looked every bit a pro, Randy.
What's crazy is I'm looking around is Hong Junjiao also has $0 in Triton earnings. He did play one other event, the short deck to 50K, but all 3 of them first Triton cash.
Yeah, I mean, Yuju, you saw his bio inadvertently when I was talking about Zhen Chen. He, too, a Triton first-timer, and, I mean, what a dream come true for these guys in terms of result. At present, the lockup is $497,000 and almost $200K separating third and second, so it's going to get pretty surgical out there. But right now, we're going to see some poker getting played with the stack distribution where it is.
Yeah, and it's their type of surgery they're performing. You know, it's not the same one that we're used to seeing, so I think that what makes great content for us to watch.
Yeah, not all scalpels are created equal. Not all instruments are precision-based, and Hong Junjiao definitely showed us many different gears as he worked his way to this point, but it is a point that I don't think he anticipated would arrive with him not holding the chip lead, and so we'll see how things take shape with Wong holding that chip lead right now. This is going to be an absolutely dynamite run to a champ. You don't want to miss it. Here we go back into the arena, brought to you by WPT Global. The 15K 8 Max raging on. Wei Run Pu among the dearly departed, the fourth member of the delegation who could not outlast Paulius Plasinitis. Paulius in fourth, Pu in fifth, and Jozoff in sixth on today's coverage. Kuznetsov, Zhugralin, and Dong prior to those eliminations, 7th through 9th. There it is. 500K, 1 million. That's the blind level. 2.5 million shaved off your stack. Every 3 hands.
Yeah, there really is nowhere to hide in three-handed play. Blinds come around very quickly, so you do need to get involved, and it's kind of the guy who's willing to play the most pots and stab here and there that comes out on top in this three-handed battle.
Yes, it is. And this three-handed battle resuming now.
There's usually a lot of limping from the small blind. Curious to see how Zhen Chen approaches Queen 10 off. He's going to go with the raising strategy.
2.8. Not quite 3x, but sized up from the minimum accordingly when it is small blind versus big blind. These are standard procedures and definitely shed light on the notion that Zhen Chen is a smooth operator. Not so smooth as 7 tray off, and Zhao will bow out.
He's creeping in. Am I allowed to ask the chat who they're rooting for of these three, or who they think is going to win?
I mean, why not? Let us know, chat. Do you have a sweat? Who has impressed you the most? Who do you feel like deserves that Triton trophy and the 1.1 million? I hate to break it to you, Randy, but some of the feedback may come in Chinese characters, which, of course, you're drawing dead.
Do any of those characters contain a 1, 2, or 3? Because I can read those.
Yeah.
4 is where it gets tricky.
Ace in the small. Zhao pump fake before going back for added reinforcements. 2.7 million soldiers.
Yeah, with the blind increase, needs to size up a little bit more than the prior 2.4 million, likely at the last blind level. It's going to show the ace. Not this time. It's a different game, three-handed.
Yeah.
Can't reveal too much.
Playing it close to the vest. Another raise and take. Is 20 some odd bigs, which is what everybody shares right now, Hongjun Zhao, once again the chip leader, considered fairly deep when you're three-handed in a big MTT?
For me, yes. Mainly because we're supposed to see a lot of limps in blind versus blind confrontations, so there's a lot of stack to pot ratio. But if they play a very raise-heavy strategy from the small blind, you know, it's much more easy for them to get in stacks. And Yu Juwang is just outright ripping in 25 bigs with pocket eights.
Is it reckless?
I'm not sure if reckless is the right word because eights is clearly a hand you don't mind getting in.
But
I
you're
feel
only
like
going to
he's
get
missing-
called.
I just feel like he's missing an opportunity to allow his opponent to make a big mistake. Perhaps, for example, let's just say his opponent has a smaller baby pocket pair. They might reshove into you with eights, but they might not call off like pocket twos, threes, or fours. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And when they do call, you're holding your breath.
Yeah. So he's obviously going to win the blinds very often, but
you can win the blinds without committing your whole stack.
I agree. He's got aces. That's a good start.
Not the first time he's had them here at this final table either.
Obviously not going to open rip it. This hand is too good.
He is going to open, though, and the sizing, 2.2. Uh-oh.
That's a monster hand, three-handed.
Ace, queen suited. You wouldn't fault Zhen Chen for stepping in it here.
7 million.
And he does 3-bet to 7 million as the pin is pulled in this grenade.
Well, if Yuju Wang thinks his opponent is strong, obviously he's going to rip it in there and just get it in now.
Is that because he is very comfortable with the idea that 3-betting to 7 million, Zhen Chen doesn't have any folds? Apparently, yes, as he rips it. A snap call from Zhen Chen, and obviously he nods his head, recognizing that in this particular exchange, he is the bug and not the windshield.
Massive favorite to get to heads up. Ace is looking amazing.
Boy, this is the first occasion on which the gravity of this moment feels as though it is weighing on Yuju Wang, whose aces sit so pretty. 9-7-4, no diamond on board. You cannot blame Zhen Chen for demiking here.
Needs to dodge running queens.
0.3%.
That's it.
Well, when you asked the chat, Randy, who they thought was going to hoist the trophy, that's the man that a majority of the respondents felt was the best remaining player and the most likely to do just that. And no sooner did they answer than Zhen Chen was vanquished. Through no fault of his own, of course, an unmerciful deck, a cooler, but no better way to warm you up than $500,000 in payout here at your first ever Triton Super High Roller Series event. And there's many more days left for Zhen Chen to leave his mark on this festival, as Yuju Wang will take a better than 2-to-1 chip lead into heads-up play against Hong Jun Zhao. 51.1 million to 24.7. And we got down here in a hurry after coming back from the break. That glimpse brought to you by BetACR. On lockup now for these two, $693,000. And one of them is going to take home $1.1 million. We normally have to wait till the 50K part of the program to award seven-figure payouts. Not here in Jeju. The record breaker getting it done for Zhen Chen. GG.
He played a good game. You know, he was a short stack for most of the tournament. He, found some spots to chip up here and there. Played the aces perfectly, right, where he checked it back, got the 7-deuce to bluff at him. But in the end, what are you going to do? Three-hand of ace-queen suited off of 20 bigs.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do.
Not at all. What we can do, though, is step aside ever so briefly. It's going to take about 15 minutes to get everything set up for heads-up play, I'm being told. But be patient, because you will be rewarded with a dynamite heads-up battle. If I had to guess, these two have already locked horns on so many occasions. It's going to be a little bare knuckle out there if I had to guess, and you don't want to miss it. Keep it close. We'll be back in about 15 to crown a champ in Event 1.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
This is quite a bad hand, but does he have the appetite? Yeah. Okay. This Omikaze's got everything, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Jack 4 offsuit. Right on the heels of having shown the ace, all of a sudden, a completely different look as the Robbie takes us upstairs. Queen 10 suited this time for Wei Ranpu. And what's the VPIP on Zhao right now? Well over 50%.
No, it's
Excuse
way more.
me.
It's like closer to 90%. He folded King Jack offsuit last hand. He's had enough. He's like, there's just no way. There's no way he has it every hand. An ace king for Jozoff. What bad timing is this for Wei Ranpu?
So brutal. He and Jozoff down toward the bottom of the chip counts. Pooh knows at the VPIP levels he could be targeting the opener, but this jam over the top of him bodes so poorly as the snap fold comes in from Zhao. And we're off to the races. The good news for Wei Ran is he's got 2 clean cards. The bad news is he's a 3-2 dog.
This is short stack versus short stack. One of them will have a healthy one after this hand.
Jozoff over to his rail for a little love.
我跟你们也都不
Obviously,
同
the covering stack not at risk, but
This is why we
he would
have
love
this.
to secure the pay ladder and bring us to 5-handed action. This we know.
This one lost yesterday, no?
He's back.
What?
This unlucky. Yes.
The capybara has returned.
No, you know why? He has a backpack now.
Oh.
To the flop we head.
Wow.
Jack 9-8 with a couple of hearts.
Flop Jack 9-8 2 hearts.
It would be very difficult for Wei Ron Pu to lose this pot. Blame me if he does, but he has this thing all but locked up. And forgive me, I was under the impression that the covering stack was Jozoff's. Instead, ever so slightly, Wei Ron Pu was the covering stack, Randy, and therefore, on this turn, where Jozoff draws dead, he is showered in 6th.
That hamster is going into the trash can, I'll tell you that. It did not work. That was brutal. Yeah, speedy exit.
Demoralizing, but if there's any solace, it's that the hand played itself.
Me and Team China.
Jam, rejam, it's ace-king. You win some, you lose some, but you're not going to...
You know, didn't play for that big prize, but even then, Paulius is not that far ahead of the 3rd and 4th place stacks, only by a couple big blinds. I mean, at least this is suited. You know?
4 high on the button and an ace-jack for Wei Ron.
Gotta jam. Just the frequency is too high. It's impossible for him to have. He ran into ace-king. He got there.
This is a very different proposition as he's dominated. And Buddha is deployed. 3-4 suited is relinquished, and we're off to the races. Unfortunately for Wei Ron Pu, this race is one in which he is very severely handicapped. 20 million plus chip pot. He does cover ever so slightly, but he rates to be sitting on crumbs when the dust settles on this pot. Can he make that 24% equity come to life? Doesn't look like it. Jack of spades does work. Pick up a flush draw or a Broadway draw? No, so he draws dead.
It's not over.
That was interesting. They both got on their feet. Did Wei Ron not know that he was the covering stack?
You just feel so defeated when you lose like 9 million. It's like, there's a hope that he got a pay jump that last hand. And we've got a premium.
Pocket kings for the chip leader.
1.4. Jacks just quickly calls.
This
that
is
great
interesting. Remember, this is the man with pocket 4s that decided to jam. Granted, chip leader wasn't involved in that particular exchange, but really, really slick flat on the button. Let's see if he can find a board that would let him escape against these 2 kings.
No.
Oh, set over set. Good night, sweet prince. And look at Hong Jun Zhao. A dirty check.
Really?
What? Oh, and a check back. They're both trapping. I mean, there's no escape. Is there?
I mean, maybe if a diamond came, but that's still blank. This is lights out for Yu Juwang. There's just no chance he doesn't lose all of his chips. He's probably going to raise.
What if something wet shows up on the river? Do you think he might think he's trapping with a flat here, right?
Of course.
Because there was no c-bet and, you know, high VPIP and also high c-bet frequency for the chip leader. So when he checks and then a, you know, innocent-looking card comes off on the turn and he just barrels half pot,
he just calls.
It does feel to me, if I'm Wong, like a hand that may be drawing dead against me.
I agree. It's still pretty safe river card. Sure, Queen 10 got there, but both players are doing backflips right now.
I mean, listen, if I'm Zhao, I'm absolutely not worried about Queen 10 having flattered me. Therefore,
Agree.
my hand feels like the nuts, and as we can see, it is. Conversely, though, for Wong, Queen 10 could be a part of the opening range, and then maybe a delayed c-bet on the turn. Wow.
How great is that for Wong?
这个都没打光呀，
没打光了，都没打光了。
牛逼呀，你们两个。
弗洛夫应该推出来的，弗洛夫该打的。
You know what it is, though, Randy? That's an operator who understood the proposition.
太稳了，太稳了，真的稳。
太牛逼了。
I mean, I'm actually pretty darn impressed with the way that he went about that pot. He didn't get over exuberant on the flop with so much hand after the pre-flop opener, who's a high V-pipping.
I'm still in shock that he only lost that much. He didn't re-raise pre-flop, potentially get it in pre, like maybe, oh, he's just raising too much out of jam. He didn't get it in any chips in on the flop. Just called on the turn, a blank turn. I mean, insane. And now we got 8-6 offsuit jamming because the big blind ante is next. Can he get it through?
I mean,
3.5
yeah.
bigs.
Unlike when Weiron had 1.3 last time he doubled through Zhao, this one is a little meatier.
I mean, he can afford it. And he is going to toss in the orange. Live cards versus live cards.
Well, 5 million chip pot. Weiron getting action.
我在想有10以上的我。
那个差，没有，你应该是蛮靠的。不是看那个23咋测，我觉得也都。
It's all laughter right now, but if this 8-6 falls, which it very well could, perhaps things won't be so funny. But 8 high is in the lead on an ace-queen 3 board.
8 high could play.
Oh, double gutter to go with the 7 and the 4. Add a deuce or a 6 for Hongjun Zhao. That's a lot to fade. 30% equity. And instead the board pairs, and Weiron Pu once again manages to double, and this time he does it with 8 high, Randy. Excuse me.
Did. Ba high, got that one. Translated.
下次你再推我不要了，不要了。
That was a value jam pre.
我他妈完全瞎搞。
Ace 10 suited for the player who is no longer the short stack, but still down there. Oh, and he's up against Ace King of the shortest stack.
Well, the good news for Weiron Pu is that he covers, and an ace-jack offsuit for Zhen Chen. He covers them both.
Oh my gosh. Ace-jack might even be good in this spot. Ooh, this is disgusting. Great fold.
Yeah. You know, you get delusions of grandeur, potential double knockout, but also there's the upside of realizing the pay ladder and allowing these two guys to maybe bring us a knockout.
Sure.
So while the ace-jack did have the original jammer in bad shape, the man calling off has all ace-x's in bad shape. An ace-king of clubs here, 5.7 million chip pot. Can Wong hold? It looks that way on an 8-7-5 board.
Needs to dodge the 10.
So far, so good, and now opportunities for Weiron Pu, who could really disappoint. Or a 7 or a 5 to roll off, let alone a 10. Third 8 is not a chop card, however. And so Yuju Wong will begin the rebuilding process.
It's been swingy down there, and Weiron Pu has gotten it in 3 times against Ace King. One time he did win was against Jozoff.
这个太轻松，all in。 140万。
All in once again. Where on?
King,
这个
queen.
太大了，我这个牌我都不知道。
More than good enough. And Zhao, again, the man that's going to be his customer. Jack 10. As he leans back and wonders, will this be the pot in which I vanquish my countrymen? 3.7 million in the middle.
我的。
Better than 3-2 favorite is Pooh. The flop will bring it into focus. And now 72% with 2 to come is Wei Ron. Broadway gutter acquired. As now the 10 and the jack would be no good. Given that Wei Ron paired. Jack came too late.
每次都在我身上翻倍。
Cards back in the air now. Queen Jack for Paulius.
There was a time when he would open that. I think given what's happened to Fountain Table, he's been 3-bet 3 times already by Zhao. He's just like, you know what? I'm going to sit it out. I'm going to wait the short stacks out now.
Well, Zhao didn't sit it out. And now he's going to have to spin the wheel again with Wei Ron, because it's only 800,000 more to make the call after the jam with ace 8. All right. This is the 4th time, Randy. It's tough to flip a coin and come up heads or tails 4 consecutive times. Now, granted, these aren't 50-50 propositions. As you can see, a significant advantage for Wei Ron this time, but nevertheless, it is improbable. But now, the improbability is Hongjan Zhao's to endure on an 8-4 tray board. He does not have a spade, but he does now have a wheel gutter as he trades 3 jacks for 4 deuces. No cider, but not the one that will vanquish Wei Ron, whose resiliency continues.
Live once more. Look at Paulius, like, seriously?
Sit with like 20 big blinds and then work his way into a podium finish of some sort. Just consider all of the occasions in which he had to get his nub in there and take a pot before doing just that. Not impossible. Stranger things have happened. And for that matter, even though he is a massive favorite right now with so many chips, we have seen epic unravelings. Ace-7 suited for Hongjun Zhao. And this is not epic, but it is significant. As the jam from Wang's ace-jack gets snapped, now we play for 9.9.
Amazing spot for Yuju Wang. Can be right back in it if he can hold. Dominating ace. Looks good.
But it does. 1 heart lurks, and that 7 working. And
it's working hard.
Yeah. 9 on the turn, and all of a sudden the threats get very real for Yuju Wang. Can he hang on? Fade the 10, 7, and 5. Yes. And I'll tell you what, Hongjun Zhao is going to get a little tired of doubling everybody up. Covered everyone is doubled, though.
Aces. King's last hand.
This is insane. And welcome back for the moment that we've been waiting for. The first champion to be crowned here in Jeju at the first of 2 festivals in 2025 on the Triton Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, and the final 2. Both of China it is. Hongjun Zhao, who was the overwhelming chip leader coming into this FT, had the chip lead all of day 2, squaring off, now out chip 2-1 against Yuju Wang. We do have some particulars to get to, Randy, as a deal has been struck. The chip leader is going to take home $975,000. Hongjun Zhao is going to take home $778,000, and they're going to play for $40K. Now, with that said, there is still obviously the trophy. And I would imagine that for these two guys, so early in his career is Zhao, and this is the stone first event for Yuzhu Wang, that's going to mean something. I turn to you to get a sense based on all that you've observed, not just at this FT, but across the couple of days that preceded. What should we be looking for? What do you feel in terms of their styles that we're going to be observing as we get down to heads up?
The thing is that both of these players have the style that is good for heads up, and that's just being aggressive post-flop. They're both going to be relentless, especially Hongjun Zhao. He's been barreling away, but I've seen Yuzhu Wang, our chip leader, go for some big check raise on the turn with very marginal hands and pure bluffs. So they both got what it takes. They took some money off the table, but definitely going to be battling for that title.
My intention is not to take anything away from any of the people who were at this final table, but as I look at the cast of characters and as I consider the themes, if we had ourselves a script and it were up to us, I feel as though we've done pretty well in terms of writing the ending on this one, and who knows how long it'll be before we get to the end. Chips could be moving in a hurry as they play for $40K, and a 2-1 chip lead belongs to Yuzhu Wang. Let's send it down back into the arena for the particulars. The blinds, 500K, 1 million, steady after the elimination of Zhen Chen in third. Ace Queen of Diamonds ran into aces. No shame in it. Here is an official look brought to you by GTO Wizard at the state of affairs. You think I mean, 40K is a lot of money. Unclear what kind of overall poker earnings these two guys have to their name. I would imagine the fact that they've struck a deal suggests that this is very meaningful for each of them. The trophy, of course, just given the infancy of Hongjun Zhao's career and the stone first event for Yuzhu Wang, that's going to be important as well. But do you think they're going to be just having a laugh, relaxing, and just letting things fly with only 40K up for grabs, or do you think they're going to go hard?
I think it's more likely they're going to play a little bit more lax because, that money aspect is kind of off the table at the moment. But then again, maybe as some time has passed in this heads-up match, it starts to become very real that I can get this title. This might be one of the few opportunities given how big these fields are these days.
I speculate that they'll both be kind of taking a cue from one another, perhaps, where if my opponent seems like they're not gunning, then I'll probably chill and not get, aggro.
Yeah.
If, conversely, it seems like they want to go hard at this, I'll probably mirror that energy if I'm either one of these guys and say, okay, if that's how it's going to be, then let's get dirty.
And to be fair, assuming there actually were equal in chips, I think this is a very fair match because both players, I'm going to assume they have very limited heads-up experience. So it might just come down to who can figure out how to play this format quicker and pick up more additional chips.
Sure.
Do have a couple walks so far.
And both of those walks were reasonable given the holdings. Now an ace on the button for Yuzhu.
Raise 2.2 million.
Do have a suited jack, good enough to defend. Pretty much any suited hand.
2.2 a man will take us to our first flop of heads-up play. Nine in the window is always a pretty sight, but unfortunately a couple of overcards, one of which puts Hongjun Zhao in front with the pair of jacks against bottom pair. Knuckles over.
It is a type of texture where it's very difficult to bet with bottom pair. It looks like he's going to do so, but it does get quite murky when your opponent does put it into call.
Check call of the 1.2 million C bet comes quickly. Pot grows to 7.8. 4 of spades. Doesn't cause concern for either party. For Wang, however, the check call is something of an issue.
I would like to see a check back, not inflate this pot unnecessarily.
Looks like a tidy agreement from Wang, who checks back and does not find the necessary 9 or ace.
It seems a bit thin to go for value with ace-9 in this spot.
I would almost say it seems like we're actually merging and maybe even bluffing a little bit if we were to barrel at it. Although that run out just would make it ambitious. So 2 streets of checking back from the pre-flop opener, and he will concede the first post-flop pot. And that does modestly narrow the gap between the two of them. You know, at the top of the broadcast, Randy, I was kind of speculating, inquiring rather, curious as to how Hongjun Zhao would respond. Were he to lose the chip lead, were he to get doubled through by one of the bigger stacks, it didn't really come together in that way. It was more death by a handful of cuts that left him shorter than Yuju Wang, who mostly compiled his chips elsewhere at the table. But I got to say, I haven't really seen any deviation in terms of his affect or his playing style now that he is out-chipped.
Yeah, you're right about that. He didn't really have a big demise, you know, like you said. Yuju Wang got most of his chips from the other opponents that are now eliminated.
All in.
He's announced all in. Chips just going now?
2.6 million, the open sizing, and yes, they do go in now. Yuju Wang jammed it, and Hongjun Zhao is in a wonderful spot here, looking to double right into the chip lead.
我刚刚也是 A9。
Yuju Wang doesn't look nervy. He'd love a chop, given the landscape here. This is a 57.2 million chip pot with ace-9 and ace-4 ripping 5, 7, 8. The 4 is still the only path forward, given the 6 would give Zhao the better straight. But if that 4 were to show up and hold, the title would be awarded. Instead, it's an ace on the turn. No reprieve for the chip leader, who may not be the leader much longer unless he can find a 4 and claim glory. No, it's the 7. The 9 kicker does play. And all of a sudden, reversal of fate and fortune here in the 15K.
Things escalated oh so quickly with those hands. And the ace-9 just has to call off given the reshove from Yuju Wang, but the ace-4, I don't blame him because in heads up, you got to think the ace is usually good. It was a little excessive, but you know,
well,
heads up is high variance.
But this is what I was going to ask you. If we were playing the honest pay jump, which was $407,000, 1.1 scheduled to go to the winner, 693 to second place. Of course, the deal, 975 locked up by Wang, 778 by Hongjun Zhao. You think that pot plays out the same way? Or it's because they've had a save and they've, you know, made a deal?
Right, I don't know the answer to that question, but I will say he's more likely to go with the ace-4 in that spot because of the deal.
Right.
Because I think it's very reasonable for him to have just flatted ace-4 pre off of the 28 big blinds or so that he had.
You know, it's one of those where there's plenty of hands that you would anticipate would simply raise fold. Maybe they would raise and call off, and the ace high would be good. I don't know. King queen suited specifically,
I just
something
think
in that
there
neighborhood.
wasn't enough data points in his heads-up match for him to confidently reshove at that moment. Like if you see Hong Jun Zhao like raise any 2 on every button, sure, it's printing money for him to reshove. But they just started heads up.
Hindsight always 20/20, and you wonder what's going on in that man's head right now. Is he lamenting the choice based on the result, or does he feel as though it was a straightforward spot? Only he can answer that question. As Zhao now holds a 3-1 chip lead. This is exactly how he was hoping he would get matters underway.
Do like that he's introducing a limping game here with position, especially you kind of want to figure out, is my opponent the type to attack when I limp? And when you see a check, it's a pretty good game plan with sub 20 bigs.
8-6-4, a pair and a gut shot for Jeju, dust for Zhao.
1 million? Fold.
1 million. Bet and take it, sir. Now, Randy, you've been with Triton since effectively the beginning of its broadcast history. Can you remember anybody else, as this man here has the opportunity to do, who won a title in their very first ever Triton event?
There's actually a lot of them.
There are.
Nick Schulman's one of them.
Nick Schulman is one of them, and I believe it happened here in Jeju, right?
And it was in short deck.
Shockingly enough, given I'm sure he's played less of that than anything else. Was Fedor Holtz another?
I'm not sure about that.
Obviously, a quick search in the Triton Poker Plus app will help with this trivia. Chat, let us know. Do you remember anyone else over the years, if you go back a ways with us, who won their very first ever? Fedor indeed among them. 2016 in the Philippines, a 200K buy-in. Takedown. If you had to guess, how many people would you say have managed that feat? Over
8.
5? 8, really? Wow.
Yeah, I feel like I've heard this a lot. That's why, like, some of these newcomers, they show up, they win event number 1.
Sure.
It's always like a huge field as well.
Yeah.
So I could be wrong, of course, but that's my read.
And there's a look back out toward the room as you observe all of those who are eagerly awaiting the outcome of this particular match. Jack 8.
Cool.
On limps.
Yeah, nothing wrong with keep on limping. If your opponent's not going to raise, it's a great spot with position.
4-5, not necessarily the hand that Zhao is keen to get more chips into the middle with. He does, however, have a pair of 4s, which is the best hand, but trails in equity by 2%, given Wang has overs to the 4 and that spade here on this monotone board texture. 1 million the barrel. Quickly called. Red 10 on the turn. Does provide Wang with a gutter to go with the flush draw.
Kind of like a double barrel with the Jack 8. You can really put a lot of pressure on the 4 and deuce X that doesn't have a spade in hand. The 10 overcards, that bottom end of the pairs, this is a really nice bet.
1.7 million.
1.7 into 5. And it is.
Oh, that's a better call, though.
It's nicely sized, though, to allow Zhao to make the call. Obviously, future game considerations are pesky. A lot of cards that you don't really want to see could be in a spot where he would need to hero. But here, with 2 pair, is not one of them. Now, how Zhao reacts to a potential bluff in this spot is going to be contingent upon the sizing. 8.4 in the middle, 14.9 back for Wong. Jack high.
He's cutting out a bet, and I don't blame him. I think it's a good bet because there are a lot of hands that call 2 bets, especially when they're small, that's just going to check fold the river.
Yeah, 4x, deuce x, with or without the spade, maybe 10x with a spade, whatever it is. You know Jack high ain't doing so hot at showdown, so 4.8 delivered, and Zhao picks it off as it's coming apart for Wong here early. And you see the wince, it's because he knows if that 5 doesn't give him 2 pair.
He probably wins the pot.
Yeah.
Plus, he had so much equity to take the lead. It was, yeah, I think he does take it too if it just hits like a 6 or 7 on the river. Fun pot.
That it was. Well, if you want to start having a little bit more fun at the poker table, and there's no better way to do that than producing results, then why not play at your best like these Triton champions that you're watching now using GTO Wizard, which offers clear and accurate solutions to every poker scenario you'll face. Start analyzing hands today with the industry's most advanced solver. Check it out at gtowizard.com.
Jack 3 offsuit, gonna walk the queen deuce suited. So it would appear that Yuju Wong is more willing to limp the button, whereas Hong Jun Zhao is more likely to go for a raising strategy and outright folding.
Has been a rough go of things for Yuju Wang. Ace Jack suited. Zhao's holding the deck now. See if this 4-5.
It's good for him. Save a small blind.
Yeah. Now I observed this gentleman over Zhao's shoulder to the left in the red jacket on the rail, motioning to Yuju Wang in a manner saying, calm down, just take a breath. You know, one wonders whether or not this is just a friend, perhaps a coach, who knows? Actually looks familiar, so apologies if it's a known player. But clearly somebody who has a rooting interest. And this is deflating. Ace King gets a walk. 2 ends of the spectrum there. 7 deuce. Not worthy.
Yeah, composure, you know, it's a big part of heads-up poker. You don't want to be forcing mistakes. You can control it. Play the best you can. Hope the poker gods shine on you.
They can be unrelenting and merciless, but to be fair, for Yuju Wang, things have gone quite well.
It's got King Queen on the button.
All in.
All in.
Jam and fold.
King Queen, the responsible kit. Well, sitting 13 bigs deep, Randy, unlike at the onset of Heads Up, where I suspected we're going to be playing a little bit of poker, does feel like fewer decision points are available.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of open jamming or raise, reshoves off of these shallow stacks.
它这个级别不会变了是吧？就这个了，还要涨吗？
Deuces. This should shove.
Oi.
Yeah, 7-4 can do nothing. It has been an absolute avalanche. The Hongjun Zhao show has resumed after being interrupted briefly.
And he hasn't really not held the chip lead for, like, when he didn't have the chip lead, it was for such a short amount of
You're
time.
right.
You know, it was like 2 hands of heads up.
It's almost as though he looked up and was like, wait a minute, what? Let me fix this. But while that trophy sits equidistant from those 2 seats.
Kind of seems like it's shifting towards the right.
Not kind of. It is. And 10 deuce offsuit ain't the one. And the more that these blinds eat up Yuju Wong, the more we anticipate the next time chips get in, it will be in some sort of all-in and call fashion.
What do you think of this idea? The dealer pushes the trophy based on who's got more chips.
I
closer.
talked about this. We should have a little pulley system, and then based on stack distributions, the trophy just kind of, you know,
Yeah.
gets closer and closer
Kinda like
to the
tug
other.
of war, right?
Yeah, right.
And then when it gets to the end, like all the money just drops down on top of you too. That'd be
It's
cool.
not Squid Game tug of war, Randy, where people
I didn't
drop.
say that, like,
You
I
said
was gonna
money
drop in a
drops.
hole
Okay,
out.
yeah, yeah. I heard drop, and I thought maybe. Did you see the most recent season of Squid Game?
I did.
That was some bullshit.
You-
It was like, it was so unsatisfying.
Me and you, you want to go share a room in the mingle game? Because I'm gonna
In
kick
the
you out.
in the what game? Oh, dude, where you have to run into the little thing and you got to boot
I
people?
already found a couple friends. Good luck, buddy.
That's wrong, Randy.
I'll take Griffin, Kevin.
That game's
James.
brutal, bro. You know what? You're going to need me one of these times. That game was savage. I was really unsatisfied, though, with that last season. Apparently, there's a new one coming.
Patience, my friend.
Yeah, I
You don't
know.
have to go all in every single hand. You can wait for the goods. See, patient. It's being demonstrated here. So we do see a limp pot.
10 high is best on a paired board. Not that Yuju knows it. Not sitting deep enough, obviously, to make mistakes.
Like that from 10-4.
Showing fight. And I think that shows character, Randy. A lot of times you can kind of end up in your shell a little bit because you're looking at every one of those single big blind barrels that don't go your way and consider them in terms of the percentage of your remaining stack. And, you know, ill-fated are the mistakes and painful. So you lose your, you know, your fight a little bit. Understandably, you sit back and think, okay, surely I'm going to get a spot here where I can just jam.
Yeah, he just needs to continue to chip. And it is fives versus jacks. Yuju Wong, he's going to be back in it.
Oh, he's going to beat this all-in into the pot once he realizes he's paired. Oh, wow. Look at that.
That's confidence.
Feeling swaggy. And 24.2 rates to go his way. A 4-1 favorite. Boy, you could see how important that was to his confidence. He was so tired of losing pot after pot, winning a tiny one here and there. It was the ace-4, ace-9 collision that put him in this spot. Might the jacks versus fives restore some order? It sure looks that way on a king 8-8 board. Turn.
Not quite.
Too close for comfort, it would seem, for Yuju Wang. Just needs to fade the 2-outer. And he does it.
吓死我了！我他妈拿出来我都看到两面了，他从我这个角度看到了两面。
So I don't know if you caught the gesture once more from the guy in the red jacket on the rail. Just kind of, hey,
you got
easy,
this.
You got this, play your game. There he is. As the rail begins to fill out.
I mean, he's very well in contention now with 24 big blinds versus the 52. Plenty of playability now. Not just a shove fest pre. But you know, Hongjun Zhao doesn't look shaken.
I mean, he's still got a better than 2-1 chip lead. That hand sort of played itself.
He really hasn't deviated from what's been working for him throughout this tournament.
Quickly, are the pocket fives a min-raise candidate?
Pre-flop?
Yep.
No,
Versus that stack depth, or do you just need to ask for all of it?
It's pretty much an always jam spot. Because you don't want to invite calls and then play it post-flop, because obviously you don't flop the set very often. Let us raise those blinds.
Bad news for the shorter of the two stacks, which continues to be Yuju Wang, as dilution is experienced on the back end of the double.
Oh, sixes versus aces? This is back-to-back hands, and it's flip-flopped.
Oh, boy. Well, the same sentiments that were enjoyed by Yuju Wang moments ago en route to the double-up are those which course through the veins of Hongjun Zhao. He looks completely unfazed.
可以推啊，多了吗？
Huge cooler.
Yuju can't believe just when he thought maybe the wind had filled his sails.
Can you find a 6? Oh.
Not only can he not find the 6, but Hongjun Zhao has found the ace. Runner quads is the only way. It only happens 1 in roughly 990 times, and this ain't going to be one of them. So with that turn, Hongjun Zhao secures victory at his second ever Triton Festival, in his second ever event, wearing the smile, brimming with pride, and bubbling over with payout. $818,000 in total after the deal was struck. Nothing to hang your head about, Mr. Wang. You ended up in second with more cash. $975,000, just shy, of course, of the 7-figure payout that our champion was supposed to make. He looked great in the process, referring to both the poker and the look. And I certainly hope that we haven't seen the last of either of those two gentlemen, both in this festival and future Triton events. Showing respect to one another, sportsmanship.
I'm taking a photo.
Great to see it, Randy. You know, for the pros, it can feel like another day at the office. For these two guys, it's a moment they won't soon forget.
This has to be the most memorable moment for both of these poker players in their career. It's going to be Hongjun Zhao that gets to hold that Triton title.
How sweet it is. That is rarefied air, elite company, and an earned accolade. Enjoy it, Mr. Zhao. Seldom do we see a smaller number at the top of the leaderboard than second place, but that's exactly what the deal that these two struck created here. Handsome pickups for both parties. The lion's share of the $5.7 million, as you got one last glimpse there, brought to you by WPT Global. Back at the desk, Randy and Ali with you. And, it got done in a little bit of a hurry. I confess, not unlike that last season of Squid Game, I'm a little bit less satisfied than I wanted to be. But, these two guys, they both were deserving champions potentially. It was Hong Junjiao's day, though, as it had been for most of this one.
Yeah, and, throughout Day 2, he was the chip leader. Day 3, he was the chip leader for most of the day. He relinquished it for a short amount of time. But for me, I saw a big shift in his play. The other day, he was playing very solid ranges. He was attacking here and there. But here, with the final 6 remaining, he came in with a game plan. I'm going to open up. Everyone's going to be so tight. He was raising all sorts of hand, all positions. For me, I actually think he played a very strong game, possibly the best at this final table.
Yeah, the body of work was one that definitely caught our attention. Less familiar with him. He had played short deck last time around here in Jeju, a different game altogether, and one in which you can't necessarily judge how someone will play long deck. It's such a different animal altogether, stylistically, but showed that he's got all the chops when you put the deuces through fives back in the deck and get it going as he hoists his first Triton title. Now, those are our thoughts, but never mind our thoughts. We want to hear from you guys. The folks over here at Triton, if you're in the YouTube chat, have put together a survey. We want to know, what do you want to see more of? What do you like? What do you maybe not like so much about our broadcast? Because as much as we are focused upon our players and making their experience wonderful, we care about our viewers as well. Simply type in !survey and you'll be given a link in the chat that you can click and you can let us know how you feel about what we got going on. What do you want to see? Be a part of this community that we're building, and we really do value your participation. So I definitely encourage you to do it. It's not a sweepstakes. We're not giving anything away, but we're not charging anything for this product, and obviously these are the ways in which you can help us to make sure that the experience is as good for you as it is for our players, and obviously we love to see it. So with that, we are going to send it back down to the arena where our champion is standing by with Lulu for an interview, but don't tune out, because as soon as the interview is over, we're going to go to a break. We're going to come back and we're going to pick up coverage of event number 2, the 20K, which we're going to play down to a champ as well. I'm going to step aside. Let's send it down to Lulu, and we'll see you in a few.
各位朋友，大家好，欢迎回到2025传奇扑克济州站的这一场比赛。我们现在站在我们身边的是这一场第一场揭幕赛的冠军，也就是$15,000买入的 Single Re-Entry 的比赛的冠军。站在我身边的这位叫赵红军，请先记住他的名字。首先恭喜您。
谢谢谢谢。
我注意到了，您其实不是第一次参加传奇扑克的比赛了。之前我们看到你参加过一场$15万买入的短牌赛事。那您是一个职业玩家吗？
不是，我是业余玩家。
您是业余玩家，那你参加的唯一一场的传奇赛事其实是一个短牌呢？这次怎么会来参加这场长牌的游戏呢？
我感觉这个传奇扑克打得比较舒服一些，然后买入高一些，人少一些。
但这场比赛实际上是我们传奇扑克系列赛当中买入最低的一场比赛。您这次是专门过来参加系列赛的吗？
我是过来打球的，顺便打一场咱们这个传奇扑克。
你知道这在中国有句话叫什么？这叫凡尔赛。本来过来是打球的，但是最终拿取了一场最高买入的这个冠军。这场的买入，因为突破了我们传奇扑克一项系列赛的买入人次啊。那您打这个传奇比赛之前有打过其他的一些系列赛吗？
打过一些。
那您之前的成绩怎么样？
成绩都很一般，有几次 FT 吧。
有几次 FT， 但成绩很一般。我觉得您真的是妥妥的凡尔赛，这个词就是为您而设的。那这一场夺冠之后，您今后会参加更多的传奇的系列赛吗？
会的，会参加的。
那在这个系列赛，接下来你有什么参赛计划吗？
有啊，那个3万、5万美元都会参加的。
3万5万美元的，那主赛会打吗？
主赛看下一场成绩吧。
其实这场比赛打下来啊，我们在桌上会看到有很多世界顶尖的高手，包括中国顶尖的玩家。你觉得在对抗他们的时候，会不会有什么不同的心得呢？
运气比较好一些。感觉还是中国玩家比较难打。
还是中国玩家比较难打是吗？您看到您从 Day 1的这个 Chip Leader 2倍的筹码领先第2名的玩家，到 Day 2依然是类似的情况。今天也是一个超级 Chip Leader 进入的这个决赛桌。那你觉得到最后给出我们中国一些玩家什么样的建议，能在传奇的比赛中更容易夺冠呢？
我感觉会有更多的中国玩家会在这次比赛中拿冠军吧。
那我希望，
我感觉他们技术都非常好。
是吧？那我希望我们的愿望都可以成真。那么接下来我们有请赛事总监卢卡为您颁上本场赛事的冠军奖杯以及奖金。Luca, please. 恭喜！让我们再次恭喜2025传奇扑克济州岛站第1场赛事15000美金买入的 Single Reentry 赛事的冠军赵红军。
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
Ready to dominate the tables? With GTO Wizard, the world's #1 AI-powered poker solver, you can instantly study any spot in cash games, MTTs, and spin and goes. Build custom solutions for your games, accounting for factors like rake, annies, or tournament payout structures. Plus, you can upload and analyze your hand histories with just one click. Beat the best, crush the rest at GTOWizard.com.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
On the button, and an ace-jack for Weiron.
Gotta jam. Just the frequency is too high. It's impossible for him to have it every single hand.
I mean, but look, Zhen Chen has 13 bigs.
All in.
You have 22 bigs. He is going to jam. It would be such a disaster if all of a sudden you did run into it, though. And he has, not against Zhao, but against Yuzhu Wang.
How unlucky is this? But don't forget, last time he ran into ace king, he got there.
This is a very different proposition as he's dominated. And Buddha is deployed.
有牌就接没关系。
3-4 suited is relinquished, and we're off to the races. Unfortunately for Weiron Pu, this race is one in which he is very severely handicapped. 20 million plus chip pot. He does cover ever so slightly, but he rates to be sitting on crumbs when the dust settles on this pot. Can he make that 24% equity come to life?
K 看到了。
Doesn't look like it.
这个后门黑桃啊
Jack of spades does work. Can he pick up a flush draw or a Broadway draw? No, so he draws dead.
It's not over.
你多两个，你多两个。
还有一点。
我还赢了，进去我顺子。
哦，你还少一点。
That was interesting. They both got on their feet. Did Weiron not know that he was the covering stack?
You just feel so defeated when you lose like 9 million. It's like there's a hope that he got a pay jump that last hand. And we've got a premium.
Pocket kings for the chip leader.
1.4. Jacks just quickly calls.
This
That
is
great
interesting.
restraint.
Remember, this is the man with pocket fours that decided to jam. Granted, chip leader wasn't involved in that particular exchange, but really, really slick flat on the button. Let's see if he can find a board that would let him escape against these two kings.
No.
Oh, set over set. Good night, sweet prince. And look at Hongjun Zhao. A dirty check.
Really?
What?
He
Oh, and a
checked it
check
back?
back. They're both trapping. I mean, there's no escape. Is there?
I mean, maybe if a diamond came, but that's still blank. This is lights out for Yuzhu Wang. There's just no chance he doesn't lose all his chips. He's probably
mean,
going to raise.
What if something wet shows up on the river? Do you think he might think he's trapping with a flat here, right?
Of course.
Because there was no c-bet and, you know, high VPIP and also high c-bet frequency for the chip leader. So when he checks and then a, you know, innocent-looking card comes off on the turn and he just barrels half pot.
He just calls.
It does feel to me, if I'm Wang, like a hand that may be drawing dead against me.
I agree. It's still pretty safe river card. Sure, Queen 10 got there, but both players are doing backflips right now.
I mean, listen, if I'm Zhao, I'm absolutely not worried about Queen 10 having flattered me. Therefore, my hand feels like the nuts, and as we can see, it is. Conversely, though, for Wang, Queen 10 could be a part of the opening range and then maybe a delayed c-bet on the turn. Wow.
How great is that for Wong?
这个都没打光呀，
没打光的，他没打光的。
牛逼呀，你们两个。
弗洛夫应该推出来的，弗洛夫该打
慢打你。
You know what it is, though, Randy? That's an operator who understood the proposition.
太稳了，太稳了，真的稳。
太牛逼了。
I mean, I'm actually pretty darn impressed with the way that he went about that pot. He didn't get over exuberant on the flop with so much hand after the pre-flop opener, who's a high V pipping.
I'm still in shock that he only lost damage. He didn't re-raise pre-flop, potentially get it in pre, like maybe, oh, he's just raising too much out of jam. He didn't get it in any chips in on the flop. Just called on the turn, a blank turn. I mean, insane. And now we got 8-6 offsuit jamming because the big blind ante is next. Can he get it through?
I mean,
3.5
yeah.
bigs.
Unlike when Weiron had 1.3 last time he doubled through Zhao, this one is a little meatier.
I mean, he can afford it. And he is going to toss in the orange. Live cards versus live cards.
Well, 5 million chip pot. Weiron getting action.
我在讲有10以上的我。
没有，你应该是蛮靠的。不是看那个2-3咋测，我觉得也都。
It's all laughter right now, but if this 8-6 falls, which it very well could, perhaps things won't be so funny. But 8 high is in the lead on an ace-queen 3 board.
8 high, good play.
Oh, double gutter to go with the 7 and the 4. Add a deuce or a 6 for Hongjun Zhao. That's a lot to fade. 30% equity. And instead the board pairs, and Weiron Pu once again manages to double, and this time he does it with 8 high, Randy. Excuse me.
Did. Ba high, I got that one. Translated.
下次你再推不要了，不要了。
That was a value jam pre.
我他妈完全瞎搞。
Ace-10 suited for the player who is no longer the short stack, but still down there. Oh, and he's up against Ace-King of the shortest stack.
Well, the good news for Weiron Pu is that he covers, and an ace-jack offsuit for Zhen Chen. He covers them both.
Oh my gosh. Ace-Jack might even be good in this spot. Ooh, this is disgusting. Great fold.
Yeah. You know, you get delusions of grandeur, a potential double knockout, but also there's the upside of realizing the pay ladder and allowing these two guys to maybe bring us a knockout.
Sure.
So while the ace-jack did have the original jammer in bad shape, the man calling off has all ace-x's in bad shape. An ace-king of clubs here, 5.7 million chip pot. Can Wong hold? It looks that way on an 8-7-5 board.
Needs to dodge the 10.
So far, so good, and now opportunities for Weiron Pu, who could really disappoint. Or a 7 or a 5 to roll off, let alone a 10. Third 8 is not a chop card, however. So Yuzhu Wong will begin the rebuilding process.
It's been swingy down there, and Weiron Pu has gotten it in 3 times against Ace-King. One time he did win was against Jozoff.
这个太轻松 ，all in。140万
All in once again. Weiron.
King,
这个
queen.
太大了，我这个牌我都不知道。
More than good enough. And Zhao, again, the man that's going to be his customer, Jack 10. As he leans back and wonders, will this be the pot in which I vanquish my countrymen. 3.7 million in the middle. Better than 3-2 favorite is Pooh. The flop will bring it into focus, and now 72% with 2 to come is Wei Ran. Broadway gutter acquired, as now the 10 and the jack would be no good. Given that Wei Ran paired, jack came too late. Zhao. Cards back in the air now. Queen jack for Paulius.
There was a time when he would open that. I think given what's happened to final table, he's been 3-bet 3 times already by Zhao. He's just like, you know what? I'm going to sit it out. I'm going to wait the short stacks out now.
Well, Zhao didn't sit it out, and now he's going to have to spin the wheel again with Wei Ran, because it's only 800,000 more to make the call after the jam with ace-8. All right. This is the 4th time, Randy. It's tough to flip a coin and come up heads or tails 4 consecutive times. Now, granted, these aren't 50-50 propositions. As you can see, a significant advantage for Wei Ran this time, but nevertheless, it is improbable. But now, the improbability is Hongjan Zhao's to endure on an 8-4 tray board. He does not have a spade, but he does now have a wheel gutter as he trades 3 jacks for 4 deuces. No cider, but not the one that will vanquish Wei Ran, whose resiliency continues.
Live once more. Look at Paulius, like, seriously?
Sit with like 20 big blinds and then work his way into a podium finish of some sort. Just consider all of the occasions in which he had to get his nub in there and take a pot before doing just that. Not impossible. Stranger things have happened. And for that matter, even though he is a massive favorite right now with so many chips, we have seen epic unravelings. Ace-7 suited for Hongjan Zhao. And this is not epic, but it is significant. As the jam from Wang's ace-jack gets snapped, now we play for 9.9.
Amazing spot for Yuju Wang. Can be right back in it if he can hold. Dominating ace. Looks good.
But it does. 1 heart lurks, and that 7 working.
And it's working hard.
Yeah. 9 on the turn, and all of a sudden the threats get very real for Yuju Wang. Can he hang on? Fade the 10, 7, and 5. Yes. And I'll tell you what, Hongjan Zhao is going to get a little tired of doubling everybody up. Covered everyone is doubled, though.
Aces. King's last hand.
This is insane.
And he's changed the pre-flop sizing. Gone in for a full min raise this time, rather than slight north. This is actually going to get the Jack-8 of clubs likely to continue.
Just 4.3 million back, but it is enough hand at 1 more big blind getting this price to continue. Wei Ran knows it, so to the flop we go. Treacherous waters. Ace in the window, 2 clubs. It's a pair and a flush draw against top set. Car crash. A brisk min c-bet. Wei Ran has just 3.5 million back. Randy, how do you get it in there? You just play passively?
I think you could check raise. He's going to go passive and check call.
Very fortunate to be drawing live.
Oh,
now he's got 2 pair. There is no escape.
It's not over yet, though. He's got clubs still that he can hit. But stacks are going to go in here on the turn now.
Not drawing dead, but a full house doesn't cut it. It is only the flush. Complete setup spot. He decides to check and then get the last 1.1 in there. Of course, he's beaten into the pot. This deck hath chosen violence. But as you mentioned, Randy, it isn't over yet. This 11.4 isn't locked up by Yuju Wang. He's got to fade a club. Can Wei Ron pull the rabbit out of the hat once more? No. And at long last, the gridlock of 5-handed action is broken. 5th time, not the charm for Wei Ron Pu. As this all in.
Oh, I like this.
Polishes him off. See Wong promptly over there to show love. Paulius and Zhen Chen with somewhat more tepid salutations, but nevertheless, sporting.
The
Gyos were issued from Wei Wen Pu, cashing 300 and Paulius on spectator mode as of late. He's out.
Ace-4 suited for Zhao, far from out. From the button, he makes it 1.8. King-Queen suited for Yuju Wang. I think it's going to be yet another date for these two.
Yeah, his intentions with the bigger stack especially is to not put himself in a spot to get it in pre-flop, rather take it post-flop, leave the garbage in there that he often will be dominating. Doesn't have to risk as many chips with that flat.
Not one, but 2 queens on the board and a 4 to go with them. So trouble on the horizon for Hongjun Zhao, who wastes no time following through for 1.1. Modest c-bet here into the 5.2. And let's see how Yuju Wang wants to approach things. Sitting deeper than he has on any other occasion when these two got involved. The flat, obviously of some concern to Zhao. Let's see if he picks up the heart draw. No, the 3 of diamonds now means Hongjun is drawing dead. But it is a card that could leave you still proud of Ace-4. The trouble is, when your man check calls on a board as dry as Queen-Queen-4, where is he at?
Well, it's actually going to be a lead from Yuju Wang. 1.1 million, the same sizing that went on the flop. I guess he can't really fold the 4 at this point, given the price.
He agrees. Credit to Wang.
What?
Oh, wow.
What river card is that?
On out here? Queen's full versus 4's full. And the backdoor diamonds might have been what Yuju Wang was leading with on the turn, so you can't just automatically think you're up against a bigger full house. 9.6 out there. 13.6 effective, what they're playing for. We await the sizing.
I'm also Chinese. Yeah.
3.2 million.
I don't know how he can fold this, given he's already seen Yuju Wang kind of make some bluffs earlier post-flop.
Yeah, especially that hand against Paulius, when Paulius had the aces, rather the flush.
Spades,
yeah, the jack of spades. And at this size, I mean...
Price is good, too.
It's just...
What if you're up against a flush? Like the nut flush, for example.
He's getting laid 4 to 1, exactly.
Like, I could see the nut flush value betting in the spot.
100%.
Like a pocket pair. So he makes the call.
And all of a sudden, Hongjun Zhao's stack has found a new direction, southbound and down. And
Queen 10 into the muck in the cutoff for Paulius. Opportunity for Wong to attack the shortest stack in the tournament as he does jam. And we've got a call from the ace-3.
So off to the races we go. Zhen Chen, shortest stack. Knew he needed to pick a spot. The ace-3 suited, as good as any to dig in with against Yuju's jam. And the jack-9 offsuit, a qualifier versus the depth of Chen to his left. And this
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series. I'm Griffin Benger. I'm with Randy Liu, and we just finished the 15K. Pretty amazing event. The Chinese delegate came down here and destroyed. Now we're at the 20K, 14 left, and a lot more familiar faces this time around, Randy.
A lot more familiar faces, but what's not familiar is a huge, massive top prize up top, 1.35 million.
Wow, yeah.
So 6.9 million prize pool. But like you said, familiar faces are in the field with 2 tables remaining, 7 apiece. We did have 2 eliminations that happened during that 2-table redraw time period, hence why we only have 14 instead of 16. But as you are scrolling down there, you can see that we have like big names at the bottom. You know, Ben Heath, Mario Mosbach, they're playing 11 to 12 big blinds. Ren Lin's in the mix in the middle of the pack, sitting on 22 bigs. But at the very top, we do have our chip leader with a big chip lead, Andrei Kotonikov. He's got 12.8 million, good for 64 big blinds.
Yeah, and if you weren't familiar with, Andre coming into this Triton Jeju, he did have a bit of an appearance in that 15K. He had a deep run in that as well. So a good start for him, building stacks, and would love to add 1.3 million Triton dollars to his total. A couple other people, familiar faces. Igor Yarashevsky is in 5th place with 6.35 million chips. We have Christopher Park, Ethan Yu, of course. Was it Rampage?
Ethan, Rampage.
Rampage.
Give him some respect. He's got 3 big blinds, though.
He's got a little work to do. Listen, you get over 3 bigs, I'll make sure to pronounce your name right. That's the way I do it. This should be very, very exciting. A bigger first prize, despite the just smaller field than the 379 we had for the 15K. But of course, this buy-in being 5K more, the buy-ins, progressively keep going up and up and up here at Triton. So we're going to get the action started in about 5 or 10 seconds, and we'll just jump right in. Let's do this. There is our feature table. We are live from the Landing Casino here in Jeju, Shinhwa World. There's Rampage in the middle there with the blue brim, but just 3 big blinds. As we take a look at both the red table and blue table chip counts, Tuck Wei Fu leading the charge with just 33 big blinds. Look at them. No one over 33 bigs on the blue table. Much more chips over there on the left. We see our chip leader Kotelnikov, with 63 big blinds. So no huge stacks, but only one 8-figure one in Andre. There's Ben Heath, widely considered one of, if not the best, British poker player, up there with the likes of Stephen Chidwick.
Chris Park, pocket 6s of Korean descent, but does have the American flag.
Yeah, he's going to park those chips right in the middle, 16 big blinds.
And I like how we're just going to name him Rampage. Just one word.
Yeah, they're like, Griffin can't pronounce his name, so we're just going to go with Rampage.
I think this is going to be a fold. Yep.
Yeah, he would have loved to have that, open shove spot. But this is definitely Christopher's pot. About 6 p.m. local time here in Jeju. How'd you spend your day today, Randy?
I was in the booth, my friend.
Oh, you were in the booth today. Okay. Oh, yeah. You've been in the booth all day. What am I saying? It's Kevin who's been chilling. I'll ask
yeah,
what he was
so
up
what did
to.
you do? Have some Bugatti?
Bugatti. First of all,
How
I
was
pronounced it Bulgogi.
Okay.
But I know now it's Bulgogi. Okay. And I actually thought about getting Bulgogi, but instead I got the pork belly.
Okay.
Which was
and
good.
Approve?
I did approve. It's because I had bulgogi at the breakfast buffet this morning. So, yeah, the food out here is delicious.
Daniel Razai, he's been playing some Tritons. Gonna open up Queen Jack, the Austrian.
Yeah, playing 7-handed, just hoping to kind of get this one through. Playing about 25 big blinds. And you love to see those quick folds. Ben Heath is a very tough out, but not when he has the Jack 6. There are, a handful of short stacks, not just Rampage's 3 big blinds. Who's really going to need to find something here as he's now under the gun +1. But Ben Heath, 9 big blinds now. Mario Mosbeck, only 12. Simone Andrian with just 7 blinds. And yeah, this is going to be it for Rampage here. Now, it doesn't mean that he's going to be out.
But this is the one to go
chips,
with.
Yeah, the chips are going in.
Raise 500 plus.
Puts in 500.
Folded around to Razai in the big.
I mean,
yeah,
it's not much more.
No, you gotta flick in really any 2 here, sub 3 big blinds with your ante out there. He knows it. He just doesn't like to do it with the Jackson 5.
I thought you could maybe muck. No chance.
Call, all in and call.
So Rampage is in.
Could have been nice. Checked it down.
Oh fuck, that was a page up. I didn't even pay attention on that one.
Could have checked it down.
There's a page jump right now. Rampage was hoping to extend the length of his hand as we go to a flop.
There is the dreaded Jack for Rampage.
Gonna check it down.
Yeah, talking about how he would have had that 75K back. Would have been nice to get a check down if you happen to be losing and have another chance to run up that 75. But that is more outs. Not just the 10, not just the ace, but could do it the dirty way with another queen. Give him a better 2 pair with the ace.
All right,
doesn't happen. And we lose our YouTube superstar.
Not much you can do when you only have 3 big blinds or so, but that will be his first recorded cash, as this is also his first Triton stop here in Jeju. Didn't cash to 15K.
Yeah,
Take this one.
50% cash rate. That's a good start. I'll be very curious to see what Rampage's intentions are over the course of this series, how high he's going to play. Had an incredibly great deal of success in the last few years playing tournament poker, but these are the this is the big boys out here. It's really it gets tougher as the binds get bigger. So keep an eye on him there. Ren Lin here with the boat and action on him.
1.3.
Firing out a bet of near pot. We can make a couple of assumptions, Randy, about this hand. Jumping in on the river. Under the gun +1. John Ander, Valinus, probably raised. A call from Renlin in the big.
It was a min bet on the flop, a check through on the turn. Now Renlin from the big blind is going towards pot.
So John Ander's considerations are going to be leaning towards those Broadway misses, right, Randy? The queen jacks, queen tens, jack tens type hands.
Yeah, the main thing to keep honest is the jack 10 for me. It is a bit of a rich price for the 5s. Although the big sizing makes it more polarizing where it's unlikely a King X would be value betting for this size in this spot.
Yeah, and if you were to have, you know, a Queen Jack or a Queen 10, wouldn't necessarily always be turning that into a bluff.
Yeah, at some frequency it looks to check down and preserve.
Exactly. Pardon me.
Really chewing on this one.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not convinced that an ace would get so greedy, and he might talk himself into a call. I would like it a bit more if there was a front door flush draw that whiffed.
Yeah, and I think the thing that I like about this sort of 7-digit sizing, we'll call it, into the 1.5 is, like what you said, Randy, is that, you know, he's not saying, he really isn't saying he has a king here. He's saying he has an ace or nothing. And it's hard to have an ace when 2 are already out there on the flop.
Well, he's gone into time bank territory.
Mm.
Tosses in the call.
Never bluff future table.
Never bluff future table. I have seen Ren Lin bluff many future tables in my day.
Yes, I've also seen him do it at the Triton series.
Not just Triton. I've seen him do it all over the place.
Well, guys, if you're ready to get in on the action, do some sports betting, check out BetACR, where you can bet on all your favorite sports, whether it be football, soccer, basketball, tennis, even some poker.
Padel?
Like the Triton Poker Series. Maybe Padel. I've never looked at it, but they've got all the different sports you can bet on, as well as great odds, speedy payouts. Definitely check out BetACR. And I'm sure they've got a welcome bonus or something of the sort that you can check out.
Now, is it Padel or is it paddle, or is it either?
It's Padel.
It is Padel. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's also something I'm not very good at.
Virgil, which Triton stop did you learn that?
What, Padel?
Yeah, that you weren't very good. I just assumed you played. I mean,
Nah,
the first time I ever
actually
played
played
Padel
it.
was.
I played pickle,
Actually, wait,
but
did I play? Yeah, no, I played Padel.
there's the chip leader in the bucket hat.
Calvin Lee, pretty sure he's 2 for 2 as well, unless he bubbled the 15K event. He was deep, in my memory.
Good news for you is I can take a look at the Triton
Yeah,
Poker
please.
Plus app.
Contradict me if I was wrong, because I mean, we might have just been covering him on day 1, and I'm going to look like a
He
fool.
did play the first stop, but
cash?
I mean the first event, but he did not
Oh,
cash.
God, this is embarrassing.
But he did show
Well,
up
he made
to-
an impression, okay? He was on my screen for a few hours, and I thought he played good.
It's his third Triton stop. Reshove coming in from Simone.
Yeah, just going to be 7 big blinds, so...
Ace 10 suited for Shimizu.
Simone deciding that
No looting for me.
he's slightly ahead of Calvin Lee's cutoff open range, I think, with this King Jack. But yeah, this is a very interesting spot for Nozomu.
You could see Shimizu Nozomu get in the Ace 10 suited. It probably crushes that button range. And if he does commit, it actually usually kicks out Calvin Lee.
Yeah.
But if he folds, then it's Calvin Lee that can run it with the Ace 10. So he comes in with call. And I would just think this is
Yeah, I think it's
not
the worst.
something you want to take your three ways
It's the worst hand I would probably put in, but it's one that I'd be okay with doing, because Calvin could just have Ace 5 off here, or you know, Queen Jack off. And I think that you are slightly ahead of Simone's range.
And when Shimizu calls, he
Yeah, this
also
is
gets a
strange.
little bit of an overlay from Calvin, who often will be folding here. I don't think he would be looking to try to reshove out a 2 million stack.
I
but
like.
he's
I
gonna
kind of
call.
like this call. I mean, it doesn't feel particularly trappy, but Shimizu has put in a significant portion of his stack, just 2 million back after putting in 1.4.
It's kind of interesting too. You might have missed it, but Shimizu actually said "wow" when Calvin called. I don't know if that's telling.
Yeah, wearing his heart on his sleeve is the Japanese native.
So it's a dry side pot. Not much incentive for the ace-tens to stab.
Yeah, but relevant that Shimizu still technically has the strongest range, I guess you could say.
Fair. I just don't think he ever gets a better hand to
Yeah.
fold very often.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he can get ace-jack
Yeah, he
to
gets
fold if
ace
he
jack to
stabs.
fold. Yeah.
The thing is, if you bluff your opponent out of a dry side pot, you need to be very confident you
you're
beat
gonna
that
beat
reshoving
exactly,
range.
yeah. Well said.
And I don't know if you can be that confident with ace-10 high.
Yeah, and I'll tell you who's not loving life right now. It's Simone Andrian. Not only because he just has king high into what he perceives as probably two strong aces at this point based on the action, but those strong aces could be, you know, sharing a kicker with your king or your jack.
Just needs to pair up.
But yeah, so he might not even think that a king or a jack will give him the best hand. We know, of course, it would. Very interesting hand.
Okay, I'd imagine this is just going to check down for both the ace-10s if they got this far.
Good luck, guys.
Going to be the end of Simone Andrian.
Wow.
Good luck.
Yeah, going to be our 13th place finisher.
Ace-10
Two
all
players
in.
down already.
All in, you get everything. No future. No future. Japanese number 99 now.
That is
Hello.
going to be Simone Andrian's
You're the best.
first.
Yeah, you're
Number one,
cash.
number 99.
You're number
Only played
99. Okay.
2 events in Monte
Now
Carlo
you need a
last
coaching
year.
him. Okay, you're coaching him.
And 1 for 2 here in Jeju, hailing from Italy.
Renlin just told Shimizu that he's ranked number 99 of Japan. Because if he had reshoved the ace-10, he would have scooped that pot. Instead,
Yeah.
he has to share it with Calvin Lee.
Nice to see a Japanese player every once in a while.
Yeah, you know, Jeju is one of those stops. It's not very far for them to fly to.
Yeah.
And there's actually quite a few of them here for this stop.
Poker getting very popular in Japan. Got a big streamer out there. A lot of little cafes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've got some obscure themed cafes out there. I'll say that.
Yeah. You've been to Japan, I'm sure?
I've been to many different cafes there. I don't know if I'm very proud of announcing which one, so I'm going to just kind of keep it in the dark. But you may guess. Chat. Ace Queen. Raisy Daisy.
And hijack button here. 32 big blinds to start the hand for Renlin. Electing to play this as a 3-bet.
And note the sizing he uses. 2.5x. He's going to down the ace.
No future.
No future.
Now it's nice to see a little character from Andre in the 15K. You know, there was something hardened about him, but loosening up here with the chip lead, you'll have to see it.
It's not hard to loosen up a bit and just enjoy the game when Renlin's at your table. It just always livens things up. But I mean, we are getting to the business end of the tournament.
Yeah.
12 remaining, 95K guaranteed, 1.35 up top. If you make the final table of 9, you are guaranteed 133,000. So a lot at stake.
Professional fold.
Very
Super
good.
Mario.
Very good fold.
What was it? Was it the 9-7 off? He does this often, actually, when he has bad hands.
He's a balanced
What a character.
Chatterbox.
Sorry, I have the black ones here. 2 million.
It's like you touched
Be
poison.
professional, my friend.
John Ander.
Only one.
Yeah, gonna shove for Mario's effective 12 big blinds.
Oh,
Easy
Super
fold
Mario.
for the big lick.
I tried it. I tried it.
Yeah. I was debating if I should do whites or black.
Oh, okay.
Now it's 900 and it kind of throws me off a little bit.
No gamble. Wait, friend. Wait, friend.
No future.
No future. Too much game. Bonita. Chibalita.com.
Oh, what do you know? Ace Jack of clubs. Just going to be balanced with a shove. Going to get called by a lot worse hands, unfortunately.
So beautiful.
Wow, you fold this hand? For me, it's never call. With Mario, I fold. Best good looking guy. I can't let him.
You need 9 high, right?
Minimal in the final table.
Minimum 9 high.
Everybody watching Mario in final table.
Renlin trying to flatter Mario Mosbach.
You didn't have to lie to the guy, though, and say he's attractive. I mean,
the thing is, I don't think he was bluffing.
You behind me, very dangerous.
Small blind, no danger.
He's got a speech every hand, doesn't he? King Jack for Shimizu of Japan. This is a hand you want to play with, but off of 11.5 bigs, what are you going to do? Not getting the implied odds anymore. Good tangle with the 10-6 of diamonds. Fortunately, key cards have been mucked. The 8 and 7 of diamonds. But he doesn't know it. So we take a flop.
Pairs in event number 3, the 25K. You may start retaking your seats. Just under 3
There we go, pair of tens.
Yeah, advantage for Calvin here. But 20 big blinds effective. I wouldn't expect to see a lot of check raising, so there's going to be some opportunities, I think, for Shimizu to, you know, pick up some equity or some cards to barrel at.
Yeah, we tend to see check raises from stronger 10x's in this spot.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit less with this kind of a kicker. Maybe it's crossing his mind given the small C bet.
Yeah, I mean, it would be kind of interesting. I think
But
gotta
if you
be
do
prepared
check
to play,
raises,
you got to be prepared to play for stacks. Yeah,
exactly.
You can't be turning this hand into a bluff, especially because, yeah, you know what? It does decide to go for it. Yeah, I'm digging it.
He shouldn't be looking to check raise fold this ever. Sure, maybe there could be some kicker issues, but if you got this far of 10-6, imagine he's
Yeah, I mean, it's
willing
just
to
such a
call off.
disaster if, you know, hypothetically, if Nozomu has something like ace-7 of hearts and shoves, suddenly you're check raise folding. This comes with a game plan, I think, of being prepared to play for stacks.
Yeah, and I think mainly he also check raised there to try to
Deny
negate
equity,
that.
right? Yeah.
No, negate that positional disadvantage, right?
Right.
Like often it goes check through on the turn. Don't want to get bluffed off the best hand.
Yeah. He got a 6-5 card shot 3. All in his number.
Blind to be up next time, guys. 16, 100, 200. 200 stuff for this hand. For this hand, guys, blind will be up.
You heard him. Blinds will be up after this hand. It will be vaulted to 250k big blind, which will make our two shortish stacks on the table a little bit nervous. And one of those two short stacks is Mario Mosbeck, who's starting this hand with 12 big blinds. But loving to see ace-king at the cutoff. Likes to go for a shove instead of a min-raise strategy.
Definitely think there's merits to both.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Mario. How much BB? 9 big blind? I think 9 BB. 9 BB is fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. It's a Mario. I can bust him out. 50-50.
We have 50-50?
6-8 shooter.
Quite suited, yeah.
I called last night 8-9 shooter. Yes?
I know, yes.
Only I can call the crazy hand.
But against another player, you cannot call
again, you know.
Yeah.
I want to see the most good-looking guy in future table, the final table. And him, I call snap call.
It's a bit forward, Red.
There's a dealers in event number 3, 25K, coming back to a new level.
Yeah, Mario with those, I don't know, traditional super hot football guy look. You know, he's actually a hockey player before.
I thought he was a footballer.
No, he was hockey, wasn't
No,
it?
I'm
Oh, no, right,
pretty
it was
sure
football.
it was football.
I'm so Canadian.
It's kind of strange.
Isn't that
'cause you said,
so funny?
Yeah, he kind of looks like a hot
No,
footballer, but he played hockey.
He really was, yeah, no. It's funny, I'm so Canadian. It's just like, I have this memory of being told that he played pro sport, and I just assume it's hockey. Like, it's the most Canadian thing I've said all day.
Isn't he kind of a small build for hockey, too?
Yeah. He could have been a wiry sort of like offensive defenseman, I think. A Cale Makar type, if you will.
I
That
don't
means
know
nothing
who
to
that
you.
is. I was thinking like if he was playing hockey, he was the referee.
I know my friend Mike is watching right now. He'll know that reference. 9-3 off for Renlin.
Well, he's in the small blind, so he actually can get involved.
Yeah. Yeah, you could even play this as a raise, really put, yeah, that's what he is going to do. He makes it 3.5x and really puts, you know, hands like this and hands much better than that in a world of hurt. Nice play by Renlin. No walks from that guy. I don't think he believes in walks.
Yeah, he mainly attacked because Shimizu's got that stack that can't really speculate off of 10 bigs and C flops. I don't think he'd be looking to make it 3.5x if he was up against like a 20 to 25 big blind stack.
Yeah.
How much you got? 15,
11 BB.
28. 11 BB?
20, 40.
12 BB, 12 BB. 11 BB.
Kings.
Oh.
I think he comes in with min raise here.
Yeah.
He's playing a 11 big blind stack, so he definitely has raise folds in the spot. Like a lot of like ace 9 offsuits, king jack offs, they tend to raise in this spot. So
you know what I'm really
kings.
digging about his little avatar? It's like that's like his dark like twin, you know? Cuz he's wearing white and then he's just like we got the little black avatar thing here. I like it.
Wait, what are you talking
Okay,
about?
his picture, dude, on the left, right? He's wearing this black thing. It's like he's like a, he's a Sith or something, you know? But then he's got the white shirt here. It's good contrast.
So he's the yin and the yang.
Yes, now you're getting it. Sorry,
Okay.
I shouldn't make Star Wars references
You have-
to fake nerds like you.
You have you have really nice observations.
Oh, thank
Griffin.
you.
You're definitely in the top 99 observationalists out there. Could be worse.
Hey, without me, you would just be Randy. But together we're Grandy.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm actually okay with just Randy. You know?
Wow, hey, we stand a self-love king. Good for you, Randy. Andre with that awesome bucket hat. I mean, I'm digging that particular Triton logo. I think you have one of those, right? You wore it earlier.
I got the hoodie version, but not
That's what
the
I mean.
bucket hat version.
Yeah. I'm talking about the logo. Yeah, you had the hoodie.
That one's fresh.
I went with the cursive Triton one.
I like that one too.
That one's cool.
And queen 3 offsuit, min raise in the cutoff. Is he attacking the good-looking man in the big? This is just disrespectful.
Yeah. This is definitely out of line, but I think Renlin, you know, feeling good about this table.
Go for Super Mario.
Wow, and he's even getting, you know, the best hand to
Minimal
fold in
Lady
King 5.
Gaga. Maybe 2.
Maybe 2, or maybe the 3 offsuit.
Yeah, that was mainly attacking the short stack. He knows Mario's game. Just having played a lot of hands with him, he realizes that he's not going to defend off of that stack.
I think it's, and I think it's also, you know, Shimizu's pretty handcuffed. He needs quite a strong hand to shove the button with the 11 big blinds. You know, maybe he deduces that John Ander Valinus in the small blind isn't going to get 2 out of line, especially because of the stack of Mario and the big blind. So, nice little inflection point from the very talented Renlin. The very colorful Renlin.
網田が逆になって
Daniel, bluff too much? How much you got? Not too bad, not too bad.
King 4 suited.
Don't bluff too much.
Spaniard.
Oh, you table no Asian player is okay. No Asian player, you can bluff a lot.
Yeah, and going
Asian
with
player.
the min raise, of course, because Andre behind with the chip lead.
Spades versus spades.
Yeah.
The worst of it triumphs. Top
Yeah,
pair.
Katelnikov leapfrogs over the king high. And yeah, John Anders not loving this. The utility of this hand on this texture against the big blind range, not much. Certainly can be good sometimes, but going to be dealing with a lot of continues from Andre's range, whether they're in the form of a call or a check raise. He is just going to decide to bet, maybe just it plays cleaner to just try, right? Not just sort of wave the white flag and check and
Well, he does expect the chip leader to have more defense just due to the stack, so perhaps there's more things that would just outright fold.
Yeah.
With a small c-bet. The ace is actually a decent card to consider a multi-barrel, although his hand doesn't contain great properties to block some of the flush draws that might go check call, check call.
Bang.
But I think on this texture, the ace X's doesn't mandatory check call in the 10-8-3, so maybe you can just muscle out an 8x, a 3x. Maybe even one more for the 10.
Yeah, and with a stiff bet here, you can fold out a lot of the, the draws, the 9-7s, the 9-6s, the jack-9s.
2 million pot size, and it downs the 10.
Wow.
Very effective.
Watching stream, 100% plus.
Badass pot size bet from John Ender, Valinus, and Andre just respecting it.
Yeah, Andre didn't even think about that.
Yeah. Maybe wanting to, protect that stack, not feeling like calling down. I mean, the reality is, even if he does, Andrei Kotelnikov is going to recognize that he's good a decent percentage of the time there. But if he's decided, I'm not calling this down as a shove on the river, if the river's a Broadway card, if the river's a club, if the river's even a brick, if I'm not prepared to call this extra, 5 million on the river, why am I going to call 2 here? And sometimes those are the decisions you have to make.
Yeah, I think a lot of players think along those lines. I don't think it's that simple, because it's not like, oh, he bets a turn, therefore my opponent always jams river,
of course. Yeah.
So that's what you're trying to figure out. At what frequency is my opponent maybe put in that triple barrel? How do I feel about calling that one down?
Yeah. And an opportunity for Andre to get a little bit, some blood back here.
He's going to play it.
Yeah, he's going to play it passive, though, yeah.
It's an alright hand in the big for Calvin Lee, but of course the small blind flat ranges, sometimes it's a bit unclear. That middling stuff, but different players have
I think it's okay to flick this in, but you are going to be up against some dominating 10s in particular some of the time, so maybe just want to get out of there.
Calvin actually saves himself by folding that 10-9 because Andre Kotelnikov's got top kicker.
Yeah, of course, in this particular instance, Andre with the better 9, ace-9 to the 10-9 of Calvin, got away.
Jack-8 suited has decent backdoor properties. Big question, though, what range makes up this small blind flat?
And I wonder if maybe a bigger sizing is a nice utility here. Yeah.
2/3?
Because you have that range advantage and you feel like maybe you're going to be up against some broadways that might otherwise float to a smaller sizing, decides to just go big.
But now that we see the check call, we
really
throw those broadways out.
Exactly. We strengthen Andre's range to hands like, 6s, 7s, ace-9 suited. Even if Andre had ace-10 off, might just fold on the flop, right? Like, so it really, it really strengthens his range a lot. And this is a tough card to barrel because part of why John Ender's okay with betting this big amount on the flop, I think, is because the turn can be quite interesting for Jack-8 spades. But that's not one of those interesting cards, and it's the kind of card that Kotelnikov will continue with pocket 6s and 7s, almost always.
The 8 is potentially troublesome for John Ender, making second pair.
Yeah, I mean, we can see that Andre might get a little value here with something blocky, maybe something like 1/3, 40%. Because he might be making a block bet like that with something like 7s or 6s. Yeah, and does go for the 1/3 bet. I think that we'll get a quick call from Valinus, yeah.
Perfectly sized. Wow. You get paid off by the 8.
Yeah, really nice.
Professional value bet. Very dangerous.
Professional.
Huh? Very dangerous.
Six-handed.
Yeah, 11 big blinds. I think this is quite a loose shove.
Stacking chips. Half the stack is in there.
Yeah, I think this is going to be 1 or 2 notches too loose on average, but yeah, and right away we get an indication as to why.
No. Oh, sorry.
I will say what's interesting about this shove, because it should be stronger, I think there's a version of this where Andre, had he had ace-10 off, might fold, or a king-jack suited, king-queen off might you actually might fold out better kings and the better 10, but ace-jack suited is going to be a bit too strong.
Looks like he's going to click it.
Yeah, and he's going to click it to get the rest of the money in.
Yeah.
So Shimizu-san is pretty much committed.
Yeah.
With king 10 off.
Yeah, I really do think this is a slight mistake from Shimizu shoving this particular hand, because most of the time when you get called, you're in pretty big trouble.
If it's the same hand.
He done with time bank.
But pretty live, 35% of the time. Nozamu's going to get a double. Put
In case you're
himself in a
wondering
good
why
position.
there's a little stall, there's a pay jump
Good luck.
right now from 12th to 11th. Hence why he didn't snap calling. He left 200K back, so he actually gets to extend the time on his hand a little bit more. Oh, he flopped it.
Yeah, then he puts it in quite
Oh,
happily.
yeah. Ace-6. Ace-6.
Yeah, and Andre doesn't like it, not only because he's gotten unlucky, but maybe also thinking this isn't really a hand that should be going down like this.
So he needs to dodge some running cards. And Shimizu succeeds.
He already joined there. You still need a,
Professional.
Professional dealer for you, huh?
Professional dealer.
Okay, now Japanese
Arigato.
Never take it.
What's number 1? Shina.
Shina.
Japanese number 1.
Shina.
Here's a look at the updated chip counts for 1 second, just a hot second. I asked them, like, can you throw it up there for like 1.5 seconds, see if they can catch it, freeze frame it?
That was just for photographic memory.
Yeah. For you genius people out there. Here's Razai as we check in on the other table. Yaroshevsky. That's a cool hat. That's another new Triton hat, isn't it?
It is. Got the monogram going on.
I'm going to buy one of those. Tukwei Fu at the cutoff here.
Ace 9.
Yeah, 22, 23 big blinds. Going to come in with a raise just over min. Ben Heath folding out his 9 bigs. Razai's out of there. Up to Christopher Park. Queen 3 is good for Ren Lin in the cutoff, but not for a big blind defend.
I have a feeling we're going to have to wait again.
No,
we're going pretty fast.
Yeah. Probably soon.
Thank you.
So, Randy, I don't know if it's clear to you or not, but WPT Global, online home of the World Poker Tour. Got 25K buy-in Global Slam. There's Phil Ivey. Got welcome to bonuses. Use the promo code Jeju to get a little bonus there. WPT Global, the online home of the World Poker Tour.
Yeah, and you get a chance to win your seat into the 25K WPT Global Slam. Go ahead and download WPT Global and take a shot at it.
Back to the action. Ben's a little interested. One of those bottom range shove spots at the cutoff, I think. He's going to go for it. Really going to hope he clears out these players. And if not, that he's got at least 35, 40% equity. Yeah, and he's got the best case scenario call here in the pocket eights. When you do get called and you have this hand, you really want these pocket pairs as opposed to the, you know, ace queens that are going to have a bit more equity.
All in. Fair fight.
Yeah, Ben, he's loving that 47% equity.
Heath at risk, the Brit.
Yeah, not just any Brit, one of the most accomplished and decorated players in Triton history, over $14 million in earnings. And this is part of why not only is he incredibly well studied, but sometimes he gets lucky.
Knows how to win those flips.
Yeah.
He's got one card or to fade against Park, which he does.
2.2.
And you mentioned he had 14.2 million in earnings, and he actually came off of a $8.16 million score, the biggest in his career over at Paradise in the Triton Million, which he did lose to Alejandro Lococo. I can assume most of you in the chat were there with us for that one.
Thank you.
We have a very multilingual YouTube chat going on. Like the Koreans are rooting for Christopher Park when he was all in. A Japanese coming in for Shimizu. You know, it's cool to see. You know, everyone coming together to celebrate and watch this phenomenal series we have here.
Now, do you know that because you can see like their flag in the comment, or it's because you can tell what the different languages look like?
I know the different. Oh, I know. Yeah, the Korean symbols versus the Japanese.
Okay,
symbols.
gotcha.
I get a little confused with Spanish and English, though. You know?
Yeah. Ja 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 ja. That means ha ha.
Ha ha. Problem here for. Well, not a problem actually. Could be a good spot. Might take it down pre. It's 8 big blinds total. Rizai's put in 2 of 8.
Yeah, it's a little more than 8. I think you can really justify when you're only playing 22. You know, calling off 40% of your stack with Queen 10 off. You know, you're never getting shoved on here by a worse Queen or a worse 10. There isn't a ton of perceived fold equity, so Christopher Park is going to have a pretty strong range here. I think Ace-8 is probably the worst hand that he shoves. Would you agree with that? Maybe King-Jack?
Yeah. There are some dominating queens I would reshove, right? Like King Queen.
Right, yeah.
I think also the main one is it's how detrimental if you call and lose. Where are you at after the fact? And like you said, Rizai started to handle 22 blinds or so. Wouldn't be so good to lose an additional 6 on top.
Nice trick.
Yaroshevsky, ace-7 on the button.
Do you see his little mini trophy?
I do. What's that about?
There was a time when they were giving those out as card protectors, I believe.
Nice.
All in.
Gathy, Belgium.
Yeah, not an automatic fold here. 14 big blinds effective, but
It's a
you're
bit
not
much.
thrilled. Yeah. You're gonna expect some reshoves by a couple of hands that you're ahead of, like those Broadway combos, but it's just really not worth it when very unlikely a worse ace is shoving on you, except maybe a few suited combos. So it gets out of there.
Yeah, when we throw ICM into the picture, you need to kind of adjust your ranges by a pip or two.
When do we get refills at the final table?
5, I think.
At 9-handed?
Yeah.
Gonna assume Calvin's talking about time banks. 5 time banks awarded if you do reach the final table.
Raise under the gun here from Kotelnikov.
Typho.
Despite losing that all in, still amongst our leaders. Actually, still the leader. Pardon me. Ran Lin second in chips. Nozamu was the one that got lucky against Andre and is sitting there now with just over 20 big blinds and ace-queen. Definitely an argument to put more chips in the middle, especially as we're playing six-handed.
Oh, that was close. Because you can't use those red time banks.
Yeah, there was a bit of confusion in that 15K actually as well, right?
He opened, no use.
With Wang, I believe it was.
I
Our
kind of
eventual
think
second
Shimizu
place
might
finisher.
be out of time banks, so if he was lost in translation, might have accidentally
Needs
mucked
to be
his
careful,
hand.
yeah.
Almost there. Huh? Last second.
Last second. This is Ren Lin.
Just was for the see the orange tips.
You. Nujumu. Nujumu. Nujumu Nashwa. Nashwa. Nujumu.
Yeah, so those red time banks are used
Yeah, please
in
explain to
unopened
the-
pots, basically.
Yeah, okay.
So when the action was open, there was a raise from Kotelnikov. Those red time banks are no longer associated for that.
With the hand, yeah.
Yeah.
They're only for the pre-flop. There's
When
been no
unopened.
open action, yeah.
So Shimizu already used all his regular time banks, so he wasn't able to use those red ones. But good thing he got in that 3-bet just in time.
Yeah, as I mentioned, there was some confusion in the 15K with a player that maybe didn't understand the difference. I think in this case, Shimizu did know the difference, but just maybe forgot a little bit and then got it in right in time.
Super Mario all-in.
So I think the floor is definitely making
No
sure that
call?
all the players are aware
7 deuce, no future.
how both work. And I think also you need to do, there's some due diligence for yourself. If you have these two different kind of things, make sure you know how they work, right? It's not a matter of, oh, we ran out of blue ones, so.
No, definitely not.
we ran out of orange ones.
They come into play during moments of mainly pay jumps.
Yes.
So right now we're on a stone pay jump, as we do have 12 remaining, guaranteed 95,500, and there is a $14,500 pay jump if they can survive one more player. So this is to help reduce stalling, which you know, it is a strategy that is employed.
Renlin going to go for it here.
Oh, I can use
Playing
that,
33 big blinds, 6 max,
No, I mean,
ace 5 off. Going to be on the looser side, but definitely a hand you can justify with this blocker, trying to get it through.
Me open, you don't use. I don't open, you use.
And another reminder from Ren being helpful to his Japanese neighbor.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he got it yet, but not much of a decision there. And even these hands, so you see everyone's taking just a little bit extra time. Hopefully they get a little pay jump. Not Mario, though. He's a straight shooter.
Too rich. Yeah, and that's best result for Ren Lin, I think, other than maybe a flat call and flopping a wheel.
Yeah, that's asking for a little bit too much.
Yeah.
So
He's not greedy.
Hey, what about that chip in the front, Ren? You don't see it?
God, I just want him to know that it's so bad now, too. Can someone please tell him about the chip? I will say our top 3 chip stacks are all on this table. Andrei Kotelnikov with 9.4 million, Ren Lin with 8.9, Calvin Lee with 7.2. As a matter of fact, Shimizu is 4th in chips with 6.5. So we have the top 4 chip stacks, only ranging from 38 to 26 big blind, but they're all here.
Yeah, that's quite the table draw.
Yeah, with 12 left.
I see him.
Renlin with
yeah, trying to get in his head a little bit, huh? I see him. Calvin is not phased, but I'll tell you what. Yeah, more chips are going in.
There's the patch.
I see him, you fool, yeah.
Come on, baby. Never listen.
Yeah.
What an absolute lovely goofball. Just
goofball is a good description.
I want to meet this guy.
Lovable guy.
Yeah, it's great. Great stuff. Great colorful characters here on the Triton Tour. The patient Mario Mosbach trying to summon a big hand here, playing just 9 big blinds. Gonna have a couple of chances before the blinds hit him. We'll start with John Ander under the gun. Kotelnikov, technically the chip lead and technically a pair, but
tosses
just not. Yeah, it's tough to play. I mean,
I see it
37 big
blinds.
He's got 38 big blinds. It's like.
But you wouldn't fault him for opening, right?
No, I would not fault him for opening.
Good timing though, because there was 2 5s behind him, and then
he's just going to go all in again. And Calvin Lee's going to be annoyed, right? It's the kind of hand that he might have been happy to 4-bet all in against potential bluff range. But just against that shove, 28 big blinds, can't really call it off here with the 5s.
No, let's take a chip leader. So cute.
I would have loved to have seen what he would have done with 2 7s, Randy.
Yeah, it won't be fun to be in that spot. But I'm pretty sure Renlin's now the chip leader with that reshove.
Yep. He has eclipsed the 7 figures in that 8-figure club now by his lonesome with just over 10 million. As we pop over to the other table, Ben Heath with the monstrous ace-queen in the small blind is just going to shove, stay balanced, hope he can get a call by a hand like a worse ace or a king-queen. And that point looks like a worse ace to me. Yeah, and Daniel Rosai knows that this is tough. You know, I think it's one of those situations, Randy, with ace-9, you sort of snap.
Ace-9 is going in automatically.
Yeah. And then with ace-8, you're probably side call, and then ace-7 is right on the line here. I mean,
this is 18.
It's a lot of chips,
bigs.
man. They're very valuable. This isn't a thing where it's like these are two short stacks, even though they're sub 20 big blinds. You look around the field, I mean, our chip leader's 41 blinds. This is a very, very valuable pot. You know, this will vault Ben Heath into third in chips significantly. Third in chips right now is 26 big blinds. If he calls this off and loses, Ben Heath will go from, you know, 10th in chips out of 12 all the way up to third. This is how quickly things will change.
It just feels so dirty to lay it down, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A7 is such a monster hand, even against this open jam from the small blind, and Ben Heath might be able to find a way to get off the chips in here.
Yeah, and it's not just about the times that Ben Heath happens to have better hands. It's like even when you do call and you're up against the king-queen or the sixes, I mean, sometimes you're going to be up against, you know, ace-4 suited and you are dominating, but...
Yeah, there is a decent amount of aces he does dominate.
Yeah.
He's going to make the call on this part.
You can't really
huge.
blame him. And he's going to be exacerbated, I'm sure, once the camera gets on him. But really, really tough.
9 million chip pot.
I'm
rolling.
Yeah, this will leave Daniel with just 4 big blinds. Will win 23% of the time. And look at that. What? Ace, queen, 7. Remarkable flop, but...
2 pair versus 2 pair.
Yeah. And a 7 and only a 7 for Daniel.
2 outs. Doesn't get it. Ben Heath, big stack. That's dangerous. He knows how to navigate to the end of the tournament.
Yeah, that's big trouble for the field. He's going to be the significant chip leader of that table now. He's going to know exactly what to do with that. So I think this is going to be a huge rise for Ben leading into this final table. And like you said, he's going to know exactly what to do with those chips. As you mentioned earlier, coming off an absolutely staggeringly impressive performance, over $8.1 million. Second place to Lococo. As the blinds go up to 150,000, 300,000, and I'll tell you, that man on the left there that had to make that tough call with ace-7 doesn't love to hear that. Gonna have less than 4 big blinds is Daniel Rizai coming into the small blind.
Salt on the wound.
Yeah. Does it just hurt, or is it good for you? Salt on a wound.
Not really, actually. Never tried it myself. I don't have any.
No, but I mean, like, I know you put alcohol on a wound because it's good for it, right? But is salt just really bad for it, or does it hurt because it's good for you? You know what I'm saying?
I know
because
what
the
you're
alcohol
asking.
also
I
hurts.
just
Can we get a doctor in here, please?
Good news.
Are
is
there
that
any doctors in the chat?
We have a lot of doctors in chat
Do
from
we?
all over the world. You want a Korean doctor,
Yeah.
Japanese, English, Canadian? Which one you want?
If anyone happens to be watching at home and have an open wound, if you don't mind going to get some salt, putting it on the wound, and check back with me in a level or two. Let me know if it's doing better. Thank you. Michael Gathering some chips. Is there something there?
You reached hard.
Gathering.
Yeah.
There's something there. We're going to work on it.
No, you are going to work on it.
No.
Not we.
It's Grandy night, baby. Come on. We're in this together.
No, they really don't want to be a part of this.
Should have put it in your contract. 3 big blinds, Daniel Rizai. That's all he's stuck with, just like Randy's stuck with me. Ace-Jack for Tukwei Fu. Going to be very happy to play this here at the hijack on 19 blinds.
Newfound chips with Ben Heath. Let's see how he approaches King 10 suited. Could see him flat, could see him 3-bet.
Yeah, definitely. I would be very surprised if we saw a fold. I don't think that's in the range of outcomes with the suited properties.
Oh, that's aggro.
Yeah, so if you're asking why he's doing this, he's effectively shoving 20 big blinds, right?
Yes.
We have Razaya on the button with a 3, Chris Park with 10,
Big
Igor with
lay
18,
down.
and gets a fold from a significantly stronger hand in ace-jack. Probably the top of the fold range, but already a great example, Randy, of what separates a player like Ben Heath. I mean, we were talking about 2 different options, and he went with the third one, right? He picked door number 3. Had he 3-bet, maybe he would have faced a shove from Tuck Wei Fu. Had he called, maybe he would have lost the pot. But instead, he just got more chips. It's
He did.
impressive stuff. Sparkling ace-10 for our table captain, our newly minted table captain. Ooh.
Oh, man. Well, this ace-queen, of course, is going to jam.
Yeah, and Ben's not going to like it. This feels like...
Gross.
Yeah, I mean...
I don't think he's folding ace-jack in this
No,
spot. Ace-10 suited. Especially against Gathi. He's very well aware that Gathi knows proper reshoving ranges, so ace-10 actually performs all right. All the smaller pocket pairs. Suited broadways, baby
He
suited
just has...
aces.
okay, this is what I'll say, okay? And this is easy for me to say in the booth.
Go for it.
This isn't like... This is a great spot that he's in on this table. He has so many more chips than everyone else. He's so good at this dynamic, as indicated by the King 10 hand, and just the fact that he is one of the best players in the world. This is a marginal spot where maybe he's slightly, I don't know, maybe he's breaking even with the range, right? Like, is Michael Gathi looking down at ace-8 suited and just shoving here always for 19 big blinds? I don't really think so, right?
Probably
so if he's not really dominating
all the
any portion
aces,
of the range.
But the baby ones, I think he's going to be up
Maybe.
against
I
it.
just think he could make a really big fold here, because if he does call and lose here, he's in the middle of the pack again. He's at 4 million, 4.5 million.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, mainly. If I
But-
fold here, I still got 9.8 million. Can I press this
Yeah,
stack and find
but
opportunities?
that's why I said the thing about the booth, Randy, too, because if Michael Gathi did have King Jack suited, maybe I'd be singing a different tune. Maybe I'd be like, oh, come on, you got to call here.
Yeah, I hear you. It's not easy. That's why he's taking time, but he's going to fall on call. That's got to be a bit deflating, but he still has a chance to.
Yeah, and he's really, you
get
can
there.
see he's doing the math in his head of just like. Now, cutoff button, I think it would be a different story. I think maybe you have to call way more, but maybe could have found a big fold here.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
It's really
but
hard to say.
11 million in the middle to flop. Ace queen looks like it's gonna take it down.
What is with these ace queen 7 flops?
This is the second time in 2-pair once again. So you feeling like a 2-pair for the ace 10 or something? Oh gosh, he's got outs. 2 outs. This would be dirty. Nope. So he tasted chip lead for what, 1 hand? Got a new chip leader, Michael Gathi.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you're playing a 20K Triton event and higher, the edges are so small. You know, Heath is aware that, like, that result isn't great. Just because he happened to have ace queen doesn't mean that it was, you know, some huge mistake. It's just, you know, would have loved to have seen 2 9s and win a massive flip, and then he really, you know, probably wins the tournament or finishes top 5 almost always.
Look, it's
So many
poker,
things to
right?
consider.
We play
Yeah.
ranges. It's
Yeah.
not like when you call, they always have the best case scenario for you. Of course,
Yeah.
they can somehow have the upper crust, and you know you're a dog. It happens. It's just about weighting the likelihood one has one hand or the other, and then making sound decisions. Cards are face down after all, so it is difficult to try to figure these things out on the fly.
Not much to figure out here. 10 big blinds with ace-queen suited. Christopher Park would expect to see a balanced shove.
That'll get through.
Oh, Daniel Rizai only got the white chips. And those are not the biggest ones, I don't think. Maybe they are actually. Well, not the biggest ones, but are they bigger than the black ones? What are the whites? 25Ks?
You're all over the place, my friend. 25K is the whites, and the blacks are 100K.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, no. He's
Do you wanna
collecting.
know what the blue ones are?
He's collecting the wrong ones.
The blue ones are
I
called
was right.
time banks.
I was right. He's collecting the wrong ones.
Do you know what the red ones are?
900?
900.
Igor, interesting spot. The 3 big blind shove under the gun. This would have been his pot to win with an open on his 17 big blind stack had Daniel not entered the pot. So now he just needs to let it go. Yeah, it's kind of annoying for him. Were he in the small blind or the big blind, he would be calling it off. And now Ben Heath.
That hurts.
Ugh, he hates this hand. It's just not a good hand, is it? But it's just 2 more big blinds.
Yeah. The thing is, 2 big blinds is more important for his 4.3 million chip stack.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Maybe if he was sitting on.
Yeah, and a round of congratulations from the other players at the table, just because of how infrequently that would happen, getting a 3 big blind shove through with that big blind ante.
You know he practically doubled up.
Yeah, oh no, yeah, he definitely did.
Just to give you a heads up, someone in chat said he rubbed salt on his wounded bank account, and it did not fix it.
Thank you for the update, chat. Some news from the other table. Ren Lin up to 11.5 million now. Technically, the chip lead just 200,000 more than Michael Gaffey here on our currently viewing feature table as Ben Heath effectively shoves.
Call.
And Daniel quickly, confidently calls with what looks to be something like ace king.
Less. Yeah, I have less. I found 375.
Maybe ace queen.
Ace picture. Ace king.
Yep, ace king off.
I'll take it.
Yeah. 10-9, very capable of beating ace king. Not Ben Heath's first rodeo.
Ace king looking quite solid here.
Yeah, nice little piece, though, for Ben Heath. A lot of ways that the turn card can give him more chances at winning this pot. Something like an 8 would be fun. Something like a jack, yeah. Double gutted now to the queen, the 8. There are all the outs beside his cards there. And will Daniel Rizai be our 12th place finisher? No. Nice double.
They've got level stacks now. Already even?
Gentlemen, you have your stuff. You can get it back as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, and you know what it is, Club WPT Gold. You can use the bonus code JEJU, J-E-J-U. If you scan that QR code on the bottom right, get yourself a little bonus. Play with the best pros that do hang out over at Club WPT, like Phil Ivey, Ethan Yao, also known as Rampage. That you can get. Is that Wolfgang on the left too? Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like them. So go ahead and give it a go. WPT Club Gold.
Probably.
We're behind?
And that's the only reason they would close the clock, right?
Or they're coming in a second and tell us that we are ahead again.
Could be.
Oh, Ace 10. Just going to play it as a shove. 14 big blinds. Ben Heath, once again, has been notched. I think he'll know that this needs to go in the muck. Yeah.
Yeah, you basically want to be the one jamming it in, having that fold equity, and if you're the one that's calling off, then you need to have a couple pips higher, and they say, let's snap muck, as you saw.
Mario Mosbeck, now the short stack of the tournament with just 5 big blinds. Sounds like he's not finding many spots to get shoves through. Feel like that's almost sort of a blinded out amount. We saw him with 9 big blinds earlier.
Yeah, going to assume he's just been card
Yeah.
eating the orbit or two. Ten bigs for Razai on the button. Queen 9 off suit.
Yeah, into 2 players. Not thrilled about a shove. You know, Queen 10 off, I think we put in there. Queen 9. Goes for the min raise strategy. Very interesting. I love it. I love when they find new avenues.
It looks strong.
It looks strong. And if the 2 players just have nothing, they're going to fold. Look at that.
Yeah, he found a way to risk just 600,000 to pick up the blinds and antes.
It's one of my favorite humbling things about being in the booth, especially at Triton events, is presenting 2 options and then seeing the best players in the world find that third one that I didn't consider. And that's another example of it. We saw an example of that with Ben Heath earlier with that King 10 suited shove. And Razai finds the min raise on 10 big blinds with Queen 9. Increases his stack. Ooh, nice clean all-in spot here for Daniel Razai. You love to see these kind of hands off this stack with only a few people to get through. Oh, but then
that's kings.
Yeah, but then that can happen. Yeah. Sometimes you get the short end of the stick. But, Randy, the devil is in the details. Sometimes Sometimes you make 6, 6, 6.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Is it gonna be today?
Could be.
Not quite.
Back to straight draw. Another avenue.
I think I got 4.
Yeah. He feels a 4.
One more chance for the devil to show up.
The river sticks. The devil. Will it come in for Rizai? No. Insult to injury. 3 kings for Michael Gathi. Dan Rizai, going to be our 12th place finisher. Really battled there. Was down to 3 or 4 big blinds after that clash with Ben Heath. Got a nice couple of shoves through. Nice little min raise, and then just got coolered.
Yeah, I think the big decision for him, and you saw him take a lot of time, was the call with ace-7 for 18 big blinds against Ben Heath in that blind versus blind confrontation. Seems to be in good spirits,
Yeah,
cashing
decent
for
spirits.
95,500. Down to 11. 2 away from the final table of event number 2.
Yeah, and that's going to make Michael Gathi the significant chip leader now. 50 big blinds. We haven't seen 50 big blinds since I sat down here.
Average
Actually,
stack
I guess
currently
Andre
21
had
bigs.
63 or something to start the level, right? But yeah, Michael Gathi, 15 million. Renland is table captain over on the other table with 11 million. Andre Kotelnikov with 10 million, and then no one else with more than 22 big blinds. 6.5 million is Calvin Lee in 4th. So they're really, really bunched up between 11th and 4th. And then that little pocket, 2 tiers right now of chip amounts. And you know what? We can even include Mario in that tier. I was going to say maybe Mario would have his own little baby tier, but he doubled up, I think. He's got 8 blinds. Have a go, Mario. Igor been very, very quiet so far, very card dead. But that's usually not the case with the talented player.
The button.
Yeah.
Queen 8 suited, respecting Gathi, who knows how to reshove. Looks like he'll open King 7 off. Eight 6 suited. Not gonna defend with position.
Yeah, just not a lot of chips to work with. I mean, it was under a 3x. There's obviously some great playability with the 8-6 suited. I mean, I don't know if I would have folded it, but I don't think it can be that wrong. You know, we're trying to make the final table here. 11 left. Every chip so valuable. I mean, Tukwei Fu with 15 big blinds is second in chips on the table. You know.
Yeah, he's actually, well, he's 6 overall on the leaderboard, but yeah, it does seem, it is a little tight, but then again, the pot's quite inflated. SPR will be reduced, so, you know, if he doesn't flop well, it gets very murky. And, you know, you do have to play snug if you're in the middle of the pack. You don't really want to bleed down. Kind of want to look for key spots to reshove with. Yeah, especially when you got position on a chip leader who's going to open relentlessly, and you kind of want to have extra ammo to pick up chips.
And Michael Gathi, is going to know exactly what to do with this big chip lead, raising the 9-8 off on the button. Ben Heath with the technically dominating Queen 8. He's definitely considering trying to flop some equity on this sort of 8 big blinds behind.
He gets to realize his equity more the more shallow he is pre, and he wants to defend this against a player like Gathi who is going to open garbage like this. So hopefully he flops a piece he can continue with, and it's a gut shot, and it's kind of interesting because his gut shot's not too bad, and he got the queen, which overcards the board, but Gathi, of course, has quite a good hand.
Yeah, and let's be honest, incredibly unlucky here for Ben Heath because reason to continue. You know, he only has 2 million back. There's 1.7 in the middle.
He's
You know,
contemplating a stop and go,
he
right?
he might just front shove here because of all that equity. Yeah, he can maybe fold out something like, you know, a king jack high, maybe even an ace deuce might fold.
Yeah, that's his intention.
Yeah, but yeah, sees that he's just gotten incredibly unlucky and is going to need to pop off a queen or a 7 for a chop. Or he will be our 11th place finisher. Yeah, he doesn't like that.
Same outs.
7 for half of it, queen for all of it.
None of it.
Good game, man.
Yeah, and sure, a slightly disappointed Ben Heath, but certainly not a dejected one. You know, he's used to all these Triton events. He knows it's not going to work out sometimes. Collects his first
chip lead not too long
Yeah, I know,
ago,
but
you
it's
know?
so fickle. It's so fickle with these stack sizes. I mean, that man right there just loves the game, and I'm sure he just loves playing for final tables and big amounts of money.
So this cash going to be his 21st cash, as we mentioned earlier. Did
Yeah.
cash second place for $8.16 million over at Paradise in December.
10 left, and I have to say, Jonander Valanis down to 2 big blinds, so
could be quick.
You know, yeah, it could be very, very quick. Michael Gaffey collecting those chips. Huge chip lead, near 19 million. 63 big blinds. Renlin second in chips with 10 million.
Yeah, very
Is it gonna be one
imbalanced
day or
distribution.
one day?
Yeah,
of
for
the
those
stacks.
For those unfamiliar with Michael Gaffey, join the club. From Belgium, $0 in Triton earnings.
Is this his very first stop, or did he
Must
come
be,
to
yeah.
different
No,
one?
he played the 15K here in Jeju, but this is his second event.
You're right.
He is wearing the same coin poker sweater as Mario Mospek.
Yeah, I'm trying to make out what is on it. I just see a bunch of white and blue.
So I'm seeing, I think, people like characters, like
Okay,
sort
so
of.
You think Mario's
drawn.
on there somewhere?
Yeah, maybe.
Think Gaffey's on there somewhere? You hesitate. So is Renlin getting moved? Looks like he is. Table balance. Look at these two. Hoping to see each other at the final table.
And don't look now, Randy.
We cannot
Why?
see the floor.
But everyone out there was counting out Mario Mospek. You know, I was talking about those
Your
5
watch
big
is
blinds.
not on
Guess
time?
what? Guess who's 4th in chips, Randy?
Okay. You can do that.
Guess
If
who's
I had to
4th
guess,
in
it
chips?
sounds like it's Mario based on the way you're telling me.
The Austrian ostrich. I don't know.
Don't really know if that's a thing.
No, the Austrian animal. He's up to 4th.
He grinded.
Yeah, that's what he does. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, so looking in the app here, won a big flip against Jonander Valanis. Ace Jack for Mario Mospek, pocket 3s for Jonander, and ace on the flop. Held.
Mario is very dangerous. You have to bust him.
I know.
It'd be sick if it was a bluff.
What did he have?
He got 3.
What did he have? He didn't.
He got a cash out.
Oh shit.
No matter what he have, I need a call.
Yeah.
1 BB, how can I do? It's like a cheating, like a collusion. But he's not
We
Asian.
believe you, bro. You honest player.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow, my friend, professional bluff you, huh?
I was just very lucky,
How
to be
much?
honest.
300?
Chris Park, 10 bigs. He wants to take this one down pre. Gathy's got ace 10. If he continues
So who's
here,
the big
Park
blind? Ren is
could
big
be
blind?
at
Thank you.
risk.
Yeah, 5 big blinds.
Well, 10 blinds.
Sorry, 10 big blinds is the shove.
Call.
3
Just
players
call.
behind, yeah.
How much?
The reason I said 5 big blinds, I meant to say 5-handed.
Look at this.
Yeah.
You all in, he call, right?
Is this ever a reshove?
I think you have some fold equity. I mean, he's wearing it a bit much on his face, which makes you think.
Wow, I never folded him in my life.
Except this time.
Wow.
Yeah, there are hands that Gathy will call fold, but also ones that he's just going to call with, like jacks, queens, kings, ace king, ace queen.
That was a big fold.
Yeah, this is one of those hands that would have folded, right?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Gathy is going to play his whole range as a flat, so he could have been up against jacks, queens, kings, aces. So the 8s do go down.
Yeah, it's just leaving
Park
here, thanks.
is at risk, dominated. If he cannot find a 9,
You fold 8-9
we're going to
suited.
be
Right.
set for the final
8-9
table.
suited.
Who is it, Mario?
No, you. No. No, like I never fold this sign in my life.
I got pair.
Fair.
Pocket 8.
That's a big fold.
But I don't think 2 people here. No. I shuffle in, maybe he call. He can be a very strong hand. No way. I mean, I can call him, or if he open, I jump. Huh? A 10 is never call. 10. 9 I call. I all in too. But 8 button range to call 2-way. Or maybe I cannot be him too. You know. Right. So I perfect fold. Oh, now I need all in.
Ready to play big pot. 6.75 million. Park on the ropes.
Yeah, in trouble here. Just 22% of the time he's going to win, and that's a bad flop.
I will be super cheaper leader, mamma mia.
Ran Lin would have the best hand with 2 8s had he continued, but still we got
heard you got a
turn
gift,
and
Mario.
river to come.
I never folded him. I never see. No, I never see you got 3 big blind.
One more
When
chance
you're all
for
in,
Park.
I never see. You know, sometimes lose my mind. No way 1 BB.
6 or 5 would be interesting. But no, that's Broadway for Gathy.
And we're there, Griffin.
We are. We have
Finish that
made
final table, right?
the
Just because
final
you don't
table.
have Lady Gaga in your hands.
John Ander with his 2 big blinds is going to make it there.
Got a pay jump.
Yeah.
break?
Why not?
I don't know.
Nothing Park did wrong there. Took a shot with 10 big blinds remaining. Did cash for $110,000. It's going to be a lonely walk back to the room.
Thank you. Final table.
And there is a look at all of the chips, which of course will be consolidated into one final table. Mario Mossback, great comeback here, coming into the final table with 23 big blinds. But really the story has been the sort of Belgian unknown in Michael Gathy, all the way up to 22.5 million chips. Next closest, Andrei Kotelnikov with 10 million, Ren Lin with 10 million. So some interesting storylines emerging here, all vying for that $1.3 million first prize. But Michael Gathy, significant chip lead going into this final.
Yeah, Gathy is one of those guys who I've heard about a long time ago. So it's cool to see him here in Jeju for this Triton stop. He's got a massive chip lead. I'm pretty sure he knows how to navigate himself to the top. With that, like more than 2x the chip lead, everyone else is going to have to play very conservatively, especially because we do have that 1 to 2 big blind stack still lingering.
Yeah, and really, I mean, that's 1 foot out the door for John Ender Valanus after losing that really big flip against Mossbeck, pocket threes against the ace-jack. It's just a matter of, kind of waiting him out. It's going to be an interesting dynamic. You imagine Michael Gathie really going to be putting the pressure on, pedal to the metal before that elimination with that pay jump looming. We're going to come back pretty quickly, I think about 3-4 minutes once we go to break here, and we'll get right into the action. A couple of other storylines. We have the Japanese player, Shimizu Nozomu, in there in 6th place, Igor Yarashevsky in 7th. Really an eclectic group of players here from all over the world, so this should be a really interesting final table.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker and daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Jeju. I'm Griffin Benger. That's Kevin Rabichow. I always get it right.
Always.
Not that time. We're here at the 20K No Limit Hold'em 8-handed final table. We're here. We made it. Michael Gathie, the Belgian, massive chip lead, 22.5 million chips. Renlin in second with 10 million. Pretty sort of shallow after that as we take a look at around the table, and he draws Mosbeck, of course, winning that massive flip, leaving Valinus with just 2 big blinds. That's going to be the big story, I think, in the early goings of the final table, Kevin, is the fact that, you know, there is that pay jump to consider, and there's a guy on the table with 2 big blinds.
Yeah, this is a really interesting spread of chips from my point of view, because you've not only got the runaway chip leader situation, but you've also got the micro stack at the table. And I'm not sure exactly where we're starting on the button, but I know that the play can change a lot if you've got a few hands leading up to where that 1 big blind goes in automatically. Everyone who's sitting on 13, 15, 19 big blinds, right? They're almost forced to not play pots in those situations.
Yeah, and if we, you know, taking a look at the payouts, I mean, that represents a jump of $31,000. I mean, that is a significant amount of money. That's just right in your pocket. That's 1.5 big blinds in this event, 2 buy-ins of the first event. I mean, these things matter in the long run, and all you have to do is just make sure that this player busts. So it'll be really interesting to see how that goes. As far as Michael Gathi, is this a player that you're at all familiar with?
I am. I've played a fair bit with Michael in the United States.
Okay.
I believe, if memory serves correct, he actually has 4 WSOP bracelets.
What?
And as someone who, from what I understand, plays mostly what you'd call like the mid-stakes live, no-limit tournaments, those are big fields. So navigating a field here of, you know, 300-odd players, actually quite a bit fewer than what he's won in the past. But I think that I'm happy to see him playing high rollers, because I've seen him in a few high rollers in the United States. We don't always get turnouts like we're getting here at Triton, but he's familiar with a high level of play. I think he's going to be familiar with a good chunk of these other players at the final table as well.
Yeah, and I think based on what you say, that is telling of a great deal of experience at this stage of a tournament. If you're playing those mid-stakes, if you're having a lot of success, if you're getting down to the final, 30, 40, 20, final table, this is something that, I think Gathi probably has a lot of experience with, as most of the players might. But it's going to be really interesting to see how he performs against, as far as lineups are concerned, not the toughest Triton final table, but there are some really, really incredible players on this final table. Mario Mosbeck, if he can find himself, sort of 5-handed, 6-handed, getting the nitty-gritty. He's, one of the best players in the world. Ren Lin, always so colorful, always so interesting. We don't even have to do our job when he's getting going and he's yapping about. He's just so much fun to watch. So it'll be really interesting to see how this final table goes.
Yeah, and I also want to point out, there's no guarantee that the 1 big blind situation takes all that long to resolve itself, let's say.
Yeah.
And pretty quickly you're looking at 7 out of the 8 remaining players who all think that they can win this tournament, and they're going to be putting pressure on each other pretty equally. I talked a little bit. Actually, this is the first time I'm getting a chance to cover a final table this series, so I'll talk a little bit more about risk premium. But the risk premium between 2nd and 8th place, all these players who are pretty tightly packed, really, really high. Nobody wants to go home, but everyone wants to get up to the chip lead and have a chance to contend with Michael Gathi at the end.
Yeah, that's a great observation, is that there isn't much separation. Once you take away Gathi's, 75 big blinds. I mean, Ren Lin has 34 big blinds. Andrei Kotelnikov has 33. 23 for Mario. All these other ones bunched up, between 14 and 19 big blinds. One double up for anyone, and suddenly you're competing for second in chips and sort of, the vice president of the table, you might say.
Yeah.
So, there's I really am excited to see how this table goes. But the first person we're going to be looking out for is John-Ander Valinus as we head over and see Luca.
348 entries in event number 2 here in Jeju, the 20K No Limit Hold'em 8-handed event. We're down to a final table of 9. They're going to compete for the title, this beautiful trophy, and $1,350,000. Please allow me to introduce you to your final 9. Scene number 1 from the US, 5.7 million. Please welcome Calvin Lee.
Calvin Lee, very excited to be here. Coming in 5th in chips with those 19 big blinds.
In scene number 2 from Spain with 425,000. Please put your hand together for John-Ander Valinus Santos.
Another player getting his first ever Triton cash, but not a lot of chips to work with. And now wondering where he's supposed to go. I mean,
our scene number 3 has 10 million from Russia. Please welcome Andrei Kotelnikov.
Kotelnikov started a couple levels ago as the chip leader, leveled out a little bit.
Our seed number 5 with 10 million from China. Please put your hand together for Tony Ren Lin.
As soon as this guy starts talking, everybody is listening. So funny. No gamble, no future. Love watching him play at a final table.
Easy number 6 from Japan with 5.3 million. Please welcome Shimizu Nozomu.
What a great smile. Ready to go is Shimizu. He's got a little otter friend.
Yeah, everyone going to the same shop to bring a good luck charm to the table.
Yeah.
RC number 7 from Belgium is our chip leader with 22 million. Please put your hand together for Michael Gatti.
Oh, that's a great chip leader smile and a beautiful sparkly shirt.
What a shirt.
That's a table captain. Was he already wearing that, or did he put that on when he got the chip lead?
Seat 8 with 6.8 million from Austria. Please put your hand together for Mario Mosbach.
Yeah, one of the best players in the world. Almost $10 million in Triton earnings. Mario Mosbach, no stranger to Triton FTs.
And EC 9 from Malaysia with 4.3 million. Please welcome David Fu.
Technically, our 8th in chips is Fu, but very, very close between many of the other players.
And last but not least, closing this final table is seat number 10 from the Ukraine. Please put your hand together for Igorino Yaroshevsky.
The other big regular of many Triton stops, almost $6 million in Triton earnings. Yaroshevsky wants to add a 3rd title.
The button has been drawn in seat number 3. We still have 5 minutes remaining on 150, 300, 300. I wish you all the very best of luck. Tiare, shuffle up and deal, please.
And there are the chip counts in all their glory. Well, everyone's glory but John Ender Valinus. Hard to find someone starting an FT with one big blind, Kevin, but that is the burden of the Spaniard who, all things considered, will get his first Triton score and at least 133,000, but the other players hoping to get that $31,000 jump after his elimination. But hey, chip in a chair, right? You never know.
And I was just speculating about where the button would be placed. Sounded like button's in seat 3 and he's seated in seat 2. So that's a lot of hands that he does not have to put in that chip.
Okay, wow. So we'll see how that dynamic affects the rest of the table. I mean, we have a ton of players as we do look at the payouts all the way up to $1.35 million. Incredible 7-figure early payouts for these 15K buy-ins, 20K buy-ins. Usually we don't necessarily see that much for first, but what a turnout here in Jeju. Players love coming down here, especially from all over Asia. We were talking about the 1, 2, and 3 finishers in the 15K event, all from China. Less Chinese players on this FT, but we have a lot of representation from all over Asia, including the Japanese player sighting here in Shimizu. As we get the cards in the air. You are absolutely right. Look at Valinus in seat 2 there with the button on seat 3. So many hands to get through. And right away, Michael Gaffey being like, just so you guys know, this is my table.
Typhoon, Mario, no future.
Yeah, John Ender loving that seat draw, but Michael Gaffey may be loving it even more.
Yeah, let's keep this guy in there. This is some real great ICM pressure.
Oh, no, please.
Be going down too much, baby.
Notes.
And you might see the effects right here. Ren Lin, plenty of chips, King Jack offsuit, facing a wide range. But he can't be excited to play this hand right now.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting because were he in the big blind, he'd be happy to flick it in. I don't think he expects Shimizu to ever mess around. So I find this pretty fun.
Yeah,
this is great.
Excuse my assumption that he wasn't going to VPIP here.
Yeah.
Going with a 3-bet bluff instead, perhaps recognizing he's kind of near the bottom of the hands he'd want to play in this spot. And I would say from Gaffey's point of view, this is usually a straightforward fold. He might suspect that...
ICM for poor people. I'm rich.
I'm rich. ICM is for poor people, I'm rich. What a great line.
I've heard this one a lot on the U.S. circuit. Renlin, no stranger to the Poker Go studio and other USA stops where that's a common quip.
So first blood to Ren Lin. I mean, second and chips just going for the King Jack offsuit 3-bet from the small. I mean, you love to see it.
Calvin Lee, another frequent face on the U.S. circuit. Plays a lot of big stakes tournaments. Everyone's shying away a little bit from the chip leader big blind.
Mizu 15 big blinds here with the King 7, but yeah, just respecting the playing by the rules.
And that's, you know, not an automatic pass, I would say.
No.
It does point to the pressure people are feeling to wait for John Ander to bust and just get that little boost. But don't forget that there's still 9 players at this table and there's 1.35 up top.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. Igor. King 9 suited on 15 big blinds. On the gun +1.
Yeah, Igor's someone I would expect to be aware of the dynamic, but not, you know, totally bend to the situation. He's considering entering this pot. Suited king or any other good blocker, certainly worthy of consideration.
Look at that. This would have been a great spot for John Ander to just put in his 1 big blind had Igor not opened. And the problem is that you're not really ever expecting to. I mean, I guess sometimes you'll be dominating maybe a suited ace combo for Igor, and you know he finds it with the dominating 9. This is a great opportunity for more than a double up for the Spaniard.
I like that he went for this one.
Yeah.
He's got to know that everyone at the table is sort of waiting him out. And when an early position player raises, there's a good chance this just goes heads up, maybe 3 ways with Mario here in the big blind. He's going to have a pretty good chance to get a triple or a quadruple.
Yeah, and there's versions of this open that, you know, not, you know, maybe not expecting King 9 suited that often, but the King Queen offs, the King Jack suited, the King 10 suited, these are coming in for opens, which you're technically ahead of. And speaking of ace 9, Mario's going to flick in the chip as well.
Yeah, Mario, I thought, might have visions of some sort of 3-bet, putting Igor in a nasty spot potentially, just wanting to wait out the John Ander bust, but he decides to go the cautious route.
Yeah, I guess the problem inherent is it would have to be a shove, right?
Little.
Is there a version of it where we could make it like 1-7 and then fold for 4? I mean...
Probably not,
yeah.
To be honest. It's, and calling back to the risk premium of the spot, it's not honestly the highest spot. Once John Ander's in there and you get 2 players fighting for the chance to see showdown against him, it's kind of unlikely that he wins the pot. You usually see the better of the 2 hands prevail, and then John Ander has to beat the better of those 2 hands. Obviously in this spot, he's in better shape than usual.
Three of clubs on the turn. So far, so choppy between Mario Mosbach and John Ander Valinus.
These are really interesting spots to think about how to bluff if you're either Mario or Igor here. Because what's on your mind is if I do force my opponent out of the pot, I need a hand that's still good enough to beat John Ander at Showdown. Otherwise, I gain nothing. So you don't really want to bluff with air. But I think Mario's earnestly considering maybe I want to bluff with this kind of medium ace-high that could beat a queen-jack or a king-jack or king-queen type hand at Showdown.
So interesting.
He does end up checking, and Igor now has the same problem. If he bluffs Mario out here, he might just lose the pot.
But he does elect to do it.
And for 550, I mean, I don't know that Mario's got an automatic fold. Suppose that was a time bank chip going in behind that arm of John Ander. Whose arm are we looking at here?
I think that's going to be seat 1 or 2's arm. Calvin Lee's? Yeah.
Is he thinking of a... So he might have the same idea, but in the form of a check raise bluff.
Wow.
I mean, this is nasty.
So intricate.
He's recognizing perhaps... No, Igor didn't bet the flop. This is a texture where any overpair has a lot of incentive to go after the flop. Just protect your hand, just run the cards, right? So after a check behind and now a delayed bet, he's suspicious, and he's thinking he might even be up against like ace-queen.
Yeah, that would have this was
ace
sort of
king.
Protective bet on the turn.
Yeah, a high card that now thinks their hand is best. He doesn't realize he has the winner here, but I understand the temptation to bluff a better ace-high. And again, still have a shot at winning the main pot against John Ander.
Yeah, oh my God, it's just so cool. The two most decorated players on this table in Triton, in Mario Mosbeck.
Mario.
It does
What's
get
the
it through.
professional bluffing?
Two of them combining for about 15 million in Triton caches, and there's a great example. Just a really interesting hand.
Protection.
Chop it up.
Hello. Keep here.
John Ander gonna double on that chop, I believe.
Oh yeah.
Mario, you are dangerous. Oh my God, all my fault. All my fault today. I sent Mario to the super deep. Now no more mistakes.
Oh, I love me some Jacob & Co. watches, Kev. I mean, listen, I understand that it's the burden in life to want things you can't have. And I'm a little priced out for these beauties. But look at them. They're just great. They're great to look at. And we give we give it away to the Triton main event winner. Someone gets a beautiful watch, a Triton Co. watch. There's one with a roulette table inside.
Seen that one.
Just crazy stuff. Beautiful. It's the official timekeeper here at Triton Poker is Jacob & Co. My favorite one there. The yellow diamonds. It's not even gold, It's yellow diamonds. It's so much money.
I'm still thinking about the roulette wheel. Is it a functioning roulette wheel?
That's what I hear.
Use it. You think that's been used for some high stakes flips
Maybe.
at the table before?
Oh, definitely has for sure.
I've yet to see one in the wild, but that must be.
John Ander Valinus finding that double to 2 big blinds, 3 big blinds, 2 big blinds.
Yeah, it looks like blinds went up there since the last
they
hand.
did, yeah, okay.
So his 2 big blinds doubled
No rest
to
for
2.
the wicked.
I think we're going to see this go in. It's not a great hand, but he's approaching the point where he'll be forced all in when the
Yeah,
blinds come
may
to
as
him,
well
right?
take this.
850, right?
Just 800, Ren.
Oh.
I think Ren trying to figure out if there's chips behind or how many chips are behind.
Yeah. Yeah, 50,000 behind. Ooh.
And it's a little dicey for Ren to have gotten involved here. I mean, I don't fault putting in 2 big blinds with ace-8, certainly, but, you know, with Gathy behind, with chips, with Mario behind, now almost even with him. He's not necessarily just facing one opponent.
Just calls.
Wow,
And this one's
Mario,
interesting.
Ever for Mario?
Doesn't want to risk the trap from Renlin.
No future.
No more
It seems a little unlikely to me on first
Ace
watch that
high
Ren
now?
would have been trapping here.
I don't mistake it now.
Yeah, would probably have ISO'd.
Yeah, no isolation, just 2 big blinds. Could have made it 4 or something to try and price out a cheap flat in the big blind.
I guess it's just a disaster for Mario to bust in this spot is the thing, right? Like if he does shove and Ren just snaps with kings and he busts, it's just there's so many, you know, and you keep in a worse hand with the ace-8. You know, it comes ace high, maybe you get 1 or 2 streets of value down the streets.
It is a concern, but, you know, if Mario jams, John Ander
do I
flicks
do
in the
in
last
today? It was
50K
terrible.
every single
Big
time.
mistake,
So
any
you,
mistake.
more often than not, an elimination would be a double elimination. Here, only 1 at risk.
Right. Gonna force out the ace-jack, and John Ander actually in pretty decent shape, all things considered. Would have hated to be up against a queen, but the 9, jack, and 10 all live. And you can see how valuable this pot is. 3.3 million in the middle. Quite significant. Would get John Ander up to about 7, 8 big blinds. There is the nuts. Let's go.
Yeah, that's a huge
That
pot
changes
to take down.
everything. My goodness.
He gets 2 callers, the big blind, the whole ante.
Oh, yeah.
And the other short stacks at the table here, not happy about that. Now a really tight race at the bottom.
Yeah, believe it or not, 3 players with all around 8 or 9 big blinds between Tukwei Fu, John Ander Valanis, and Igor Yarashevsky. I mean, heck, even Shimizu only with 11. Renlin, never seen a suited ace he didn't like.
Now we're going to see some more chips go into the pot.
Mhm.
Ren taking stock of the new chip layout, I imagine. Usually when...
Ooh.
I'm surprised.
Wow.
We have a couple of short stacks in the blinds, and he might have been eyeing how many chips they have, worried about...
9 and 8 big blinds in the small and big, and then if you're just folding, I mean, I see the argument for the fold. I was just a bit surprised. I mean, he made a bit of a fool out of me when I suggested that.
You and me
know,
both, but...
Yeah, a little bit, but I certainly see the logic behind it.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get in those 8 or 9 big blinds with that hand strength.
So if he's always folding to those amounts, you know, why bother opening it?
Mario, on the other hand, once it gets to him, just risking 8-ish big blinds against both players behind. King 7 good enough to
Yeah, that's the result
put
you're
the
looking
pressure
for,
on.
too. You don't like getting called when you have the King 7. I actually usually call that hand the Kevin. And here you are.
Why didn't you this time?
I don't know. I don't know. So actually, Mario's coin poker shirt is a bit different than Gathy's. Or maybe he had a sweater before and then took it off. I don't know. Some cool gear over there at Coin Poker. So you saw a little glimpse of what they're playing for. The Triton, as it were.
Yeah, do you think that was the hoodie that Mario took off? He likes to skip the scarf and just get a gigantic sweater around his neck to hide his pulse. Or to keep himself warm. Specifically in that area. I'm not sure.
Six big blinds.
Probably just going to see a walk here. Not much pressure on Calvin that
that's what we
2.3
do.
can put.
7 deuce walk for Calvin. He loves it.
Players in event number 3, the 25K competition has begun. All players are 1 hour in break. That's all players in event number 3, the 25K, 1 hour in break.
Any ace going to be a tempting one for Nozomu here, but definitely dangerous with a couple of covering stacks behind. Looks like he's going for a raise fold. And Gathy's hand doesn't look like much, but he's got a real opportunity right away.
1.6 million.
I like this 3-bet from Gathy. With the high risk premiums, just 13 big blinds for Nozomu plays a lot more like 20 or 25.
Yeah.
Gathy can easily 3-bet and get away, but this time he's running into it.
Yeah, 2 queens for the man from Spain, John Ender Valanis.
And when the rest of this goes in, it's going to be disappointing, but I think mandatory for Gathy to run it and try to make a pair of aces.
Yeah, just going to be 1.3 million more to call. Effectively 6.5 or 7 big blinds.
He knows he's up against a huge hand, but the price is extremely good.
And with that ace power, especially the wheel ace, so you're going to be about 30%.
To have you.
2.9 million.
Got to do it, man.
Gathy making sure his math still functions.
Ace deuce, ace 5.
Good to
low, huh?
just dot your I's and cross your T's at a big final table.
Lady Gaga. He always says that when he sees queens. I love it. And what a remarkable comeback this would be if Valanis wins here. Started this FT with 450K. Just needs to dodge an ace or a backdoor straight, and he's going to be all the way up to 7.2 million.
That's the average stack at this table.
Yeah, it'll be good for 5th and chips. I mean, might have to dodge a sweaty turn. Yeah, there you go. That's one of the big ones.
Never
now a
easy.
7-3 or ace. And this unexpected comeback will come to a close. But the 10 of diamonds is the river. And another big double up.
BB, huh?
And it's kind of fun when we get the unlikely storyline with someone that has 1 big blind to start a final, you know? You know it's possible, You've seen it happen before. Most of the time, they're just going to bust. Maybe not the first time, you know, with the ace-9. Maybe not the second with the jack-10, but you think eventually. But no, all the way up to 5th in chips.
You win?
No way. How do we win this hand? Do we win?
Maybe number 1 week.
Maybe if another card comes.
Typo.
Fold. Raise 800,000. Fold.
And Gathi, after losing that pot, still about 20 big blinds of separation between him and the next closest stack.
Triple leader, no future.
Oh,
Nobody
but this
loses.
Yeah, it hasn't been an ideal start for the Belgian so far, but you know, started with 22.5 million, still have 19 to start this hand.
I'm not sure what we're going to see him do here. I mean, Fu put the chips in pretty quick from an early position. It's another 6.5 big blinds for Gathi to call. And he doesn't mind this situation right now where the chip distribution is still pretty heavily in his favor. It's a suited Broadway, though. Like, it's a lot of equity to get away from. I'm honestly not sure. I'm right on the fence with this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very strong shove, as for reasons that you mentioned. Tuckway Fu not expecting a ton of fold equity, but he is going to call because it's not always going to be just ace-king. It's going to be ace-jack suited, ace-queen off, you know, pocket jacks, pocket queens, hands that he is going to have decent equity. 28% here against the ace-king. There's fader holes spotted. 6 deuce 6, pretty uneventful flop. Changes nothing. No spades to speak of. Gonna need 3 10s is Michael Gathi. The river is the queen and a nice clean double up for the Malaysian.
Who's next?
Who's next, he says. Certainly not the start that you're looking for when you come in as overwhelming chip leader to just get involved in every pot and double someone up pretty much every time you enter.
Gamble too much, triple leader.
That was too much?
You and the Mario gamble too much.
I thought that was just...
Yeah, all things considered, though, you know, still holding the chip lead. 15 million chips. Renlin in second with 10 million.
And Ren, the player who benefits the most, really, from Gathi's chip lead slipping here. He's got direct position, or rather, Ren is directly out of position on the chip leader, and the less of a lead that Gathi has here,
Go to final table.
the less pressure he can put.
I know future.
I could just listen to Renlin narrate a final table all day.
King, queen, open.
Please, do our job for us. We love it. Igor, our significant short stack now, folding the 9-7, just 6 big blinds. Calvin at the cutoff with the raggy ace. Some consideration.
Yeah, I think not a bad hand to try and sneak one through from late position. Just go for the min raise, and the only concern is that you've got a pretty tough customer in the big blind.
Yeah, that is the biggest concern. I think John Ender, you know, probably not going to get too out of line with the 18 blinds. Kotelnikov's been pretty snug. It's just about this tough cookie.
Yeah, and if I'm in Ren's shoes, there's no problem peeling here and taking a flop. He covers by a good margin. He's got a suited hand.
Yeah. ICM is for poor people. I'm rich, etc.
Even in ICM. Not the flop, though, for Ren to try and get fancy. I think we're going to see this pot go Calvin's way pretty quickly. Didn't even have to put a bet out.
Pretty fast. All in call.
Double call.
Snap call. Ah, yeah, almost.
You know.
The clock.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ren just trying to kill Calvin's hand there by throwing his cards at him fast enough. Fortunately, he killed his own hand first.
Little peek at the rail here. Some supporters. Some familiar faces in the back in particular, including German superstar Feder Holtz.
And definitely recognize the Mario Masbach cheering section in the middle there. Curious who everyone else is out for.
Gathy finding the ace-10 open. Hoping for his sake, he finally wins a hand on this FT. Started with just under 23 million, has slipped to just over 15.
I think he's going to lose another one.
Yeah, looks like Kotelnikov loaded. Just going to shove.
Yeah, Kotelnikov wisely, I think, just ending the action early here against a chip lead open. Maybe in some scenarios before the final table you would 3-bet small to induce. But he's got the mid stack that's exactly the kind of stack that's under a lot of pressure in these situations. So he doesn't have a lot of maneuverability here. He just wants the chips.
It's okay.
Get it over with.
He wants the chips, so give them to him.
I think he's actually got a patch on that references how much he wants the chips.
If you're just joining us, this is the 20K
7と6ってどっちの方が先に来る
Triton Jeju final table. 9 left. Playing for 1.35 million up top. We had a huge field, over 350 players. Incredible turnouts here in Jeju from all over the world, but specifically from places like China. Incredibly popular stop. And a lot of money to be won. I mean, these are the early events. We're going to be playing bigger and bigger buy-ins over the course of the series. It's just going to get more and more exciting and more money to be won and lost by these players. Igor Yaroshevsky, one of the most accomplished players on this final table when it comes to Triton. Has an easy decision here with the ace-10 spades, but is going to maybe take some pause, make it look like he's really thinking about it.
I was going to say, Igor is probably just making sure he chooses the right size here. He does have an automatic all-in type hand, but he's also recognizing
that if 3 people go all in, maybe.
Yeah, he wants to leave himself an out.
It would be nice having 2.5 big blinds instead of, 1 or 1.5 like we see sometimes.
Yeah, and you're kind of weighing these considerations, going big enough to force Gaffey to fold in the big blind with trash, but going small enough that you could maybe get away if 2 people go all in.
Sorry, the stacks always.
Yeah, so much nuance with that stuff.
The last hand?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, these are ultimately the most important moments of your poker sort of journey when it comes to, there's a lot of work done by players like Igor to know what the correct thing to do. So important once you get here to try to find a way to get into that final 3. A long way for Igor in 9th place right now, but he's in there. I mean, one double up and you're in 5th.
Yeah.
Right. Tuck Wei Fu. Couple of big blockers, but under the gun 9-handed, not going to be the ticket. Ace-5 off. I'm of a similar mind with this hand.
Yeah, he might be thinking about whether he can sneak through a min raise. I don't think he would ever commit from this early of a position. Just going to pass.
Fold. 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 Raise 800,000.
Rentan's certainly good enough to open, and Nozomu wakes up with a pretty big one given the circumstances.
Yeah, technically, actually, the shortest stack with just 7 big blinds should know that he's well ahead of Renlin's cutoff open here. Spots don't get much better than this, but man, Michael Gaffey, maybe things are finally turning around for the men from Belgium. Pocket kings in the small blind.
I was going to say Nozomu did deliberately leave 100K back there. Pretty hard for him to ever decide to fold and leave himself with 100K, but Gaffey waking up with kings is potentially the start of it. It would just take Mario. I don't know if this one's going to be good enough, but it would take Mario waking up with a big one is what I was about to say.
Look at how quickly Mario folds
Yeah,
pocket nines.
he knows he has to get away there. Gaffey's not calling here light. And the other thing to point out is that that last 100K doesn't have to go in post-flop either. The likely outcome here is Renlin folds. Now we're going post-flop. He's still got the 100K. Politely pointing out to Gaffey so he doesn't turn his hand over. It's good sportsmanship there. Oh, but Gaffey.
Nice little pray there for Shimizu, who's going to be pretty happy to see that flop and hope to be up against the ace-jack, ace-queen kind of portion of Gaffey's range. But of course, it's the kings. It's going to need to be backdoor diamonds, backdoor wheel, or an ace or 10, or else Shimizu is our unlikely 9th place finisher, having this FT started with the 1 big blind for John Ander. But there are ways to win here. That's not one of them. Only an ace or a 10 now. That's going to do it. Oh, that was really cute. That was beautiful. Some respect from the players. Big smiles out the door from our 9th place finisher, Shimizu Nozomu.
Obviously an important spot for Nozomu. Looks like this is his first ever Triton cash. Probably going to be happy. Disappointed for now, but happy to walk away with 133,000.
Yeah, and on the rail with friends or family. Probably had a great experience here in that 20K and takes home $133,000 for his performance. Look at that energy. Came out with the otter. Would have liked to have had a better result here on this final table, but I'm sure he's going to be happy with his first Triton cash and his first Triton final table. Can't ask for much more as far as your first Triton cash to, you know, get in the bright lights, have a little cute little intro, bring out your otter plush. I actually have an otter plush at home. My girlfriend and I are children, really. We have a lot of plushes. But I have a. You want to know the name of our otter plush?
Do I have an option
No.
to answer
No, I'm
that
definitely
question
gonna tell
differently
you.
than yes? Please tell me. I'd
Harry.
love to know.
Harry is its
Harry.
name. Yeah.
Why'd you choose Harry?
Harry Otter.
Harry Otter.
It's a Harry Potter joke. You guys get it right. You are effectively shoving with the King 10 suited, going to get it through.
Really glad I asked.
Yeah. I'm sure I can get my partner to send a photo, and we can get it on the screen and get it on the big screen for everyone. All of our plushes are pun names, by the way. Like that. Do you want some more? Maybe later.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe later.
Don't spoil it all now.
Yeah,
We've got 8 players remaining at this table. We might be here for a while.
I'll bring one out after every elimination. How about that?
Yeah, that's great. Wait, how many do you have?
I don't know.
Never mind.
Not like a weird amount. Like, I would say more than 6 and less than 15. What's weird?
I was waiting to see how high you would go for what the weird amount is.
Yeah, I think double digits is weird. I would think maybe not weird, but double digits is like, all right, like you are.
That's why you stopped at.
You
exactly
are turning
9.
40 in it. Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah, you are turning 40 in April, Griffin. Maybe single digit plush amounts.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Fold it to Mario on the button. 7-6.
Fold.
Close one in the small blind for Fu. Decides he doesn't want to tangle, but he covered Yaroshevsky there by a decent margin. I think he had a chance to play the pot. But it's tough when you've only got 15 blinds yourself, or actually now looking like 13 if we're up to 250, 500.
Yeah, I say we limp in, we see what happens. You know, I mean, in that particular case, of course, we saw that Igor had a dominating 8 with the queen 8, but he's gonna have queen 7 off, check back. You know, flop some equity, rep stronger. There are the remaining players and their chip counts. Everyone in that double-digit big blind amount now, at least. Igor with 11 after that walk, all the way up to Michael Gathy, the player from Belgium, 18.3 million. Renlin, 21 big blinds now. You can see how close between Tuck Wei Fu and Renlin. They're really, really bunched up. One double up from any of these players, and they just vault all the way up there. There are the payouts. Next player eliminated will get $164,000 US, all the way up to first place of 1.35 million. An incredible turnout for this 20K, as well as the record-breaking 15K, which was our opening event here in Jeju. If you don't know who I am, I'm Griffin Penger. And he's Kevin Rabichow. Say hi, Kevin.
Hi.
In case
That's me.
someone's
He's talking about
joining
me.
and talking about you?
Yeah, to the person who just
Get in
joined.
there. Get in there, man. Don't be shy.
Just watching the procedures of the players on screen. We just saw John Ander fold pocket 7s under the gun.
We did see that.
I like the fold. It's not a strong min-raise and figure out what happens type hand. And it's not a put all of my chips into the middle pre-flop type hand.
I didn't like it because he has exactly on the dot 7 million chips. So there was like symmetry in him playing that hand. I don't know.
I understand.
These are the things I think about. Mario finding a raise with the king 6 suited. And yeah, I don't think it's going to get past Igor's ace 10. He's very, very well aware that Mario's raise range is going to include hands like this that will fold to the 10 big blind shove. I don't think he's thrilled, but
and I do
he's
think
nonplussed.
I agree. I do think the blinds have gone up, even though the graphic's showing 2-4. It looks like this is 255. So we've got a min raise from Mario and about 8.5 blinds for Igor. Even more clear to put it in, I would say, as Igor. But probably either way. You would see these chips go in the middle.
Yeah, and I mean, look how wide Mario is opening. If he's opening the king 6 suited, he's opening all the other suited kings all the way up to jack and folding them for a shove, probably. And then, you know, if you include the offsuit combos of kings, king 10, king jack might be playing as a min, raise fold. All the ace-x hands that we can include in that raise fold range.
Yeah, I mean, Igor's also thinking about Mario's sitting on 12 or so big blinds effective with everyone behind. He would have some open jams here. He wouldn't play everything as a min raise. So this min raise is polar.
Yeah.
Does he want to jam into that polar range? Does he have the right kind of cards to do that? Because he knows if he gets called, he's dead.
Good man.
He does eventually put it in.
Good man. Does get it through.
Yeah, Mario maybe wishing he had some more equity to potentially look Igor up after that long tank there, but nothing you can do with King 6. This leaderboard continues to get more ridiculous. Mario currently in 8th with 12 big blinds. John Ander in 4th with 14 big blinds. Just 1.2 million chips separating our 4th place and 8th place players.
Ooh.
Yeah, Gaffey with a huge hand here, considering how wide he's going to be playing as chip lead. Always tempting when you have some sort of rejamming hand and the chip leader has opened to think about it, but I think it's wise to just get away from deuces there.
Suited jack for Valinus.
Yeah, even a suited hand at this stage, when we put in that one more big blind,
it's just
it can get really
so,
dicey,
yeah,
and Gaffey gets to put a lot of
chips
pressure
are
on us
so
post-flop.
valuable right now, right?
I would like to see a fold here, I think. Maybe against a later position open, we would call.
I would like to see the flop with the jack 4, but not pay, you know?
Yeah.
If we just said, if you said to him, Michael, do you mind if you just, can you actually just limp? But you just can't put in that extra blind right now.
Not the type of deal that I suspect Triton would facilitate at the table. We'll just change the raise size.
You're probably right.
Everyone's okay with that, right?
Sorry, I got to be honest. When I signed this contract, I didn't read the rule book. There's Ren Lin. I gotta say, you know, I haven't made a list, but if I were to make a list of the most entertaining Triton regs, he would be very near the top. Oh, he's like a cartoon character. Love it. Gaffey finding the ace-4 for the raise. I mean, this is where he's going to make his bread. He tried to do it at the beginning, and kind of everything he seemed to do didn't work. He got 3-bet when he had the king-queen by the king-jack that felt kind of out of line in this great way by Ren Lin. A couple of other spots, you know, doubling a player up with the king-10, doubling Fu up with the ace-king. But now he's getting into his groove. Has almost twice as much as second in chips, which is Andrei Kotelnikov. Oh, there you go, Kev.
Right as you say, getting into his groove.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's getting piled on here.
Yeah, I hope your groove, Michael, is getting piled on, because it's about to happen.
And a bit unlucky card distribution, honestly. I mean, I know Gaffey did win some chips back with the last all-in, but he's been choosing reasonable hands. He's shown some discipline as chip lead. Just getting dealt an ace, getting dealt suited broadways, getting dealt extremely typical hands,
I think he's been doing everything right. And, you know, technically has less chips than he started on this final table, but I think he's been playing just fine and is in a very, very comfortable lead. It's funny, the chip lead for Michael Gaffey, just 37 big blinds at 18.6 million. But second in chips, you know, only 9.8 million. This is a significant lead. He's going to be able to continue to open things up. And even here, without blockers, with this hand with great playability, and won't find himself in many situations to actually play, but still finds it here. And can he fold out hands as strong as King-Queen with the ICM pressure? I mean, this is not a fun spot for Igor with all these other stacks behind.
No, I think from the hijack, this is not quite enough hand to go all in. He might be thinking about something creative. He might be thinking about, 2.2 million and get away from it if he gets jammed on.
Yeah.
He does come with 2.1.
Yeah, you were wrong about the sizing, but
I'll take that. That's fair. If I'm going to be specific enough to say 2.2.
now listen, it's your first Triton in your commentary,
I'll get it next time.
Yeah, you'll get better.
And it's kind of interesting, like we get back to
Yeah.
Gathi now, and he's got a very playable hand, and he's been laid a good price. That 1.1 million, not nearly as meaningful to Gathi as it is to Igor.
Because it's not just the aces, the kings, the queens. I mean, queens probably just shove, so representing aces, kings, and then hands like king, queen, maybe hands like an ace 10 off that, 9-8 can do some damage against, but Gathi doesn't want to risk it.
Yeah, I don't mind the fold, but I've certainly seen some
Argument
players in
for
his
the-
position
yeah.
just peeling there, taking a flop, trying to put pressure on those unpaired overcards. And to Igor's credit, like not everyone comes after the chip leader that light.
Yeah.
I think a lot of players just snap fold the king queen and the hijack and move on.
250.
Gathi might have ranged him a bit tighter.
Yeah, and I am curious, though. I would want to ask you sort of the hand selection of 9-8. Would you prefer having something like the ace 4 if we imagine we're not going to really get any playability out of the 9-8? I mean, even
just as an open.
Yeah, I mean, even into that would have been Renlin's big blind, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the only time you realize that playability is if the big blind defends and you go to a flop.
Yeah.
And that is kind of fine, but your point's valid. We're not going to get that many folds from the field if we open that from first position.
Yeah.
It might just be an open fold. If everyone was playing deeper, or even if some of the table was playing deeper, it's a much better open.
Yeah.
Bitcoin down, Bitcoin down.
Having said that, we're not questioning the open if Igor decides to make a tight fold with king queen, right? It's like you still have to. The right player has to get the right hand.
I think Kotelnikov in the next seat had ace-jack offsuit. So
oh, did he really?
We would have been talking about it either way.
Okay.
There was a theory that Bitcoin is done
yeah,
because everybody's here. They're saying never Bitcoin to play.
I mean, I think it reinforces my amazing point about maybe 9-8 should have been a fold.
That's yours, yeah.
You sure?
Calvin going to be tempted here with any ace, but +2, 8-handed, just a little bit too early to mess around with an ace and a 7.
Yeah, blocker consideration open for John-Ander Valanis. Again, we're playing very tricky short stacks. He elects to just fold.
Yeah, I would have considered that one. I think in hijack it's all right. He covers everyone except Gathi.
He did technically consider it.
He did consider it. I would have raised it.
Yeah. And you would not have gotten it through as Mario Mospec gets the loaded ace-queen suited.
Queen. Ace-queen, wow.
And all things considered, maybe not a fair fight, but like a knife fight where one guy has a machete, They both got blades. One's bigger than the other. And I'm sure Valanis is patting himself on the back for not taking that blocker open with the king 10. Ooh, bad start. Mario gonna need an ace or a queen on the turn or some kind of additional equity. A lot of ways that can happen. A lot of diamonds in the deck, a lot of 10s, a lot of 9s. Just one more 9.
One more.
One more 9. Do it the dirty way. If you're gonna do it with the 9.
Ooh, Super Mario.
Very green star.
I never see Mario Felipe.
Green star? Greenstein.
Since the last 10 years.
Super Mario.
Professional flip.
Professional flip.
And that's devastating for Michael Gathi. I mean, maybe a bit of an exaggeration, but that turn of that card was the difference between having a significant chip lead And now, you know, pretty much close to even with. There's a pack now between kind of 9 million and 12 million that can change hands quite quickly.
Yeah, not only that, but you've lost those chips to the player on your direct left. Perhaps the most talented player at the table.
Yeah.
It really is kind of a
I would
worst
even
case
drop
scenario.
the perhaps. You know, one of the most respected super high rollers in the game. Yeah, 11 million now for Mario Mossbach.
Just 16% of chips, though.
This is yours, right?
Yeah, and this is yours. Yeah.
Oh, this is okay.
Yeah.
These are spots, honestly, even very studied tournament players are not reviewing. A lot of people look at how to play the short stack, how to play the chip lead. How do you play when everyone has 20 big blinds and you're 8-handed?
Yeah. I mean, I've studied it, so I could tell you, but it's sort of it's a long story. You know, I don't want to.
Come on, Lady
we have
Gaga,
time.
one time. Long time no see.
Ace Jack, quite a bit better than the King 10 he folded last hand, will be entering this pot. John Ander thinking, what would Adrian Mateos do?
$1 million.
Raise to 1 million.
How much total you play like that?
I think 1 million is the right choice.
Yeah.
8 million?
Certainly we're going to see some players weighing the benefits of open jamming and min raising when everyone's this short, but from +2, I think it's wise to mostly stick to that min raise.
Quite a weird spot here for Ren Lin.
It is.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see any option, really. Call, shove, 3-bet.
I'd be a little surprised by call when everyone's this short, but
yeah.
Small 3-bet, definitely on the table, all in, on the table, fold.
Yeah, I think fold is even more on the table than call, right? Yeah, this is going to test Ren Lin.
He has no reason to think John Anders out of line on this open.
There's no comfortable action.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, finds the shove. You know, hoping John Ander has a hand like this or worse that is just going to raise fold. I mean, I think Ace-Jack is going to need to find the bin. I mean, the
only way... This is a standard fold, I think.
Yes.
But the only way he finds a call here is if he maybe picked up on some hesitation from Ren Lin, thinks he's not up against Ace-Queen or Ace-King. I mean, it would be a pretty big hero call, I think.
Yeah, I think that John Anders going to expect maybe if he takes the sort of reaction of Ren Lin at face value, that it like you said, that it felt like something marginal in this circumstance, like an 8s or a 9s, you know, or a
and even against that,
an Ace-Jack off, yeah.
If Ren Lin turns over pocket 7s, you still fold, I think.
Yeah,
because
so that's
yes,
why
you're getting
just
a
need to
price,
just let
but
it go, yeah.
the risk premium's quite high right now.
Interesting, but yeah, this is exactly what you're talking about. I mean, dude, okay, get this. You ready for this right now? 8th in chips is Calvin Lee with 12 big blinds. The chip leader, Michael Gaffey, 25 big blinds.
Yeah, so basically, if any player at the table were to double up
any
through
single
any player,
you would vault from 8th to 1st, basically, pretty much, top 2.
That's incredible.
Yeah, only 2 players now over 20 big blinds.
And it's a fun spot to watch where it adds some nuance to the idea of like, oh, I'm last in chips, so I need to play this way, or oh, I'm the chip leader, so I need to play that way. Any of these players could be the chip leader in one hand, which means everyone's stack is extremely valuable right now.
Yeah.
There are no throwaway stacks at this table.
It is fascinating to me, though, as a a poker player and as a commentator, seeing how the best players in the world are finding ways to get more mileage over the last few years of their their short stacks, of staying in, of even a few years ago I didn't really see these min raises off 10 blinds very often.
Surprised to see, by the way, just now this open jam from Fu for 11 blinds.
9-6 off, yeah.
Yeah.
Just as I was saying, everyone's playing it,
But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the level of
the meta's
creativity
changed,
and
yeah.
the nuance in the way that these players are playing. We didn't get to watch as many players using these strategies in the 15K, but right now in the 20K, we're seeing a lot on display.
Yeah, and there is that gorgeous trophy. One of the finalists for Most Original Design, the recent GPI Awards. Didn't win, so it was rigged.
Not the winner.
No, not the winner. I don't think so.
I thought maybe we might have called it the winner the other day.
Did we?
That's okay.
Like I said it won?
I'm not pointing
I think
fingers.
I said it was a nominee. Maybe it did win. No, it didn't. I don't think. It was like a tour I hadn't heard of.
Some kind of Eagle trophy or something.
Was it?
I feel like I can picture
something.
it.
It felt like something like Texan or Maryland or something like.
Oh, could have. Oh, Champions Club, the belt thing.
Oh, the belt thing won. Yes,
I don't know if it was
the belt
Champions
thing.
Club, but
see, that's nonsense. I mean, it did kind of look cool, but I just mean in the sense of just like, okay, you got the cool gimmick, you give it to that. You don't like the classic Triton.
too many
So
Americans
classic.
voting, obviously.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
You know what? There it is. Michael Gaffey going to find the raise at the hijack. Calvin Lee has a decision to make in the big blind. Has been seeing Gaffey just raise fold all of this FT. And it'll work again here for the 10 big blinds.
Yeah, I think Calvin has to go with this one. Just going through the motions to make sure it looks that he's at least a little bit pained with this decision. He doesn't want to get called, but he knows he has to put that in.
Yeah. King Jack off for Renlin. We did see a tight fold in middle position with the ace 6 of hearts a few rotations ago, but with these double blockers, I think Renlin's going to come in with a raise.
Yeah, and things have even changed a little bit, right? Everyone's tighter, packed together, so Ren can apply just as much pressure as can be applied on him.
Yeah.
Professional fold.
Professional fold. I love when he says that.
Igor with a little wrist slap, nod to Ren.
Okay.
Just 4.5 minutes left on this 250K, 500K level, which means things will jump to 3-6. And with the kind of chip stacks we're seeing, you know, so many, right now it's between 12 big blinds and 23 big blinds are all the stacks, all 8 players at this table. And that's going to get even more sardine crunched in just a few minutes.
I think we'll see Igor play this one from the cutoff. He is covered by the big blind, so just going with a min raise, no opportunity to open jam with this one. Kafelnikov probably would have played a wide range there, but 8 deuce off, not a qualifier.
Yeah, I'm digging the hat. I'm going to buy one. I like it.
It's a nice looking cap.
Although I have to say, I do have a debt at the store, so I might actually dodge for a little while. The machine wasn't working when I went and bought my sweater.
I got it. Okay.
Surprised they gave you credit. They refused for me.
Did they?
I was like, no, you cannot walk away with those sweatpants.
Pardon me. Mario ace-9 off. 20 big blinds. Near on the nose. Gonna have to get through. Weifu's ace-10 of diamonds.
Very nice looking rejam hand, but a bit intimidating from this position to go for it.
But he finds it. Good for him. Oh, no. Bad for him. Unlucky. Tuck Weifu found a great shove against Mario's ace-9 open, but still had to dodge the field. And Calvin Lee, ace-king of hearts. This is going to be a huge swing either way. Whether Tuck gets lucky or not, one player will be either eliminated or left with crumbs. And heck, there's still 3 players behind that. So this is the risk of this shove, is not only you have to worry about Mario, but you have to worry about a good 4 or 5 players behind.
6-4.
Calvin doing some quick math, recognizing perhaps that he has a little bit more. He might be able to just flat instead of putting his last 500K in there. No, I guess he said all in.
And John Ander tossing in the 8-7.
Perhaps a little bit of clock management there, coming up on a break.
Or perhaps a sick read that he was live.
He was.
Everybody wait a break, huh?
Yeah.
Always sell that.
Best of the essence.
Looked like Fu had a little.
All right, Mr. Fu.
Jeju
Time to
clutch
tuck
there.
and roll. Let's do this. Let's find some 10s. Let's find some diamonds.
That's 6.
Otherwise, he will be our 8th place finisher.
There you
Kan du nog einfach ganz immer.
There is the 10 in the window. Devastation for Calvin Lee. Going from around 25% to 86. The American taking it well, but pretty devastating. Deuce changes nothing. Just needs to dodge a king.
I mean, you can't finish it in 2 days.
This is the last hand before a 40-minute dinner break. And look, he shows his lucky token there.
6-4.
Loves it. Doubles up. 15 million chips. Calvin Lee going to be left on absolute fumes, Kevin.
And not out yet with the same amount John Ander had just about an hour ago.
So that is going to take us to the dinner break as we have a look at what we got done in those couple of levels. Not much as far as eliminations. Shimizu Nozomu, 133,000 for 9th place. We now have we have a new 1 big blind hero. Maybe we'll just have that every single break here. We have first it was of course John Ander Valanis, who's now has 10 big blinds. Calvin Lee 1 coming into the break. Yeah, what an exciting level. So interesting. It's very, very rare to see all these players so bunched up together in chips. That early dynamic with the short stack, but the Spaniard found a way to be in contention, and now it's really anyone's ball game.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we were just talking about a few minutes ago. If anyone doubles up through anybody, they will become the new chip leader,
Yeah.
and that's exactly what Tuck Wai Fu just did.
Yeah, up to 15 million, jumping ahead of Michael Gaffey, who didn't have the best sort of couple of levels there. Started the FT with around 23 million. Pretty much every move he made, it didn't really work out. I think everything was kind of standard with the opens, maybe a couple loose opens we weren't sure about, but he was trying to apply the pressure, trying to find a way to, maybe run away with the chip lead as players often do on an FT, but that's just not the nature of this final table. It is, like we said, anyone's game. And yeah, I'm excited to see as the blinds go up too, how it's going to change the dynamic.
Yeah, and some of that resistance that Michael Gaffey was facing coming from Mario Masbach, from Ren Lin, from Igor Yaroshevsky, right? There's a lot of players who are obviously here to win this tournament and are not going to let any chip leader run away with it, and I think that serves them well in a structure like this where everyone's bunched up tight and there's 1.35 million to play for up top.
Yeah, and I think the biggest, turn of the card that we saw over the course of those couple levels of the FT was that ace on the river for Mario Masbach, because he is on the direct left of Michael Gaffey. He is arguably the best player at the table with the most experience, near $10 million in Triton earnings. So I would say he's probably my favorite for the rest of this FT, but not a lot of blinds to work with. We are going to go on a 40-minute dinner break. Ollie's going to come in for me, but we're going to be here all night, and we're going to see this thing through. So go get some food.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with Passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code Jeju and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you it's not just about luck or talent? It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Looking for the ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform, available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
hopefully preserve some image. This is quite a bad hand, but does he have the appetite? Yeah. Okay. This Omikaze's got everything, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Jack 4 offsuit. Right on the heels of having shown the ace, all of a sudden, a completely different look as the Robbie takes us upstairs. Queen 10 suited this time for Wei Ranpu. And what's the VPIP on Zhao right now? Well over 50%.
No, it's
Excuse
way more.
me.
It's like closer to 90%. He folded King Jack offsuit last hand. He's had enough. He's like, there's just no way. There's no way he has it every hand. An ace king for Jozoff. What bad timing is this for Wei Ranpu?
So brutal. He and Jozoff down toward the bottom of the chip counts. Pooh knows at the VPIP levels he could be targeting the opener, but this jam over the top of him bodes so poorly as the snap fold comes in from Zhao. And we're off to the races. The good news for Wei Ran is he's got 2 clean cards. The bad news is he's a 3-2 dog.
This is short stack versus short stack. One of them will have a healthy one after this hand.
Jozoff over to his rail for a little love. Obviously the covering stack, not at risk, but
this is why we have
love
this.
to secure the pay ladder and bring us to 5-handed action. This we know.
This one lost yesterday, no? He's back.
What?
This unlucky. Yeah. Yes.
The capybara has returned?
No, you know why? He has a backpack now.
Oh.
To the flop we head.
Oh.
Wow. Jack 9-8 with a couple of hearts.
Flop Jack 9-8 2 hearts.
It would be very difficult for Wei Ranpu to lose this pot. Blame me if he does, but he has this thing all but locked up. And forgive me, I was under the impression that the covering stack was Jozoff's. Instead, ever so slightly, Wei Ranpu was the covering stack, Randy, and therefore on this turn, where Jozoff draws dead, he is showered in 6th.
That hamster is going to the trash can, I'll tell you that. It did not work. That was brutal. Yeah, speedy exit.
Demoralizing, but if there's any solace, it's that the hand played itself.
Me and Team China.
Jam, rejam, it's ace-king. You win some, you lose some, but you're not going to lose. Plenty of players have been covered. Everyone is doubled, though.
Aces. King's last hand.
This is insane.
And he's changed the pre-flop sizing. Gone in for a full min raise this time, rather than slight north. This is actually going to get the Jack 8 of clubs likely to continue.
Just 4.3 million back, but it is enough hand at one more big blind getting this price to continue. Wei Ran knows it, so to the flop we go. Treacherous waters. Ace in the window, 2 clubs. It's a pair and a flush draw against top set. Car crash. A brisk min C-bet. Wei Ran has just 3.5 million back. Randy, how do you get it in there? You just play passively?
I think you could check raise. He's going to go passive and check call.
Very fortunate to be drawing live.
Oh,
now he's got 2 pair. There is no escape.
It's not over yet, though. He's got clubs still that he can hit. But stacks are going to go in here on the turn now.
Not drawing dead, but a full house doesn't cut it. It is only the flush. Complete setup spot. He decides to check and then get the last 1.1 in there. Of course, he's beaten into the pot. This deck hath chosen violence. But as you mentioned, Randy, it isn't over yet. This 11.4 isn't locked up by Yuzhu Wang. He's got to fade a club. Can Wei Ron pull the rabbit out of the hat once more? No. And at long last, the gridlock of five-handed action is broken. Fifth time, not the charm for Wei Ron Pu. As this all in.
Oh, I like this.
Polishes him off. See Wang promptly over there to show love. Paulius and Zhen Chen with somewhat more tepid salutations, but nevertheless, sporting.
The gyos were issued from Wei Wen Pu, cashing.
Think there's any lions? What is this, Gladiator 2? They're, what about the racetrack? Like cars? No?
I don't think so.
No?
No. Why? What are you trying to get at?
Just, you know, whether or not there's certain forms of gambling that you're addicted to
Okay,
that we've yet to explore.
Have you ever been to the carnival games with the little horses? You throw the ball in the hole and they race?
1000% Circus.
Yeah. I played that one. Been to that track.
You ever grab a ball from the unattended slot next to you so that you get 2-ball action on those things?
You're grimy.
Listen, bro, when you're trying to win stuffed animals, it's every man for himself out there.
Would you just take your opponent's ball and throw it away?
No. There's no one there. So, you know.
You having your friend yell at some kids while they're playing so they can't play properly? Man, you're a real scumbag sometimes, aren't you?
We're not yelling at the kids. We're just outfoxing them. Meanwhile, outflanking the nines is Paulius with King Queen. He's 3-bet to 7 million, and this is a little uncomfortable, Randy. Paulius.
I think this just goes in. Nines is nines after all for what? 15 big blinds?
He agrees with you. Jams, this is not what Paulius wanted to see, but the 7 million obviously was too much of his chips to do anything other than call it off. And let's be fair, when you hear all in come through pretty quickly, you're happy this isn't Queen's Plus or Ace King, Ace Queen.
Agreed.
So 2 clean overs in a 26 million chip pot, the biggest I think we've seen so far here at this FT. 10-7-5. Paulius needs paint, and he needs it in a hurry. That's the look of a man trying to ward paint off this board. As the nines are hanging on.
Well, it has paint, but not quite the one just yet.
Nines turning into blockers to the now newly acquired open-ender Paulius. 27%. Can he find the 9 Queen King or Ace?
Yes!
No.
That's small.
See you in Macau. Yeah, see you.
So the Lithuanian vanquished in 4th place, Randy, and I don't know how to tell you this, but there's one flag that flies proudly.
Chinese domination.
4 players left, 4 members of the delegation. How about that? And how about a handsome 395,000 headed Paulius's way? Add that to his 151,000 in career Triton earnings.
He's got aces. That's a good start.
Not the first time he's had him here at this final table either.
Obviously not going to open rip it. This hand is too good.
He is going to open, though, and the sizing, 2.2. Uh-oh.
That's a monster hand, 3-handed.
Ace, Queen suited. You wouldn't fault Zhen Chen for stepping in it here.
7 million.
And he does 3-bet to 7 million as the pin is pulled in this grenade.
Well, if Yuzhu Wang thinks his opponent's strong, obviously he's going to rip it in there and just get it in now.
Is that because he is very comfortable with the idea that 3-betting to 7 million, Zhen Chen doesn't have any folds? Apparently, yes, as he rips it. A snap call from Zhen Chen, and obviously he nods his head, recognizing that in this particular exchange, He is the bug and not the windshield.
Massive favorite to get to heads up. Ace is looking amazing.
Boy, this is the first occasion on which the gravity of this moment feels as though it is weighing on Yuju Wang, whose aces sit so pretty. 9-7-4, no diamond on board. You cannot blame Zhen Chen for demiking here.
Needs to dodge running queens.
0.3%.
That's it.
Well, when you asked the chat, Randy, who they thought was going to hoist the trophy, that's the man that a majority of the respondents felt was the best remaining player and the most likely to do just that. And no sooner did they answer than Zhen Chen was vanquished. Through no fault of his own, of course.
Oh, sixes versus aces? This is back-to-back hands, and it's flip-flopped.
Oh, boy. Well, the same sentiments that were enjoyed by Yuju Wang moments ago en route to the double-up are those which course through the veins of Hongjun Zhao. He looks completely unfazed.
Huge cooler.
Yuju can't believe just when he thought maybe the wind had filled his sails.
Can you find a six? Oh.
Not only can he not find the six, but Hongjun Zhao has found the ace. Runner quads is the only way. It only happens one in roughly 990 times, and this ain't going to be one of them. So with that turn, Hongjun Zhao secures victory at his second ever Triton Festival, in his second ever event, wearing the smile, brimming with pride, and bubbling over with payout. $818,000 in total after the deal was struck. Nothing to hang your head about, Mr. Wang. You ended up in second with more cash. $975,000, just shy, of course, of the seven-figure payout that our champion was supposed to make. He looked great in the process, referring to both the poker and the look. And I certainly hope that we haven't seen the last of either of those two gentlemen, both in this festival and future Triton events. Showing respect to one another, sportsmanship.
Gotta take a photo.
Great to see it, Randy. You know, for the pros, it can feel like another day at the office. For these two guys, it's a moment they won't soon forget.
This has to be the most memorable moment for both of these poker players in their career. It's going to be Hongjun Zhao that gets to hold that Triton title.
How sweet it is. That is rarefied air. Elite company.
Igor, King 9 suited on 15 big blinds. On the gun +1.
Yeah, Igor is someone I would expect to be aware of the dynamic, but not, you know, totally bend to the situation. He's considering entering this pot. Suited king or any other good blocker, certainly worthy of consideration.
Look at that. This would have been a great spot for John Ander to just put in his one big blind had Igor not opened. And the problem is that you're not really ever expecting to. I mean, I guess sometimes you'll be dominating maybe a suited ace combo for Igor, and you know, he
Gamble,
finds
my
it
friend.
with the dominating 9. This is a great opportunity for more than a double up for the Spaniard.
I like that he went for this one.
Yeah.
He's got to know that everyone at the table is sort of waiting him out. And when an early position player raises, there's a good chance this just goes heads up, maybe 3 ways with Mario here in the big blind. He's going to have a pretty good chance to get a triple or a quadruple.
Yeah, and there's versions of this open that, you know, not, you know, maybe not expecting King 9 suited that often, but the King Queen offs, the King Jack suited, the King 10 suited, these are coming in for opens, which you're technically ahead of. And speaking of ace 9, Mario's going to flick in the chip as well.
Yeah, Mario, I thought, might have visions of some sort of 3-bet, putting Igor in a nasty spot potentially, just wanting to wait out the John Ander bust, but he decides to go the cautious route.
I guess the problem inherent is it would have to be a shove, right?
Little.
Is there a version of it where we could make it like 1-7 and then fold for 4? I mean,
probably not,
yeah.
To be honest. It's, and calling back to the risk premium of the spot, it's not honestly the highest spot. Once John Ander's in there and you get 2 players fighting for the chance to see showdown against him, it's kind of unlikely that he wins the pot. You usually see the better of the 2 hands prevail, and then John Ander has to beat the better of those 2 hands. Obviously in this spot, he's in better shape than usual.
Three of clubs on the turn. So far, so choppy between Mario Mosbach and John Ander Valinus.
These are really interesting spots to think about how to bluff if you're either Mario or Igor here. Because what's on your mind is, if I do force my opponent out of the pot, I need a hand that's still good enough to beat John Ander at showdown. Otherwise, I gain nothing. So you don't really want to bluff with air. But I think Mario's earnestly considering, maybe I want to bluff with this kind of medium ace high that could beat a queen jack or a king jack or king queen type hand at showdown.
So interesting.
He does end up checking, and Igor now has the same problem. If he bluffs Mario out here, he might just lose the pot.
But he does elect to do it.
And for 550, I mean, I don't know that Mario's got an automatic fold. Suppose that was a time bank chip going in behind that arm of John Ander. Whose arm are we looking at here?
I think that's going to be seat 1 or 2's arm. Calvin Lee's? Yeah.
Is he thinking of a... So he might have the same idea, but in the form of a check raise bluff.
Wow.
I mean, this is nasty.
So intricate.
He's recognizing perhaps... No, Igor didn't bet the flop. This is a texture where any overpair has a lot of incentive to go after the flop. Just protect your hand, just run the cards, right? So after a check behind and now a delayed bet, he's suspicious, and he's thinking he might even be up against like ace-queen.
Yeah, that would have this was
ace
sort of
king.
protective bet on the turn.
Yeah, a high card that now thinks their hand is best. He doesn't realize he has the winner here, but I understand the temptation to bluff a better ace high. And again, still have a shot at winning the main pot against John Ander.
Yeah, oh my God, it's just so cool. The 2 most decorated players on this table in the Triton, in Mario Mosbach.
Mario.
It does
What's
get
the
through.
professional bluffing?
2 of them combining for about 15 million in Triton cashes, and there's a great example. Just a really interesting hand.
Protection.
Chop it up.
No, keep here.
John Ander going to double on that chop, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Mario, you are dangerous.
That must be.
John Ander, Valinus, finding that double to 2 big blinds, 3 big blinds, 2 big blinds.
Yeah, it looks like blinds went up there since the last
they
hand.
did, yeah, okay.
So his 2 big blinds doubled
No rest
to
for
2.
the wicked.
I think we're going to see this go in. It's not a great hand, but he's approaching the point where he'll be forced all in when the blinds come to him.
May as well
right?
take this.
850, right?
Just 800, Ren.
Oh.
I think Ren trying to figure out if there's chips behind or how many chips are behind.
Yeah. Yeah, 50,000 behind.
Thank you.
Ooh.
And it's a little dicey for Ren to have gotten involved here. I mean, I don't fault putting in 2 big blinds with ace-8, certainly, but, you know, with Gathy behind, with chips, with Mario behind, now almost even with him. He's not necessarily just facing one opponent.
Just calls.
Wow,
And
Mario,
this is
huh?
interesting.
Never fold Mario.
Doesn't want to risk the trap from Renlin.
No future.
No more
It seems a little unlikely to me on first watch that Ren would have been trapping here.
I don't mistake it now.
Yeah, would probably have ISO'd.
Yeah, no isolation, just 2 big blinds. Could have made it 4 or something to try and price out a cheap flat in the big blind.
I guess it's just a disaster for Mario to bust in this spot is the thing, right? Like if he does shove and Ren just snaps with kings and he busts, it's just there's so many, you know, and you keep in a worse hand with the ace-8. You know, it comes ace high, maybe you get 1 or 2 streets of value down the streets.
It is a concern, but, you know, if Mario jams, John Ander
do I
flicks
do
in the
in
last
today? It was
50K
terrible.
every single
Big
time.
mistake,
So
any
you,
mistake.
more often than not, an elimination would be a double elimination. Here, only 1 at risk.
Right. Gonna force out the ace-jack, and John Ander actually in pretty decent shape, all things considered. Would have hated to be up against a queen, but the 9, jack, and 10 all live. And you can see how valuable this pot is. 3.3 million in the middle. Quite significant. Would get John Ander up to about 7, 8 big blinds. There is the nuts. Let's go.
Yeah, that's a huge
That
pot
changes
to take down.
everything. My goodness.
He gets 2 callers, the big blind, the whole ante.
Oh, yeah.
Any ace going to be attempting one for Nozomu here, but definitely dangerous with a couple of covering stacks behind. Looks like he's going for a raise fold. And Gathy's hand doesn't look like much, but he's got a real opportunity right away.
1.6 million.
I like this 3-bet from Gathy. With the high risk premiums, just 13 big blinds for Nozomu plays a lot more like 20 or 25.
Yeah.
Gathy can easily 3-bet and get away, but this time he's running into it.
Yeah, 2 queens for the man from Spain, John Ander Valinus.
And when the rest of this goes in, it's going to be disappointing, but I think mandatory for Gathy to run it and try to make a pair of aces.
Yeah, just going to be 1.3 million more to call. Effectively 6.5 or 7 big blinds.
He knows he's up against a huge hand, but the price is extremely good.
And with that ace power, especially the wheel ace, so you're going to be about 30%.
To have you.
2.9 million.
Got to do it, man.
Gaffey making sure his math still functions.
Ace deuce, ace five.
Good to
low, huh?
just dot your I's and cross your T's at a big final table.
Lady Gaga. He always says that when he sees queens. I love it. And what a remarkable comeback this would be if Valinus wins here. Started this FT with 450K. Just needs to dodge an ace or a backdoor straight, and he's going to be all the way up to 7.2 million.
That's the average stack at this table.
Yeah, it'll be good for fifth and chips. I mean, might have to dodge a sweaty turn. Yeah, there you go. That's one of the big ones.
Never
now a
easy.
7-3 or ace. And this unexpected comeback will come to a close. But the 10 of diamonds is the river. And another big double up.
BB, huh?
And it's kind of fun when we get the unlikely
Typo.
Fold. Raise 800,000. Fold.
And Gaffey, after losing that pot, still about 20 big blinds of separation between him and the next closest stack.
People believe in no future.
Oh,
Nobody
but this
looks
is
Yeah, it hasn't been an ideal start for the Belgian so far, but you know, started with 22.5 million, still have 19 to start this hand.
I'm not sure what we're going to see him do here. I mean, Fu put the chips in pretty quick from an early position. It's another 6.5 big blinds for Gaffey to call. And he doesn't mind this situation right now where the chip distribution is still pretty heavily in his favor. It's a suited Broadway, though. Like, it's a lot of equity to get away from. I'm honestly not sure. I'm right on the fence with this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very strong shove, as for reasons that you mentioned. Tuckway Fu not expecting a ton of fold equity, but he is going to call because it's not always going to be just ace-king. It's going to be ace-jack suited, ace-queen off, you know, pocket jacks, pocket queens, hands that he is going to have decent equity. 28% here against the ace-king. There's fader holes spotted. 6-6, pretty uneventful flop. Changes nothing. No spades to speak of. You're gonna need 3 10s is Michael Gaffey. The river is the queen and a nice clean double up for the Malaysian.
Who's next?
Who's next, he says. Certainly not the start that you're looking for when you come in as overwhelming chip leader to just get involved in every pot and double someone up.
I mean, one double up and you're in fifth.
Yeah.
That's right. Tuckway Fu. Couple of big blockers, but under the gun 9-handed, not going to be the ticket. Ace-5 off. I'm of a similar mind with this hand.
Yeah, he might be thinking about whether he can sneak through a min raise. I don't think he would ever commit from this early of a position. Just going to pass.
Fold. 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 Raise 800,000.
Rentan certainly good enough to open, and Nozomu Wakes up with a pretty big one given the circumstances.
Yeah, technically, actually, the shortest stack with just 7 big blinds should know that he's well ahead of Renlin's cutoff open here. Spots don't get much better than this, but man, Michael Gaffey, maybe things are finally turning around for the men from Belgium. Pocket kings in the small blind.
I was going to say Nozomu did deliberately leave 100K back there. Pretty hard for him to ever decide to fold and leave himself with 100K, but Gaffey waking up with kings is potentially the start of it. It would just take Mario. I don't know if this one's going to be good enough, but it would take Mario waking up with a big one is what I was about to say.
Look at how quickly Mario folds
Yeah,
pocket nines.
he knows he has to get away there. Gaffey's not calling here light. And the other thing to point out is that that last 100K doesn't have to go in post-flop either. The likely outcome here is Renlin folds. Now we're going post-flop. He's still got the 100K. Politely pointing out to Gaffey so he doesn't turn his hand over. It's good sportsmanship there. Oh, but Gaffey.
Nice little pray there for Shimizu, who's going to be pretty happy to see that flop and hope to be up against the ace-jack, ace-queen kind of portion of Gaffey's range. But, of course, it's the kings. It's going to need to be backdoor diamonds, backdoor wheel, or an ace or 10, or else Shimizu is our unlikely 9th place finisher, having this FT started with the 1 big blind for John Ander. But there are ways to win here. That's not one of them. Only an ace or a 10 now. That's going to do it. Oh, that was really cute. That was beautiful. Some respect from the players. Big smiles out the door from our 9th place finisher, Shimizu Nozomu.
Obviously an important spot for Nozomu. Looks like this is his first ever Triton cash. Probably going to be happy. Disappointed for now, but happy to walk away with 133,000.
Yeah, and on the rail. If you don't know who I am, I'm Griffin Benger. And he's Kevin Rabichow. Say hi, Kevin.
Hi.
In case
That's me.
someone's
He's talking about
joined
me.
I'm talking about you?
Yeah, to the person who just
Get in
joined.
there. Get in there, man. Don't be shy.
Just watching the procedures of the players on screen. We just saw John Ander fold pocket sevens under the gun.
We did see that.
I like the fold. It's not a strong min-raise and figure out what happens type hand. And it's not a put all of my chips into the middle pre-flop type hand.
I didn't like it because he has exactly on the dot 7 million chips. So there was like symmetry in him playing that hand. I don't know.
I understand.
These are the things I think about. Mario finding a raise with the king 6 suited. And yeah, I don't think it's going to get past Igor's ace 10. He's very, very well aware that Mario's raise range is going to include hands like this that will fold to the 10 big blind shove. I don't think he's thrilled, but
and I do
he's
think
nonplussed.
I agree. I do think the blinds have gone up, even though the graphic's showing 2-4. It looks like this is 255. So we've got a min raise from Mario and about 8.5 blinds for Igor. Even more clear to put it in, I would say, as Igor. But probably either way. You would see these chips go in the middle.
Yeah, and I mean, look how wide Mario is opening. If he's opening the king 6 suited, he's opening all the other suited kings all the way up to jack and folding them for a shove, probably. And then, you know, if you include the offsuit combos of kings, king 10, king jack might be playing as a min, raise fold. All the ace-x hands that we can include in that raise fold range.
Yeah, I mean, Igor's also thinking about Mario's sitting on 12 or so big blinds effective with everyone behind. He would have some open jams here. He wouldn't play everything as a min raise. So this min raise is polar.
Yeah.
does he want to jam into that polar range? Does he have the right kind of cards to do that? Because he knows if he gets called, he's dead.
Good man.
He does eventually put it in.
Good man.
Calvin going to be tempted here with any ace, but +2, 8-handed, just a little bit too early to mess around with an ace and a 7.
Yeah, blocker consideration open for John-Ender Valanis. Again, we're playing very tricky short stacks. He elects to just fold.
Yeah, I would have considered that one. I think in hijack it's all right. He covers everyone except Gaffy.
He did technically consider it. Right?
He did consider it. I would have raised it.
Yeah, yeah. And you would not have gotten it through as Mario Mospec gets the loaded ace-queen suited.
Queen. Ace-queen, wow.
And all things considered, maybe not a fair fight, but like a knife fight where one guy has a machete, you know? They both got blades. One's bigger than the other. And I'm sure Valanis is patting himself on the back for not taking that blocker open with the king 10. Ooh, bad start. Mario gonna need an ace or a queen on the turn or some kind of additional equity. A lot of ways that can happen. A lot of diamonds in the deck, a lot of 10s, a lot of 9s. Just one more 9.
One more.
One more 9. Do it the dirty way. If you're gonna do it with the 9.
Ooh, Super Mario.
Very green star.
I never see Mario Felipe.
Green star? Greenstein.
Since the last 10 years.
Super Mario.
Professional flip.
Professional flip.
And that's devastating for Michael Gaffey. I mean, maybe a bit of an exaggeration, but that turn of that card was the difference between having a significant chip lead.
Surprised they gave you credit. They refused for me.
Did they?
I'm like, no, you cannot walk away with those sweatpants.
Pardon me. Mario ace-9 off. 20 big blinds. Near on the nose. Gonna have to get through. Weifu's ace-10 of diamonds.
Very nice looking rejam hand, but a bit intimidating from this position to go for it.
But he finds it. Good for him. Oh, no. Bad for him. Unlucky. Tukwei Fu found a great shove against Mario's ace-9 open, but still had to dodge the field. And Calvin Lee, ace-king of hearts. This is going to be a huge swing either way. Whether Tuck gets lucky or not, one player will be either eliminated or left with crumbs. And heck, there's still 3 players behind that. So this is the risk of this shove, is not only you have to worry about Mario, but you have to worry about a good...
Well, with one champion in the books already, we seek a second. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabichow. Kevin, you've been here. Only one patron has been left on the outside so far at this particular 20K event number 2 final table. That is Japan's Shimizu Nozomu, who does take home with him 9th place money, $133,000 for him. $164,000 on tap right now. $227,000 is the jump if you can make the top 7. And thus far here at this final table, my apologies, my voice is a little bit raspy right now. Kevin, let's lean on you a touch. Have you seen anything that's raised your eyebrows and lent to you maybe having a prediction even about who's going to emerge victorious here?
Well, what we started the day with, or started the final table rather, is the assumption that Michael Gaffey was going to lead the way. And Michael Gaffey started this final table with twice as many chips as he has right now. Every confrontation he found himself in against Mario Mosbach, against Renlin, against Igor Yaroshevsky went the wrong way for him. So he's slipped steadily. A few pots went his way, but right before the break, Tuck Wai Fu took over the chip lead. As all the stacks were kind of consolidated closely, he found an opportunity to double up through Calvin Lee, and it's still kind of anyone's final table because, as you can see on the leaderboard, the stacks are still really tightly packed, except for Calvin Lee down at the bottom there with just one big blind.
Yeah, obviously Calvin appreciates that optimism, but with one big blind, it is going to be a taller than average order for him. But from Vayinis all the way up, just 15 big blinds, separating those 7, and multiple players here at their first ever Triton Festival looking to make a mark. So let's send it back down into the arena here. Landing Casino, Jeju Shinhwa World. Continuing coverage of the 20K 8 Max final table. And that glimpse at the leaderboard brought to you by BetACR. 300, 600 are the blinds. And I would imagine ICM pressure will abound in terms of anybody looking to get involved in an altercation. With the presence of Lee on one big out there, it would be ICM suicide, I believe they call it.
Yeah, it's a bit of deja vu from the start of the final table where John-Ander Vayinas had just one big blind, but he was able to spin it up to his current 10 big blind stack. You see him now with 5.8 million. With everyone as close together as they are, pretty much everyone dealing with the same pressure, but also everyone able to apply a lot of pressure. And right here, Kotelnikov, has 14 big blinds opening on the button. A7 suited, a pretty common one to just stick it in and hope that you can get folds or run your equity. He goes with the half stack there, saving for a worst case scenario where Renlin goes all in and Michael Gaffey calls.
Yeah, rumor has it that Kotelnikov is a well-known commodity in the online streets. Brief conversation with Daniel Razai as we worked our way down to this point and gave me the lowdown.
I wasn't familiar with him, but the way he's playing certainly shows a lot of experience.
And there is Tuck Wai Fu. Chip leading, north of 15 million in front of him. And the suited connector is not enough for him to open the pot.
Yeah, he decides to pass on 8-7 suited. Everyone's playing so short that we're not seeing a lot of post-flop play. We're seeing a lot of raise and take it, a lot of raise 3-bet fold. And he avoided a big one here. Kotelnikov would have been happy to put in 10s.
Yeah, just a moment ago, he was happy on the button with A7 suited. Here he is in the cutoff. Even happier to open 1.2.
Here he goes with min raise, maybe with a weaker pair. He would have just gone for all of it, but with 10s looking to induce.
Ace-queen could very well succeed.
Yeah, not exactly the hand that 10s is hoping to get it in against right now, but I think we're on a collision course for an all-in and call.
Yeah, Mosbach well aware that Lee is out there with one big blind. Kotelnikov hates this. But let's go. Obviously, he knows that a couple of overcards is generally going to be bottom of range for Mosbach to be willing to take this risk. And on his feet goes the Russian, covering ever so slightly. There's sort of this implicit agreement. Hey, pal, let's not do this. Do you not see Mr. Lee out there with one big, looking to provide us a pay ladder?
I think so.
And the King 8-3 board will allow Kotelnikov to exhale as the largest hurdle is cleared. Mosbach, 6 outs, no spade working. And the queen rolls right off, no waiting. And now it is Kotelnikov, devastated. with the 2-outer, which doesn't come.
Mario. What's your last time you lose in a flip? 20 years ago? Mario. Wow.
Kotelnikov.
Dressing down the Austrian and giving Kotelnikov
I never see he lose a flip, but today,
some
every time,
sympathy.
turn river, 5 times minimum.
Looks like Kotelnikov
And
left
one time he
with
was there, 1 BB. I think it is a
one big blind.
I called to him. Mario.
So we now have 2 players at the table with 1 big blind or less.
Good looking help. Good looking help.
Oh.
一把没保住过。
For Mosbach, that pot catapults him into the chip lead. 19.332 bigs, that's all it takes to enjoy the honor.
Yeah, and that's why they're happy to take that pre-flop risk that they just engaged in. Yes, there's a 1 big blind stack around, and yes, you can make an extra 60,000 surviving 1 more pay jump, but there's a lot of money on top.
Minimum 10%.
I think a little more.
10% enough. 10% enough.
We make a chop. Heads up. Yeah.
Everybody think I got a piece.
That's right.
Ren has 45%.
I mean, it's lucky you. If you the Asian face, I got a trouble.
Yeah.
I'll be cheating guy.
Well, here is Calvin Lee as company down there at the bottom of the leaderboard now, thanks to Mosbach's double.
And Calvin in a pretty tricky spot. Kotelnikov with kings with just his 1 big blind. Calvin trying to outlast Kotelnikov for a pay ladder with only 1 big blind. There's so little upside to your chips other than the 60K pay jump of outlasting the other short stack.
Gathy with ace-jack, understandably, seeks privacy as he 3-bets.
Yeah, ace-jack. Happy to clear the way. Well, good enough.
Yeah, given that the 600 was a limp from Kotelnikov, this is just a raise, not a 3-bet, but nevertheless, he will pull back 4.4 million and a total of 2.7 in the middle. And let's see if this deck will show some mercy to poor Andre. Looks that way for the time being on the Queen 9-9 board. Covers the spades. Just needs to avoid the ace. This time the queen on the turn does not hurt him. And the no side club is a safe one on the river, so
Protection. Protection.
I seated.
Protection 1 time. Okay, no more protection.
A hit.
Good news there for Kotelnikov and bad news for Calvin Lee, who's now going to be under the gun. This is the sole 1 big blind stack.
Well, as such, I would imagine he's going to be looking to go with everything but dead bottom of range, just because if he waits, the upside is so much more limited than it will be were he to take the pot down.
Yeah, if he was to fold here, he doesn't have enough to even cover the blind plus the ante next hand, so he gets a significantly smaller price.
And the Queen Jack is a qualifier without question. This constitutes a limp. Shy of the 600, it'll be an automatic spin given by the big. Tuck Wai Fu with 9-6 offsuit could invoke some implicit collusion here by limping along, which he does in the hopes that Yaroshevsky will play along. Ace-8 offsuit does indeed comply, and they'll take 4 cards up against 2 on the hunt for a ladder. That ladder is about $63,000. King, Jack board. Calvin comfortably in front, as you can see from the percentages, the dry side, just 300,000. 2 quick checks, and now only an ace would spoil the party for Mr. Lee. And none to be found on the river.
Good. And to be honest, I'm a little surprised that Fu and Yaroshevsky were so happy to play friendly in that situation with each other.
Why is that? There's only 300,000 in the side.
Yeah, there's not a lot to gain there, but you also have your pretty reasonable chance of beating Calvin in the main pot. You know, you have probably 50% or better equity for the 2 million that's in the main pot, especially Yaroshevsky with ace high. Certainly rates to be by far the better hand than whatever Calvin forced himself in with there for only 450.
And for that matter, what Tuck Wai Fu limped with?
Yeah, I mean,
He gets full ante.
if Tuck Wai Fu were to open rip there in the small blind, he probably just gets an automatic fold from Yaroshevsky with most of anything. He really doesn't want to put himself at risk when Calvin's very likely to bust against any 2 cards.
16, 16, 13, 10, 5, 4.
Pocket queens for Kotelnikov. And it took him getting down to vapors to all of a sudden catch fire. Don't want to speak too soon, but obviously this rates to be far and away the best hand pre at least.
Yeah, and it's kind of it's really fortunate timing to get this on Calvin's big blinds. The 2 of them are somewhat incentivized to try and tussle with each other here. Whichever one of them wins this pot, very likely the other one finishes an 8th. Oh, and that's so ugly for Calvin to have a hand like this, getting such an amazing price and knowing he could take these chips off of the other shortest stack. On the other hand, he could pass here and get a full orbit. And he does recognize the future value of his stack.
Lady
Really
Gaga.
unlikely.
Yeah.
Oh,
King
wow.
Gaga, Lady
He shows
Gaga,
it.
my friend. So much Gaga. 好嘛，都不是。请问老师，这个水帮我拿2瓶放那里，我等下过去拿。哎，这边好像有。没有没有。你这样哪
So
里拿？
Lee does end up ditching
是这样，冰的。
Kotelnikov performing well. And if solid performances are what you're after, well, you got to put in the work. And the good news is, help has arrived. If you're wondering about the optimal way to play any of the hands that you've seen today, check out GTO Wizard, the most sophisticated poker solver in the industry. Try it now at gtowizard.com and get free access to all features for the first 24 hours. Don't wait. Head over to gtowizard.com today, the #1 learning app for poker players.
Still? Still happy?
I'm okay.
I've never seen you not happy.
Still happy. I like Mario. We love each other.
I like him when he's not here.
Yaroshevsky now, pocket 7s on the button. This will be straightforward as it all gets in there. An ace in the small for Calvin Lee. Understands the range for Yaroshevsky. Doesn't have to be in front of this holding, so in he comes. And Vainas now with ace 10.
Wow.
都是多嘛。
I'd be tempted to come along for the ride here. Ace 10 rates pretty well against an open jam on the button, even with Calvin in the pot.
Yeah, but obviously the dissuasive factor for Vainas is the ability to secure an over $60,000 pay
现
jump
在很刺激，这种很刺激。
if he just sits back and lets the spin take place between Yaroshevsky and Lee.
Yeah, the upside is so big here, though, and in a lot of the circumstances where Calvin does win against John Ander, he might also lose against Igor. So in that situation, John Ander gets the pay jump regardless. It's difficult for him to bust an 8th here, because Calvin has to beat both players.
Well, after some deliberation, he does end up getting it in there, and now Yaroshevsky could eliminate not one but two players, as you see Triton co-founder Richard Young on hand to observe. 2.85 in the middle. Calvin Lee plays for that main 8.8, and the bulk of the biscuits on the side, however, and that's between the dominating Vainas and Yaroshevsky.
Who you're rooting for? I know who you're rooting for too.
I know who is rooting for you.
To the flop we go.
Wow.
And there's a 7 out there, but hope is not lost for Lee or Vainas, both of whom have gut shot straight draws. A 9 or a 5. Spoil the fun. Temporarily for Yaroshevsky on the turn. He would still draw live to a boat. Ten on the turn, and now the 9 is no longer a clean winner. That would be a chop card. The 5, the only thing to fade in terms of the main.
9 or
And quad 7s, when it's all said and done, Yaroshevsky manages to shower not one but two players. Vainas will officially take home 7th place money as he began the pot with more chips than Lee, while Calvin Lee finishes in 8th, a double KO here at the FT.
And how happy is Kotelnikov right now? Sitting on 600K just a moment ago, and he gets 2 ladders.
Professional 1BB. Huh?
Good play jump. Thank you.
Thank
you. Good game, man.
So the GGs are issued as the American and the Spaniard head over to the payout desk. And I have to imagine Vainas, while he's comfortable with the soundness of the decision, would love a crystal ball that may have allowed him to sit that one out. He did capture the ladder in spite of being knocked out, but obviously could have been playing for yet another, as the end came quickly for those two. Calvin and John Ander. No shame in it, especially when you lack chips like Calvin Lee did. You just got to find an opportunity and go with it. Brent Lin. 9-10 of diamonds would have been in a way against Gathy. 2nd in chips, his ace-jack of diamonds. Makes it 1.2.
Yeah, Gathy opening into a couple of covering stacks. But from early, I guess he's in the hijack now that we're 6-handed. So from the hijack, he decides his hand's strong enough to just min raise. He doesn't need to go all in.
Yaroshevsky steps away from the king 10.
Sorry, looks like there's no small blind this hand, so I guess he was in the low jack.
Kotelnikov, even absent the small blind money, has one he can defend with. King 9 of hearts. Plunks in the added admission and does not find anything other than backdoor hearts to speak of, while Gathy hits top pair.
Pretty hard for Kotelnikov to ever have an ace on this board. I would imagine Gathi just drops one big blind into the pot with anything that he opened here.
That's exactly what he does. Far from anything. Top pair jack kicker. Case closed. Now, I know that Gathi is playing under the Belgian banner, Rabbit Chow. And we've touched on the fact that you like classical music. Do you listen to any EDM?
I do not.
I've been terrible.
Somehow that story checks out, Kevin.
Okay, thank you.
But I'll have you know that Belgium is home to a very famous music
Lady
festival
Gaga, please,
called
very more.
Tomorrowland.
I've heard those words before.
That
Thought
shirt
maybe it was a movie, but
on Gathi would have itself a home at that particular festival.
No
Quite
way.
psychedelic.
Triple leader never fall before. Oh, you owe me too much, huh?
I've seen that shirt many times.
My friend.
It's a final table shirt, I believe. A number of pros have cycled through.
You mean it's on loan? It's being passed around the same shirt?
It's not an open loan. It's a private arrangement, as I understand.
Okay.
It's a secret club of final table shirt members. It was a close spot for the two of them. Kotelnikov with a good enough hand to put in 4 big blinds. I think Ren's going to end up calling this.
How many BB you got? 4 BB. How can I fold?
2.4.
2.4?
Yep.
18 to call? Ah, yeah, mama.
5 seconds.
Hold on.
He's going to spend a time bank to put
I
the
don't know what
sticker
I
want. Come on.
Well,
Mamma mia.
little does he
A
know.
little bit slow, but
He's got the same
still
hand.
slow. I'm hard.
5 seconds.
Okay. Merry Christmas.
No gamble, no future, he says, as he makes the call, and this will be an uneventful one in all likelihood.
9 high? Yeah.
Yes.
Easy call. You want to get yesterday. Different.
No shirt suits.
Yeah. You call 10 blinds.
Yes, it's sure more strong. Oh, I got a 9 with high. Is it mine? Oh. Okay.
And this one's going to get carved up as the ace-king-queen flop makes that official.
Ah, yeah, you
carnage.
take my chip. You chop my chip. You chop my ante. Yeah, very more. Gamble too much.
9 high is good for you. You have West 9 high.
I wish I got 10 high.
Few have as much fun as Ren Lin at any given feature table, that much is for sure. And by the way, it isn't performative. Ren's the same way when he's on one of the outer tables. So animated. Really seems to enjoy the game far more than your average pro.
Yeah, it's 12. 1.2.
Mario, I believe, making his first open raise as the new chip leader.
Pocket queens, that which motivates, understandably. Ace-9 suited for Gathi.
Pretty quickly decides to call. I know some players might have had other ideas there. A rejam opportunity against the chip lead open, but Gathi thinks his hand is solid enough to just take a flop.
And that flop yields top pair on a very dry-looking board. Now, Mosbach's supposed to be able to represent this range much more so than the flat call defender. As you see, Ren Lin continuing to show affection toward Kotelnikov, unsolicited. And Gathi, of course, with the flow of play, checking, now facing an 800K follow through. Doubtful he would seek to announce himself. No diamond on board. There are worlds in which ace-9 is no good.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect a lot of raising from Gathi on this board. Even though Mario did open from under the gun, he can have total misses that will run a no equity bluff. This is exactly the kind of board texture where the chip leader would try to run a no equity bluff. Gathi's happy to keep those hands in the pot. And I think outside of a final table with lower pressure, some players might seek value with pocket queens. I mean, we're only playing 15 blinds effective now. A lot of aces go all in pre-flop. Looks like Mario has that same idea, even given the pressure here. You might expect very little pushback. Not many check raises. And that allows him to just kind of set his price. At least that's what it appears he's doing, since we can see that he has queens.
1.3 million the number, in the hopes that if called, he'll be able to make a decision based on the river. And this turn call has narrowed Gathi's range considerably. Eight is no help to Mosbach. 7.5 million out there, and a brisk check.
Never give up.
The two queens go down.
Yeah, and even though Gathi didn't win a lot of chips with the strength of his hand,
Mario, easy gap. No
he gets into a near chip lead position by winning those chips against Mario. Trying to put any more in there would be a little too risky on the downside, but the upside there was great for him. It's a very valuable pot.
So I double, but I'm new chip leader, and you guys got trouble. So don't easy let me double up. My friend.
Tuck waifu now, king, queen of clubs. Mosbach still hanging on to the chip lead, but just by 1 million as Gathi nipping on his heels. And now the Malaysian nips from under the gun for 1.2 on the field. And Yaroshevsky has a couple of hooks here. Third in chips. He comes with a flat.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see any calls, but I can follow the logic. Getting 25 big blinds in here with jacks by inducing or by going all in, it's pretty thin. There's a lot of risk premium on these players who are tightly packed around the 25 big blind mark. So Igor just trying to get a little bit of pot control.
One jack into the bin, but no matter on a very similar looking flop to a pot ago. Tuck waifu. Just king high, backdoor clubs, no follow through here.
Yeah, I like Fu going with a passive option here. I think he should be alarmed by Igor's flat in the hijack. This is not something you do at this stage of the tournament with a hand as weak as Jack 10 suited, pocket sevens. This is a lot of really strong hands. He's thinking he's going to face ace queen pretty often, ace jack suited pretty often. It's honestly difficult to bluff in Igor's shoes, and I wouldn't have even faulted Fu for just passing on the flop, but the best unpaired hand and a backdoor flush draw, it probably is good enough to peel. Maybe even check raise if he wanted to.
The check call of 900 brings us to a turn which pairs the ace. Now for Yaroshevsky, do we seek pot control? Are there worlds in which this raise under the gun contained ace X and was played in this way?
I'd be more worried about kings and queens at this point, I think. After the check call on the flop, We don't expect Fu to open a lot of low cards, so we're not expecting like 8-7 suited and things like that that we could squeeze value out of. But we're thinking a lot of pocket pairs, maybe ace-x. You can see from how small this bet is here that he's really got no interest in putting a lot more into the pot. This is kind of the approach we just saw from Mario in the previous hand with queens. Set your price, avoid putting in too many overall unless you get check raised. Oh, and this is great.
Get a load of this.
This is exactly the kind of play I think you need to be prepared to make with a hand like King Queen. If we're going to continue profitably on the flop, we need to claim at some point that we have a better hand than a pocket pair.
Well, Tuck Waifu flexing there against Yaroshevsky and sending the winner, as it stood, into the muck. Got creative there.
That was a really well-timed bluff and a really difficult one to execute, I think. It's hard to feel in the moment like you can credibly represent something like three of a kind in that spot, but
sure.
He got a quick fold out of a pretty strong hand for the situation. Yaroshevsky basically folding his best pair, so he would only continue with three of a kind. It's a great raise.
Bad news if you're short, which 2.7 million in front of Andrei Kotelnikov most definitely is. As the blinds have gone up, 4, 8, and 8. Just 5 bigs, let's call it, in front of Kotelnikov now. Or rather less than that, forgive me. 3 and change at the previous level. We were looking at something in the neighborhood of 5 bigs. Gathy.
Looks like we're on that previous level. The graphic might have jumped the gun here
did
because we've
it?
got a 1.2 raise on the button from Gathy.
Oh yeah, most definitely then. Trust one's eyes and not the graphics. Even though the graphics we look at with our eyes as well, but obviously what's going on the felt tells the real story. And on the topic of stories, I want to revisit this situation. Kevin, that actual shirt is shared amongst a stable of people whenever they make a final table?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
In the times that I've seen a handful of Belgian professionals playing in the U.S. making final tables, I've seen this shirt. There's a few shirts, to my understanding.
Okay.
I don't want to say too much. It's a private organization, you know.
Right. Now, I don't think it's like Fight Club where you need to worry about getting offed here, Kev. But inquiring minds do want to know. You say now that there are multiple shirts. It is a Belgian thing.
Yep.
Like chocolate and waffles.
Yep.
And FT shirts. As you see, Kotelnikov says now, with Jack 10 off, about to head into the blinds. Let's get in there.
How much? 2.7.
Yaroshevsky asked for a count. It's just math here, not some strange affinity for 8-6 offsuit that lends to him, providing the Russian a spin. 6.6 in the middle.
Yeah, just 2 million more there for Yaroshevsky to call.
But like, who's responsible for dry cleaning the shirt, Kevin? I mean, is it the last person that wore it? You know, how is it delivered to us? Is it FedExed?
These are good
Who
questions.
hangs on to it? I mean, you know.
Now I'm concerned that it hasn't been washed in who knows how long.
Oh boy. I sure hope it has. Kotelnikov getting rinsed by this 6 of hearts as it stands on the hunt for a jack or a 10. And that is still the case on the turn. Can he find his 6-outer? No. Trip 6s in the end for Yaroshevsky as Renlin, the first man over to issue a hug. And alongside the rest of the field, he will collect the pay ladder that comes by virtue of Kotelnikov being dispatched. Andre will take home $305,000. You see it there. Rest of the field assured $396K. Sixth place finish for the Russian here at his first ever Triton Festival.
Two guys never bluff, me and you.
And there's an official look at the State of the Union. A union that is now just 5 men strong. Multinational affair as the Belgian, Malaysian, Ukrainian, Austrian, and lone member of the Chinese delegation square off. Renlin inheriting short stack duties with 8.8, but still north of 10 big blinds. Playability. Officially now, the blinds look like they have ascended to the 4, 8, and 8 level. 2 million in orbit, the price of poker.
You went to, you bust free play already, so now you'll be loose. Go for. Four. First card.
5 seconds.
First card fold. Professional fold, my friend.
Would be a
almost a
little
new chip leader.
Suspicious of someone who flipped a coin and then jammed. I think he
Yeah.
had already made up his mind to fold there.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Giving Ren a little bit of the same hijinks that
Fold,
he's
but I have to all in.
known for.
Just because you.
Save you. Call you, I'm a chip leader and you got dangerous. Belimo, don't be shy. Just give me pocket king. No Lady Gaga is fine. Don't be shy.
It is an ace on the button, maybe not a mandatory one to play when everyone's so tightly packed together. We don't want to do too much raise folding. He does decide the ace is good enough. This one seems marginal to me. I'm certain 10-8 off would defend. Gathy covering by a little bit here.
Next pay ladder over 100,000.
Yeah, this feels like the stage of the tournament with the biggest concern about being eliminated right now. 1 or 2 more eliminations and I think players will have first place on their sights, but that jump is really big from 5th, 4th to 3rd.
Got shot straight draw for Gathy. Slips it over. Ace high.
1.8.
Had a different board in mind, but nevertheless, questions being asked by Yaroshevsky. Pretty light.
Yeah, I like using these low equity hands to try and bluff at a spot like this. We really don't want to open ourselves up to betting some good draw and facing raises. So we're just taking the trash, sizing up a little bit, trying to discourage calls from weak draws or weak pairs. It's actually good enough to get out the nut gut shot there. No spade.
It's mine now.
Maybe after the head. Xavier at 0.
10-7, by the way. Just check folding there. So well served was Yaroshevsky. To follow through, you in favor of maybe peeling, or is the 1.8 just sized up adequately to shed Gathy?
I think with the overcard and the nut gut shot, I would have been inclined to peel. I could see myself folding a hand like Queen 7, Jack 7 that doesn't have the chance to win against other straights, but I think Gathy was making a read there on the sizing and the board texture. Feeling it's a bit strong.
No gamble.
Unfortunately,
Lady and
Igor was
gentlemen, I am
reversing that read.
all in.
All in?
Don't snap a call, don't snap a call. Tank call. Mario, technical. I
Red
know
Lin.
future.
No feature.
Jamming and taking it. Ace 10. Pretty straightforward.
Red being pretty honest there about his hand strength.
Good kicker.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think he's going to say the same thing, even if he has kings or queens. Just sort of falls within the range of Renlin antics.
Yeah, and to be fair, there aren't many hands that open jam the button that do want to get snap called.
Thank you.
Blind versus blind now. We've seen some conservative play in these spots from other players, but Mario looks interested. He could use this as a limp, just planning to fold to any aggression. He could use this as a bluff raise, potentially. Both players pretty similar stacked, so they can both exercise.
Kenji?
Oh.
Call.
It's call, right?
And that's an interesting one.
Walk us through it.
So look to me like Fu had 800 out there for his big blind. Mario limps but uses an oversized chip, so there's 1,000 sitting out there.
He wanted to raise, yeah.
Then Fu
Because the bet is covered, you would have to
tosses in the orange.
1.2, so that becomes a raise, yeah. Because the bet was covered.
Yes. So 16.
So he tosses in the orange, pulls back the 300, that
like
chip
me.
manipulation being
Everybody
ruled
was
a
Mario's
raise
mistake.
because he could have just checked.
You have you?
So a strange road traveled to bring us to this point.
I call him, what mistake.
And in Mario's position, I mean, now you know that Tuck Waifu intended to check. He just goes for it. I mean, this is not a range play. This is not a bluff you make. Risky move to leave some chips back. I mean, Fu could have rejammed, but Mario just jumping on the execution error there.
So a limp, an unintended raise, and then a 3-bet with the recognition that Tuck Wei Fu put a foot wrong and didn't really intend to raise. Fair play from Mario Mosbach, just taking advantage of the situation. In bounds. And for Tuck Wei Fu, unfortunately, he now sits fourth in chips with 17 bigs, effectively level with Michael Gathy. Mosbach moving into second. Yaroshevsky at the top, and this is not a very deep stacked FT, Kevin.
No, we're going to see every pot being extremely important. We've been in a situation for a while now that if someone were to get all in and double up, they would take over the chip lead. That remains the case for any of these players. And not just that, but we're seeing the chip lead change almost every time someone 3-bets and the other player folds.
Renlin, King Jack. Hijack open, Yaroshevsky suited.
The way we've seen Igor playing this final table, he seems interested in playing pots like this. He could defend, he could bluff 3-bet even, but it looks like just taking a flop, he has a pretty notable chip advantage over Renlin. Give him some chances to bully him post-flop a little bit.
Ace, Queen, 10. Flush draw acquired as the Broadway parks itself right in Renlin's lap. Little does he realize it, but the hand is vulnerable. Now, granted, the King of Diamonds would give Ren a redraw if Igor got there on the turn. 4.4 in the middle. This one shaping up to get interesting.
Yeah, this is a spot where Oh, I don't like this check behind from Ren, and this is dangerous now. I was gonna suggest that even sizing big is not bad. You're not normally worried about protecting a straight, but when you stand to bust the tournament in 5th, if you lose a big pot, sometimes you just want to force equity out of the hand. Now I have to imagine Ren's going to go for value, and he has the redraw as well. Worth pointing out, by the way, that Igor immediately checked the turnover, maybe recognizing that Ren mostly checks behind a board like this with strong hands.
So the board pairing ace of diamonds puts Yaroshevsky in front. He doesn't realize it, and obviously he's a little bit wary about that checking back with strong hands because you expect the c-bet on that texture. Is Renlin full? Is he lying in wait? Yaroshevsky check calling 1 million. Ren needs a diamond. Instead, a very unpleasant looking third ace on the board for both parties, by the way. And that expression from Renlin suggests that he isn't going to try to bluff this. Wow.
Igor is going to be shocked to win this hand.
What a pot. And Renlin.
Good river.
Seldom.
Very good river.
I mean, Ren, fortunate, as it turns out, to have checked behind the flop. If
I
he
think I lose a minimum.
bets big on the flop, Igor doesn't fold.
Yes.
He gets there on the turn, and potentially all the money just goes in.
Right?
I'm scared you check this board. I don't know what you have aces.
Yeah, and he says it right there. He was scared of the check behind.
Ah, yeah, perfect flop, a terrible turn.
800.
And we've seen a few of these, let's call them missteps, throughout the last couple of days where players flop a huge hand, decide to play them tricky, and get outdrawn, sometimes in an unlikely fashion and sometimes in a reasonable way. Points to the value of sometimes just playing your hand the way it wants to be played.
Ace 4 now for Yaroshevsky.
Welcome to my company, my friend. Come on,
He's
baby.
gonna be sweating it and very
Lady
quickly
Gaga,
put these
please.
chips in.
Lady Gaga, come on, call. Welcome to my company.
Well, if we're being fair, Yaroshevsky was pretty fortunate not to get bluffed off the flush moments ago, let alone to get there and then fade the diamond. So perhaps the chips that Ren passed along to Igor. Well, I couldn't even get the thought out before a 4 shows up on the flop, putting Yaroshevsky in front and putting Ren behind the 8 ball here.
Lady Gaga never lose.
Somehow he always seems to
okay,
need
Jack is
Lady
okay.
Gaga. He could counterfeit the 4 and chop it up with a jack. Ace of the Queen would work for him as well.
Lady Gaga.
Can he connect?
Aye.
No.
GG, bro. Good game, man.
Well, it came undone in a hurry for Renlin, Kevin.
Gamble too much.
You can tell how much everyone at that table appreciated playing with Ren. Sincere good games all around.
Still love you.
5th place finish for Ren. Can do no better than that, and through no fault of his own. King, Jack, and then Ace, Queen, both downed. And with that, the always entertaining Renlin will be left to collect 5th place money, $396,000. And the rest of the field, which stands for strong, they've got a $500,000 on lockup. Next ladder, $118,000. If you can make the podium, Yaroshevsky, chip leading 35 bigs and a plenty of runway between he and Mosbach. Rest of the field, by the way, cagey at 19 bigs for Mosbach, roughly 17 bigs for Gathy and Fu.
Yeah, Igor finding himself in a pretty comfortable chip lead position now. Honestly, even surprised to see him fold the 8-5 just now on the button. He's in a pretty good spot to play a lot of hands. Although as we're down to 4-handed play, the pressure on these other 3 players, it's going to be a little bit reduced. They've locked up a lot of money, and the lion's share of the remaining prize pool sits on top.
Ace-4 suited now.
Kind of interesting one. With Gathy covered, I would like to see just open jam, I think. Our hand's not good enough to try and induce any action.
He agrees.
But our hand's definitely good enough to run it. And this is, yeah, a clear call for Mario. It's a rough one to run into for Gathy here.
Yeah, once again, domination. Breaking out. Now the Ace-4 outperformed Ace-Queen moments ago. Gathy hoping he'll be able to do the same, as he is also slightly covered by Mosbach, who's on his feet. They do chop about 20% of the time. Jack 5-4, and once more, the dog pre turns into the best hand for the time being. Now a wheel, and we carve it up. The 3 of hearts making that possible. 8 for a clean winner for Mosbach. Nervy moments. And instead, it is the king. And Ace-4 suddenly becoming the hand of the moment in back-to-back spots. Granted, no bust out on this occasion, but Mosbach will be left with vapors.
Yeah, if those chip counts are exact, he'll be posting his small blind for all of it next hand. These final table spots are so rough when the average stack has dwindled down to just 22 big blinds, and there's a lot of these automatic spots, coolers, where you have to get it in.
You had 13.5?
At 13.2.
And I had?
I don't know.
Now you have 27 straight, right?
27.2 I should, because of the NT.
So you said 27? Because it said you had 13 and I had 15, and now I have...
But you put the NT now?
I was big blind? I was big blind, yeah. Never mind.
If I had 13.2,
Mosbach for a moment thought maybe the math was off, but Gathy pointing out he had posted the big blind ante. And immediately Mario recognizes everything is kosher.
Yeah, by the look of it, he had a bit more than we originally thought. Not 400,000 behind, but 1 million. So he's got one of his 2 orange chips posted there. Gathy just going for all of it, forcing Fu out of the pot. And of course, Mario's hand. Happy to go in, happy to get dealt an ace when you're down to 1 big blind.
Heart on heart violence, ace, king, queen board. Mosbach couldn't ask for much better as he takes his last stand. Unfortunately, he does so with far fewer chips than he did in the last collision with Gathy. 2.3 million in the middle. Gathy could spoil the fun with a king or a 6. Otherwise, maybe a small modicum of justice will be doled out, and the 5 of spades does seal the double for Mario.
Oh.
Showing a little resiliency.
Pretty difficult spot right now for Tuck Wai Fu to do anything but wait for Mario's potential elimination. You're sandwiched between two players with 35 blinds. Mario, I suspect, going to be happy to put this in. Doesn't necessarily want to play too automatic now that he has a reasonable chunk of chips. He could leave a few back potentially, but you also don't want to give the big blind a good price.
So Mosbach does plunk in the 3.6. Yaroshevsky
3.6
in the big, thinking about something.
Trying to show his cards to those old school pinhole cameras, but unfortunately, we've got RFID.
I would say it's fortunately. We have RFID, Kevin. The evolution of
Unfortunately
the
for
game.
this moment,
Yeah, sure.
where I'd love to know Igor's hand.
So
Brazilian
Mosbach
friend. Brazilian friend.
has his rail fired up.
Yeah, I mean, just as much as these short stack collisions are a product of the final table structure, the big blind ante structure is making spin-ups just as prevalent.
Well, the bad news for Mosbach is the blinds just went up. 501 million. And the longer it takes to work through the field, which has been whittled through, I'd say, at a fairly brisk pace, the leaner the two stacks that remain in play for the title will become. There are 88 big blinds in total, let's call it, left in play right now. Mosbach, third straight pot. Pocket eights. And Gathy is going to give him a spin. Boy, this would be something. If Mario
Mario
can win this
showing
one.
how important this spin-up could be. Thought he was out the door. If he wins this pot, he's not even in last place. He'd jump into third.
Eights holding on the Queen 6 tray board. No club to worry about. You see the Austrians on hand, cheering Mosbach on. 9 on the turn is cozy. Let's just keep that ace away. Keep it at bay and ship me this 12.7. That's the thought on Mario's mind, and it is now his reality. Up top. Roland Rakita and company on hand.
What a comeback.
Yes.
This is the second time you come back from one big blind.
Last time,
Well, you
I
had
won it.
more than one big blind.
I mean, last year I had one big blind too.
And you won it?
Yeah.
Sick.
Not a good news.
Making reference to last time.
You're good, beautiful, and lucky.
Was it this same event? No, it was the 25K last year in Jeju that Mario took down for 1.2 million.
It's been a yo-yo of late for Mosbach.
So now up to 10 big blinds effective, blind versus blind. The offsuit aces do often just want to go all in, even when they're this strong. Ace-king potentially good enough to limp or raise small, but Gathy keeping it simple with the open jam. Certainly a good play.
You know, Gathy's the kind of guy who's just taking it in stride out there. Really unfazed by the seesaw.
It's true. You can see him just kind of updating his procedures as the situation changes.
Yep.
It's not easy to do. You come in with certain expectations when you have, what, 30, 40% of the chips, 9-handed.
No doubt. This isn't really the script that he had in mind, but he's still fighting. And he is second in chips as he deploys the full clip from the button. Look at Mosbach.
Yeah, I think a genuine reaction, but he knows that's a little bit too weak. Perhaps the same here for Tuck Wai Fu. It's not exciting to call off with the 4. You know that you're probably in good shape against the overall range. But that pay jump, if you outlast Mosbach, is very significant. We haven't seen Fu find a lot of opportunities at this final table since that one big double up. His hand's definitely testing his patience.
And he will get it in. Tuck Wai Fu covered. One ace in the muck, unbeknownst to him. Draws a line in the sand against Gathy's Queen 10. He is the favorite. Open-ended is Gathy. Threatening. Nervy moments for Fu as the Malaysian delegation looks on. A board pairing 3 is a welcome sight. Not at all complicated. 21.9 million. Leaning towards Tuck Wai Fu and now making its way towards him. As Gathy dealt a harmful blow, which will leave him now roughly level with Mario Mosbach for short stack duties.
Thank you.
Gamble, gamble.
Yes, gamble time.
Fu in second, still behind Yaroshevsky. As the all-in and calls coming fast and furious here, four-handed in the 20K.
Any ace good enough to consider doing something here?
Ace 6, min-raise open. Queen Jack for Yaroshevsky playable.
Yeah, I would expect to see this one call as standard. Not going to clear out too many better hands if we 3-bet.
Nine, 7, 6. Gathy with bottom pair, but texture that favors the big blind defender who covers.
Yeah, I don't think Igor is going to snap check here. Not guaranteed he would lead with this hand necessarily, but you can tell he recognizes that Gathy's not going to open a whole lot of hands that like this flop. He does decide to check, though. I mean, Queen Jack has really poor interaction. And it could benefit from a check behind even.
So it does go check, check. Now a four-liner on board, and let's see whether or not Yaroshevsky is emboldened by the circumstances which leave his holding containing more of the 8X.
Yeah, it's very tempting to fire at this board with just about anything as the big blind. You don't have to commit a lot of chips. You could throw out 1.5 or something. Goes 2.3, and Gathy knows his hand is worth a reasonable amount in this situation. If he did have ace-king suited, ace-queen suited, something like that, he'd arrive here and fold, other than diamonds. He knows he can beat bluffs and maybe even a 6x of diamonds type hand, but can't fault him for passing on the situation. There's no value bets from Igor that he can beat.
It was just a nice setup there for Yaroshevsky. Obviously had Gethy fired on the flop. Maybe we're looking at a different outcome, but one can't blame him for deciding to take the line that he did as he protects those precious chips, more of which flow away from him.
Certainly going to see Tuck Waifu play this hand. We'll see if he's interested in just min raising, knowing that Igor covers him on his left. And tricky spot now for Gathy, an attractive rejamming hand, but not necessarily a spot where the button's going to open light. Yeah, I like this decision to just call. You're suited, you have more post-flop playability.
So a couple of suited aces in there for $2 million apiece. Tuck Waifu, the aggressor and the leader. And he did not flinch as he rips on the 10-6 tray board. This feels very aggressive.
Yeah, I can understand the idea, right? It's a pretty innocuous flop. You don't expect the player in the big blind to connect very often, and with just 8 big blinds behind, that ace-9 high might feel obligated to put it in, even if he bets smaller and faced a raise.
Sure.
It's perhaps a little more than I would have put in myself, certainly 6 or 7 big blinds. I just like the play. Can't really be that bad, to be honest. Type of hand that just wants to put it all in and run their equity if called. Both blinds pretty short. Looks like Mario woke up with something.
Yeah, 8-9 of diamonds for Yaroshevsky. Asking for all of it. And Masbach obliging. Once again, on his feet. Once again, at risk. This time his hopes placed upon King Jack, the best of it. Almost 20 million in the middle. Can he double yet again? This time, through the chip leader. Rates to do that 61% of the time, and on a King 9-3 board, he goes to 78% with top pair against second pair. But the threats loom. 9 or an 8 for the time being. No backdoor diamonds to worry about, and take the 8 off the board as Masbach makes top 2. And fills up on the river. Once again, over to the rail for some love. And might another title here in Jeju be destined to go his way? The deck certainly doing its part for the time being after forsaking him earlier.
And it shows just how valuable any stack is in a final table setup like this, where nobody has a commanding lead. You win a few all-ins, and you're among the leaders. I do appreciate how Mario takes just a second to celebrate, enjoy the fact that he won a huge pot, and then count up exact stacks and get back to work figuring out that new scenario.
He now sits with incredibly a healthy stack. Hold it to his small blind. 19.4. Good for second overall behind Tuck Waifu. Yaroshevsky slipping to third.
So I saw a 10, I think.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Mario being very honest and advising Tuck Waifu that he saw a 10. Obviously, that's going to make this pot a difficult one for Fu to play. Ace Queen deuce board, and if you know your opponent's got a 10, you know that the other card would have to be an ace or a queen for them to really want to continue to participate. And presumably, if it were an ace or a queen, maybe Tuck Waifu raises it up pre. So Mosbach able to bet and take it, but credit to him for being honest there about what he witnessed.
Yeah, definitely good sportsmanship there.
Very much so.
Honest procedure to, the three of them are seated quite closely together. It's easy on the high rail setup to accidentally reveal a bit of your card.
That it is.
Have to be extra careful on these feature tables.
That you do.
So all three of these players tightly packed around 20 big blinds. Don't think we'll see the big open jams under these circumstances, just a min raise. And a pretty good looking hand to defend in the big blind we've seen. Even though Igor's covered now, I think he should be playing hands like this.
3-4 suited, a speculator. Min raise open from the queen 10 on the button. Very straightforward. Let's see Igor's feelings. Gonna defend. Queen in the window. No diamond, no pair for Yaroshevsky. And this one should be over quickly.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Mario decides to check behind, even though his hand is kind of the right strength to check behind and allow some bluffs. This is a board that you normally see players like this attack pretty relentlessly.
1.2 million, the sizing.
Maybe in lower pressure circumstances, a 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush type hand might try to run some bluffs. But you've got to think that Mario on the button in this spot just has too many kings and too many queens. Well, perhaps Igor disagrees.
Check raise to 3.3 million. Neither of us saw this coming.
No, I mean, we've seen Yaroshevsky going after some spots, and they all felt pretty in line or reasonable to me. This is the first time I think he's making a play that's based on a feeling that this is just something that you can overdo and that, you know, your opposition generally doesn't put up enough fight. Mario's a tough customer, though.
This is zero equity territory, and this is what you did not want to see. Not how Igor drew it up. Was hoping that Mosbach maybe was getting speedy. He's played so many hands, and he's going to keep playing this one if I had to guess. Queens and tens on the turn.
Yeah.
Now, I did say zero equity. Pardon the interruption there, Kevin. You know, interaction with the 5 plus the backdoor diamonds and oversight. A lot of times you will see players maneuver in this way in the hopes that they pick up equity on the turn and can continue. Of course, absent that, you see Yaroshevsky pumping the brakes. And now Mosbach presumably will do his own bidding and get busy.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot in Mario's position. He doesn't have to bet, to be honest. It's not that he's afraid his hand isn't good, but if he's up against a king,
4.7.
I suppose he just gets the money. Betting probably the best way to get it in against a king, but if he's up against a bluff, it could be just like a pair of fives. Obviously some very weak holdings like this. It wouldn't have surprised me to see him check behind, but he decides that Igor's got enough king X, maybe like a 10-9 or jack 10 that he wants to deny some equity to.
4.7 million. Getting the job done. And when it looked like everything had come undone for Mario Mosbach moments ago, where he had just 400,000, now he's your chip leader. And while he collects the spoils of victory, you too can experience victory over at BetACR, the exclusive home of Triton Poker Series action, with insights from the BetACR Sportsbook. Stay informed on the best odds and expert analysis at betacr.com.
You know, I still like that Igor was willing to go for a bluff like that. It's that kind of dynamic that I think too few players are willing to attack. You see two cards that look like it belongs to the button, so to speak, and from the big blind you just are kind of handcuffed, right? Oh, I'm never supposed to step out of line, never supposed to go after it.
Sure.
Mario could have just had ace-8 offsuit there, gets the fold, and we're talking about how great of a play that Igor made, so credit to him.
Tuck Waifu jamming the king-queen. Uneventful takedown. So all eyes on Michael Gathi at present. He's got 6 bigs. Target on his back. 12 bigs for Yaroshevsky after the misstep with 3-4 of diamonds. He'll obviously be looking to secure the pay jump before taking lines like the one that he took moments ago, I would imagine.
Yeah, a lot less room to maneuver right now.
Yeah.
With just 12.
I didn't see it, but be careful.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Because I don't want, but like it's intuitive to look at you.
Jack 9. Deemed adequate from the small for Gathi to jam, and unfortunately for him, Mosbach yet again wakes up. Ace-7 suited this time.
He can't win every all-in, can he?
You know, I've martingaled my way into some really bad spots thinking that. 12.2 million chip pot. Can Gathi finally stave off this flow of chips in the wrong direction? This is not the board that suggests it's going to happen. 2 clean cards. Now add 10s to the mix, but no clubs. As Mosbach picks up the nut flush draw, ace high, the best hand. And a board pairing 8
Take it down.
ensures that Mosbach will place in the top 3, which is precisely where the Belgian will not find himself. Brutal, Kevin, the way it came undone for Gathi. Taking it in stride, of course.
Get them.
A pro's pro. Not much he could do there.
Yeah, and you can see him there giving well wishes to Mario.
Yeah, no ill will whatsoever. That's just 2 professionals doing their thing, and on this occasion, it does seem like the sun is shining down upon Mosbach as it sets on Gathi's hopes. Here in the 20K, not before, he takes home a cool $500,000 though. Look at that. This man had 400,000. How long ago? Call it 15 minutes, 20 minutes?
Feels like it's been, yeah,
This
not
is
half an hour.
Absolutely incredible spin up. It's all happened in a hurry. And for those that have ever been in that situation, as Mosbach was those 15 or 20 minutes ago, where they've got 1 or 2 big blinds, they took the best of it in multiple pots, lest you resign yourself to what you think is a foregone conclusion, bear witness to what the deck can do. Compounding doubles for Mosbach, who makes it 3 million here, sizing up blind versus blind. Ace tray smashes top pair.
Yeah, Mario deciding with the ace-3 not to just push all in, even though it probably would be a fine play, blind versus blind. He wants some small raises. Using the weakest ace for that. Now that he's here, this is a somewhat surprising diversion for me. It's going to be hard for Tuck Waifu to have any aces in his range when he calls the big blind off of this stack. So if Mario has some weaker hands, he would often just bet the flop, but perhaps Mario also recognizing he doesn't have that many aces himself when he raises small. He might have kings, queens, jacks, some other bluffs that don't connect.
Meaning king X, queen X, jack X.
No, like pocket kings, pocket queens, hands that maybe don't want to bet the ace-high flop. Certainly they have value, but they don't need to start with a bet.
And so having picked up the wheel gut shot on the turn, he bets, and this is a familiar sight, and one that is getting very tiresome for the opposition, who are now jockeying for a pay ladder of, let's call it 140,000, 137 to be exact. 619K secured, 856. If you can find your way to heads up.
Yeah, the jump's now much bigger from second to first than what we get from third to second. I'm expecting to see Igor, I mean, I want to say open up his game, but we've seen Igor play a very open game throughout the final table. But as the shorter stack with just 3 left, it's kind of his time to make a move.
Sure is.
You might see Mario just jam here. If he was to min raise and face a 3-bet jam from Fu, he wouldn't have been too happy about that. So he can just force Fu out of the pot with a lot of pretty good hands by open jamming. I like that play.
Nice.
Imagine a hand like pocket 5s in Fu's situation. If you min raise, he goes all in. But if you open jam, he just folds it.
This is a one-man wrecking crew. An absolutely astounding reversal of fortune. Violently bouncing off the bottom. And catapulting his way to a 40 million chip stack is Mario Mosbach.
Big blind?
Did we go up? Yeah. 1,200 big blind.
Yeah, 600, 1.2. What we now play.
I'm a little surprised to see Fu considering that one. Maybe feeling like, again, he just hasn't had that many good opportunities in a little while and wants to make the most of his button, but it's wise to pass quite often in that situation.
Kevin, understandably, these guys want to play some pots at some point. You get eaten alive. $1 million on average every single hand. With the price of poker currently 3 million in orbit, is effectively dwindled off of your stack.
Yeah,
so the urgency cannot be overstated.
It can be really hard to stay patient in those moments. Feeling like Mario's running the table over, you're watching his chip stack grow and grow at this exponential pace, right?
When will it be my turn? Might be the sentiments being experienced by the opposition. And right when you might have thought for Yaroshevsky, now is the time, he moves all in. Mosbach with the medicine. Pocket eights against ace eight suited. 20.6 million chip pot. God mode feels like it's been engaged for Mosbach. And certainly if he wins this one and gets himself heads up against Tuck Wai Fu, you'd have a tough time convincing me otherwise. Yaroshevsky needs the ace. To the flop we go. A club in the window along with another and the ace. So finally, some kryptonite slowing down Superman for the time being. Although there is 1-8 remaining in the deck. No longer an issue though after Yaroshevsky finds trip aces on the turn. Exhale, sir.
It's
That's exactly what you could see Mario doing there. You could see him trying to relieve himself of the excitement of being all in practically every hand.
Yeah.
Knows he's still got work to do.
So now the chip distribution is Mosbach 31 bigs, Yaroshevsky 20 bigs, Tuck Wai Fu a couple of bigs back of that with 18. And as far as Mario is concerned, this not at all negligible ladder is something that he could potentially leverage, or is the fact that the opposition are effectively neck and neck something that prevents him from being able to exploit the ICM?
No, it's quite the opposite. The closer these two are to each other, they both feel quite handcuffed, facing open jams from Mario. I like this play with Jack-8 suited. I would expect him to go all in on the button a lot in this setup. It's of course dangerous because if he does get called and lose, he's in the same spot. It would flip their positions, but these two 18 big blind stacks, at least in theory, or excuse me, less than that, 15 big blind stacks, really just want to outlast each other. There's not many hands that they can call all in with against Mario anyways. Against each other, you might see some blood.
Well, there's still 2 eliminations between here and somebody hoisting that trophy, which is something that Mario Mosbach knows a thing or two about.
I like this open jam with the ace-8. It's a little bit strong to min-raise and fold to a jam, and I think that's exactly what would have happened if he did choose to min-raise there. Mario with that ace-deuce suited probably would have 3-bet all in, and more chips would have been going his way, so nicely done.
Open jam from the button, and a fairly rare sight is Tuck Wai Fu hauling in a pot, perhaps the least involved player since the onset of the final table.
Yeah, we saw him do a little damage in the late stages there to Michael Gaffey, calling the all-in with ace-4 and doubling through. It's been pretty quiet since then.
Six suited here for Mosbach. Yaroshevsky bowing out.
Again, you got to think Mario keeps his foot on the gas. This kind of medium strength hand. Oh, he does decide to play it as a limp. Maybe feeling like he won't face too much light aggression against the limp. It seems like he's kind of trying to sneak one through there.
Yeah, ace-4 does activate.
And to be honest, he might also be worried, have that ace-4 call from before in the back of his mind. Oh, if I go all in here, I'm going to get called by a lot of hands. I don't want to run it too often. He's hoping to leverage that ICM, but not everyone follows the same rules.
Take a walk, sir. Igor happily accepting. Both he and Mosbach have 2 Triton titles to their names. Of course, Tuck Waifu here at his first ever Triton, looking for his first. Round and round we go. What has very much been the Mario Mosbach show.
Do it again. Doesn't matter.
We don't know whose card that was, right? No. Okay, listen, guys, thank you. Sorry about that. After the break, we're gonna...
Scooch over, yes.
The king is me.
After the break, 14 minutes.
Huh? The king is me.
We can finish.
That's up to you, that's fine.
What did you say?
We can finish 40 minutes.
Looks like we're going to re-rack.
Number 3, the 25K competition behind you all. 15-minute break. All players in event number 3, 15-minute break. Remind all players to start at 500 to break, please.
我都唔知點打。
Ace queen offsuit. Certainly seems like, is he on the clock right now? Seems like the type of hand that wants to open all in. No reason to get fancy, I think, for 13 blinds with this type of hand.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. 7.5 million is effectively a commitment. And Mosbach has no interest in the 10-9. Richard Yong repaying a visit. He and Paul Pua, the co-founders of Triton, both hailing from Malaysia, presumably willing on Tuck Waifu, their countrymen. Jiev wants a front row seat. There's Kiat Lee, also a member of the Malaysian party. You love to see the camaraderie and the support. You know, poker can be such a lonely journey. And obviously, Triton, when you run bad, can make you question things.
Yeah.
Nice to have that support network there. Nice to have King Jack under normal circumstances. Unfortunately, when you're up against Ace Queen, it's not so nice. And Mosbach evaluates before jamming. Yaroshevsky forced to concede.
Can see in the shot back there, Michael Gaffey conferring with another Belgian pro, Thomas Boyven. Maybe asking for his shirt back.
Yeah. You've brought shame to the shirt. Take it off. You know, with the lighting set up on the rail, you can really appreciate just how iridescent that thing is. It looks like a pearl or an abalone shell. Meanwhile, 6-7 suited, Tuck Waifu
Might just see this go in, or at least I think it's a pretty good option. 7-6 suited, going to have pretty fine equity the times it does get called. Wow, he passes.
Is that allowed?
I think it's too much hand, blind versus blind, and I was referencing earlier these two mid stacks, let's call them, 15 big blinds apiece. They almost don't mind colliding with each other because the winner of that collision gets to go head-to-head with Mario even stacked. So the upside of knocking out that opponent is really big in these situations. So I think it's a slight miscalculation of who you want to avoid by Fu. I think he should be going after Igor a bit more, maybe staying out of Mario's way. So you can see here he's certainly going to be tempted to play 10-9 suited. I mean, yes, it's an upgrade, but now you've got two opponents to clear.
He likes it better, though. Enough to open, 2.5 million.
It's an interesting one for Igor. Any pair, 15 blinds. If we're up against a sufficiently wide button opening range, this can just go in.
Pocket threes for Yaroshevsky. How does he want to respond?
And you can see he's being considerate of who his opponent is and what they might be raising on the button, maybe even trying to pick up a little information by using time. This pocket threes, I think for a lot of pros, you just put the money in, run the cards. If he has it, he has it.
Sure.
Oh, he does decide he's up against too strong of a range.
Obviously, being in the small with Mosbach left behind him, a flat invites a squeeze potentially. A re-raise is a bit risky.
Yeah, if he were to continue there, I'd like to just see him jam. But Igor's showing repeatedly that he's willing to step outside the normal bounds, just trust his gut on these situations.
Things now beginning to slow down a bit as three-handed action settles in. And no sooner do I say that than Yaroshevsky finds one he can jam on the button. Ace 8, Queen 9, not good enough. And Fu also not finding something worthy of his interest.
Yeah, Igor making the same play there that we saw Tukwai Fu make a few orbits ago with Ace 8 offsuit. Just open jam and end it.
Sam Mueller has joined Camp Mosbach back there, as has Fedor Holtz.
Guess the whole rail's out of the 25K.
No reason to put their business on Front Street there, Kevin. Yeah, you know, obviously they don't have cards in their hands. Registration closed. So, yeah, things may not have gone so great for them in that one.
Might be counting on Mario to do a little extra work for the team.
Maybe they got a taste. One never knows what sort of rooting interests they've got. One also doesn't know what Tukwai Fu is jamming with, nor what Yaroshevsky's got here.
Seems like a real decision. He peeled it high and looks like he regrets showing the crowd what his cards were, because now he has to make a difficult choice for his tournament life, potentially.
Nice hand. Thank you.
Вообще кол.
Does ultimately let it go. Unclear what the holdings were. presumably not all that exciting, although I guess that's not a necessarily safe assumption. But ultimately, Yaroshevsky binning to whatever it was that Tuck Waifu was excited about. Pardon me. Ace-5 should get him excited.
Oh, he does just pass on it.
Wow.
And
is that
I was
allowed?
noticing
Button fold? Ace-5?
I don't hate it because what I was noticing is his stack's been climbing a little bit. Mario still covers him. Igor's been pulling back, right? So in those situations where it goes min raise the button and Igor folds, now Mario has all the leverage. It's a tough spot to play. Oh, and this is exactly what you're hoping for when you open fold the button, is a collision that puts Igor at risk.
Wow, think about how validating it is for Tuck Waifu to have allowed Yaroshevsky to commit himself with Jack 10 and run into these two kings. Mario Masbach is sun running. 31.2 million chip pot. Yaroshevsky at risk, 2 unders, and no real hope for the time being. Ace 8-3. Really needs to see a 9 or a 7 or a queen to pick up the straight draws. 10 or a jack would have worked as well. Instead, the board pairs, and it's showers for Yaroshevsky, who gets love from Masbach, who in turn, once again, gets love from his rail, which is filling out, as Yaroshevsky's rail will be thinning out. And just like that, we are down to heads up in event number 2. Yaroshevsky, the Ukrainian, not going to have a shot at title number 3 as he finishes in 3rd place. $619,000 pickup for him, as the remaining 2 are assured $856,000. Smooth operator right there, Kevin.
Yeah, Igor played excellently, honestly. I mean, we saw a bunch of bold plays from him, one small misstep, but honestly, he took down more of those risky moves than not.
Yeah, you know, being a little bit results-oriented when we call it a misstep because he ran into the ace with that 3-4 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Or was it queen 10 in that spot?
That was the queen 10,
That was the
yeah.
queen 10, forgive me. But nevertheless, had he won that pot, maybe we're not talking about it like that. Fairly clean sheet for Yaroshevsky, but it was not his heads-up match to partake in. As you get a look at the leaderboard, Tuck Waifu will square off with the talented Mario Masbach. Heads up for glory here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series, the final 3 in event number 1. All members of the Chinese delegation, a couple of them first-timers to Triton, and yet another Triton first-timer has a shot at glory, Kevin. Something in the air here in Jeju?
Yeah, I mean, certainly something's in the air for Mario, because he told a story of being down to 1 big blind last year in Jeju in the 25K GG Millions, and he won it. Now he's down to 1 big blind in the 20K today, and he's up to 41 big blinds in a matter of minutes. I mean, Tuck Waifu has done well to survive this long, and we're mostly talking about Mario for the last while, but Mario's got a 2-to-1 advantage going into heads up. I like his chances to do it again.
Tuck Waifu is going to have his hands full. Unclear how much experience he has heads up. We're about to observe what he thinks and brings to the table in this particular scenario where he is trying to play spoiler and deny Masbach title number 3. We're going to step aside briefly, re-rack, set things up for heads up play, and we'll be back to Jeju in just a few minutes for the conclusion of event number 2.
The $25,000 buy-in WPT Global Slam is back. Join the action on March 2nd at Triton in Jeju. This time, for the first time ever, our players could buy into the WPT Global Slam with passport dollars. Don't miss your opportunity to qualify for future Triton and World Poker Tour events. Download WPT Global with code JEJU and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Sign up today and join the action.
ultimate platform to place your bets on the biggest sporting events? Look no further, because BetACR.eu, Triton Poker's official betting partner, is here. Whether it's the thrill of soccer, the intensity of football, or the fast-paced action of basketball, BetACR.eu covers it all. With real-time updates and competitive odds, you're always ahead of the game. BetACR.eu also offers exclusive poker events that you won't find anywhere else. Test your skills and make every hand count.
With over 20 years of poker excellence, the World Poker Tour brings you WPT Global. With millions in guaranteed prize pool every month. 24/7 monitoring system developed by the world's best security expert to combat cheating and collusion. Largest online poker platform available in over 60 countries. Endorsed by poker's biggest names. Join the largest community of players. Now on WPT Global.
Trusted online poker is back in the U.S. with the launch of Club WPT Gold. Play sweepstakes poker in daily ring games and tournaments against your favorite WPT ambassadors. At Club WPT Gold, you play with 2 virtual currencies, gold coins for fun and sweeps coins, which can be redeemed for real prizes. Get sweeps coins for free with gold coin purchases, daily login rewards, and giveaways. Join now and get in on the action.
Thinking about whether he can sneak through a min raise, I don't think he would ever commit from this early of a position. Just gonna pass.
Fold. 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 Raise 800,000.
Rentan certainly good enough to open, and Nozomu wakes up with a pretty big one given the circumstances.
Yeah, technically, actually, the shortest stack with just 7 big blinds should know that he's well ahead of Renlin's cutoff open here. Spots don't get much better than this, but man, Michael Gaffey, maybe things are finally turning around for the man from Belgium. Pocket kings in the small blind.
I was going to say Nozomu did deliberately leave 100K back there. Pretty hard for him to ever decide to fold and leave himself with 100K, but Gaffey waking up with kings is potentially the start of it. It would just take Mario. I don't know if this one's going to be good enough, but it would take Mario waking up with a big one is what I was about to say.
Look at how quickly Mario folds
Yeah,
pocket nines.
he knows he has to get away there. Gaffey's not calling here light. And the other thing to point out is that that last 100K doesn't have to go in post-flop either. The likely outcome here is Renlin folds. Now we're going post-flop. He's still got the 100K. Politely pointing out to Gaffey so he doesn't turn his hand over. It's good sportsmanship there. Oh, but Gaffey.
Nice little pray there for Shimizu, who's going to be pretty happy to see that flop and hope to be up against the ace-jack, ace-queen kind of portion of Gaffey's range. But of course, it's the kings. It's going to need to be backdoor diamonds, backdoor wheel, or an ace or 10, or else Shimizu is our unlikely 9th place finisher, having this FT started with the 1 big blind for John Ander. But there are ways to win here. That's not one of them. Only an ace or a 10 now. That's going to do it. Oh, that was really cute. That was beautiful. Some respect from the players. Big smiles out the door from our 9th place finisher, Shimizu Nozomu.
Obviously an important spot for Nozomu. Looks like this is his first ever Triton cash. Probably going to be happy. Disappointed for now, but happy to walk away with 133,000.
Yeah, and on the rail with friends or family.
Him when he's not here.
Yarashevsky now, pocket 7s on the button. This will be straightforward as it all gets in there. An ace in the small for Calvin Lee. Understands the range for Yarashevsky. Doesn't have to be in front of this holding, so in he comes. And Vainas now with ace 10.
Wow. I'd be tempted to come along for the ride here. Ace 10 rates pretty well against an open jam on the button, even with Calvin in the pot.
Yeah, but obviously the dissuasive factor for Vainas is the ability to secure an over $60,000 pay jump if he just sits back and lets the spin take place between Yarashevsky and Lee.
Yeah, the upside is so big here, though, and in a lot of the circumstances where Calvin does win against John Ander, he might also lose against Igor. So in that situation, John Ander gets the pay jump regardless. It's difficult for him to bust an 8th here, because Calvin has to beat both players.
Well, after some deliberation, he does end up getting it in there, and now Yarashevsky could eliminate not one but 2 players. As you see, Triton co-founder Richard Young on hand to observe. 2.85 in the middle. Calvin Lee plays for that main. 8.8. And the bulk of the biscuits on the side, however, and that's between the dominating Vainas and Yarashevsky.
Who you're rooting for? I know who you're rooting for too.
I know who he's rooting for.
To the flop we go.
Wow.
And there's a 7 out there, but hope is not lost for Lee or Vainas, both of whom have gut shot straight draws. A 9 or a 5. Spoil the fun. Temporarily for Yarashevsky on the turn. He would still draw live to a boat. Ten on the turn, and now the 9 is no longer a clean winner. That would be a chop card. The 5, the only thing to fade in terms of the main.
9 or
And quad 7s, when it's all said and done, Yarashevsky manages to shower not 1 but 2 players. Vainas will officially take home 7th place money as he began the pot with more chips than Lee, while Calvin Lee finishes in 8th, a double KO here at the FT.
And how happy is Katalnikov right now? Sitting on 600K just a moment ago, and he gets 2 ladders.
Professional 1BB. Huh?
Good play jump.
Thank you. Thank you. Good game, man.
So the GGs are issued as the American and the Spaniard head over to the payout desk. Thing?
Yep.
Like chocolate and waffles?
Yep.
And FT shirts? As you see, Katalnikov says now with Jack 10 off, about to head into the blinds. Let's get in there.
How much? 2.7.
Yaroshevsky asked for a count. It's just math here, not some strange affinity for 8-6 offsuit that lends to him, providing the Russian a spin. 6.6 in the middle.
Yeah, just 2 million more there for Yaroshevsky to call.
But like, who's responsible for dry cleaning the shirt, Kevin? I mean, is it the last person that wore it? You know, how is it delivered to us? Is it FedExed?
These are good
Who
questions.
hangs on to it? I mean, you know.
Now I'm concerned that it hasn't been washed in who knows how long.
Oh boy. I sure hope it has. Kotelnikov getting rinsed by this 6 of hearts as it stands, on the hunt for a jack or a 10. And that is still the case on the turn. Can he find a 6-outer? No. Trip 6s in the end for Yaroshevsky as Renlin, the first man over to issue a hug. And alongside the rest of the field, he will collect the pay ladder that comes by virtue of Kotelnikov being dispatched. Andre will take home $305,000. You see it there. Rest of the field assured $396K.
Sometimes in a reasonable way. Points to the value of sometimes just playing your hand the way it wants to be played.
Ace 4 now for Yaroshevsky.
Welcome to my company, my friend. Come on, baby.
Wow.
Be sweating it and very
Lady
quickly
Gaga,
put these chips
please.
in.
Lady Gaga, come on, call. Welcome to my company.
Well, if we're being fair, Yaroshevsky was pretty fortunate not to get bluffed off the flush moments ago, let alone to get there and then fade the diamond. So perhaps the chips that Ren passed along to Igor. Well, I couldn't even get the thought out before a 4 shows up. On the flop, putting Yaroshevsky in front and putting Ren behind the 8 ball here.
Lady Gaga never lose.
Somehow he always seems to lead. And welcome back for the start of Heads Up Play in event number 2, the 20K. Ali and Kevin here with you. And what an exciting one it is shaping up to be, as Mario Mosbach loves him some Jeju. Last year, down to 1 big blind at one point, spun it back up for title number 2. Here he is looking for title number 3, Kevin. And obviously, given that his opposition, Tuck Waifu, is here at his first ever Triton Festival, unclear how much experience he has heads up, you got to really give him the nod in terms of handicapping this one.
Yeah, although I want to say, like, a lot of times what I've seen when tournament plays get down to heads up is that it relieves a lot of that pressure, and a lot of players feel like, oh, I can finally fight for the win. I'm no longer handcuffed by ICM. I don't need to worry about pay jumps. It's just win all the chips, right? So I am excited to see how Tuck Waifu is going to navigate heads up play. I know Mario has experience in this format, but I expect anyone playing these tournaments is going to fight hard.
Yeah, I mean, he's out-chipped 2-1, and again, Mosbach, hailing from Austria, that think tank of poker, runs with a very talented crew, all of whom, it seems, are on the rail to will their man on. It is going to be a tall order for the Malaysians. Some people there as well, rooting for Tuck Waifu, no question. What a Cinderella story it would be for him. $856,000 secured. No sweat. Easy breezy. But the second of what were scheduled to be 7-figure payouts. Of course, a deal was made in event number 1. You see it there, $1.35 million, along with a trophy, will go to the eventual victor in this one. Blinds at present, 600, 1.2 with a 1.2 big blind ante. And, you know, Kevin, if I made you, and I know you do some poker coaching, go out there and give Tuck Waifu a quick 30-second primer on what to do to be effective, what would you get in his ear with?
I mean, I've told players this before, specifically about heads up. It's fight for every pot and be pesky, like really go after it. I think a lot of players in heads up play think that they have to go for the big bluff or they have to go for all of it in one shot. It's just chip away, really care about every single pot. I think that makes the difference, and those are the players who succeed in heads up.
All right. From your lips to Tuck Waifu's ears, unfortunately, he isn't within earshot. But useful wisdom for those that do find themselves in similar streets at some point in their poker careers, as Tuck Waifu's career has a defining moment upon it right now, regardless of outcome. As you see the results thus far, Nozomu and Lee, 9th and 8th, Vayinas, Kotelnikov, Lin, Gathy, and Yaroshevsky in that order. The eliminees bringing us to this moment. Heads up. And it has been all Mario Mosbach. Can it continue?
Playing for $500,000 right now. Heads up, these situations are so important to have a plan for. You rarely get here, and then once you do, you wish you felt confidently. I like Mario coming out with a raise right away, just kind of see how Tuck Waifu is going to respond, and he gets a fold from 5-4, which doesn't have to pass. So if Mario could see the cards, obviously there's a notable delay, so he won't find out exactly what's being folded, but he's got to feel good about getting a fold the first time through.
Sure.
I suspect we'll see him continue to lean with some aggression just based on that alone.
Pate goes to Mosbach. Raise and take.
Five's going to be a monster for 15 big blinds heads up. He could open jam, and he'll actually get called by worse sometimes, or he could limp and try to induce some action. I mean, limp and min raise both kind of accomplish the same thing there, induce some action. Looks like he's just committing.
Pocket fives. 5 of 19.3 put in there.
Yeah, and a king, a pretty good hand in general, but that 4 big blind raise is effectively for 15. Mara's going to want a little bit more than king 4.
Sure is. You see the rail. Stack deep. King 6 now.
See if we continue to see raises or if Mario's going to start using limps. Does seem like right now his plan coming in is just build pots from in position, min raise aggressively, and see if anything goes wrong. Pretty typical for us to see. Queen 6 suited. Just flat.
6.2 in the middle. Jack 7, 4. Neither player makes a pair.
And while there is no pair, I mean, with wide ranges pre-flop, I would call both these hands a reasonable piece of the board. Got a few backdoors. Got a high card that can beat some bluffs. Wouldn't be surprised if Mario checks to recognizing he has a little bit of showdown value with king high. Doesn't want to get raised off his hand.
So it does go knuckles. 10 on the turn. Doesn't change a thing.
And this is where it starts to get tempting for both players to just fire a bluff somewhere. You've got basically no equity, not knowing each other's cards, of course. Feels like you have basically no equity.
Another round of checks. King high is good at showdown.
And this is that kind of spot where I'd love to see Tuck Waifu just take a shot at this, right? Claim to have a 7, claim to have a 5, some little piece. It's easy to forget.
Good night.
Yeah, and I understand giving up. Feels like you can't represent anything when you haven't taken aggressive action, but you forget that every now and then Mario's just going to have king high, ace high, and not be thrilled about his hand either.
Sure.
First aggressor often wins.
So that one plays out rather uneventfully. Pate going Mosbach's way, and now Tuck Waifu must contend with the blinds going up to 800, 1.6. Stratospheric.
Yeah, now with just 11 blinds, you've got to think that ace-10 just wants to be all in. He could limp it as a trap, but doesn't seem to fit the way that he's been playing. This just looks like a straightforward all-in. And it's kind of tricky now, so he's made it 5 million. Now that the blinds are up to 1.6, this is only 3x. And with the big blind ante in there, Mario might take his price and just flat. I mean, he knows he can't jam and get fold equity. But he's got 7-6 suited. He's got a pretty good hand.
Too much, right? Yeah.
So the raise to 5 million gets called by Mario, who fans on the King 10 deuce board. Can't say the same for Tuck Waifu, who's got middle pair and just rips it promptly.
Yeah, just straightforward. I mean, he feels pretty sure that he has the best hand on this flop. Seems like his approach has generally been that as stacks get down towards the size of the pot, there's no messing around. We saw him do that with the ace-9 suited earlier as well on 10-6-3 against Michael Gaffey, I believe.
One thing I can tell you from having observed Mosbach in these situations in the past, he isn't apt to force the issue. He's tremendously disciplined, patient, doesn't let emotions get the better of him, well studied, understands the spots.
Yeah, I completely agree, and that's so valuable in a format like this, where you're going to be playing almost every single pot.
Ace 6-4, advantage Fu. This one was limped pre.
If Fu does check over, I would expect Mario to attack an ace-high board. As the button, he could have limped with an ace, he could have trapped. But it's very unlikely Tuck Waifu ever has an ace, so kind of free reign to start fighting, and a pair of 4s has to recognize it's a pretty good hand here.
Yeah, you know, it isn't particularly clear in terms of hand values whether or not Tuck Waifu has the experience to make the adjustments and properly take pride in things like bottom pair, which go up in value heads up.
It seems like he's sharp enough to recognize, like, I don't know that I believe you have an ace all that often, right? That's a pretty reasonable thing from his point of view, but what gets tricky is as the board develops and as I start facing further aggression, how good is this 10-4? I mean, honestly, on this 5 turn, it's not that good of a hand anymore if Mario does decide to keep barreling. A little bit of interaction with his 8 of hearts.
Check call of 1.9 brings the pot to 8.6. Mosbach has picked up a gutter.
7 million.
And apparently that's enough to leave him reaching for chips, and he's going to barrel one more time. This is meaningful. Half pot territory.
Oh, he really sized up here.
Yeah.
This is almost pot.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Forgive me. Look at that, 7 million
And he's
into 8.6.
This seems deliberate to me to go after a hand like a 4 with no draw, a 6 with no draw. He's trying to end the hand quickly against anything that doesn't have equity. And credit to Tuck Wai Fu for not just relinquishing right away. He might be a little suspicious of this.
Yeah, it does feel like a hand that is insisting upon a muck, and our spidey senses always tingle as players. Why would you really want me out of there if your hand was that good? But nonetheless,
yeah,
Tuck Wai Fu does find the fold. There's so much to worry about on the river with something like 10-4. You do need to look into the crystal ball a bit.
I know that feeling from Fu's point of view, where it's just like, I really, really don't believe you right now. But it would be so irresponsible of me to put in this 7 million chip call. $10-7, pretty reasonable hand. Not necessarily good enough to go all in, but good enough to limp. Or if he was going to be raising small, good enough to be raising small and fold to further aggression. And Mario's going to see this fold and not necessarily understand that 10-7 got folded, but he's going to understand that Fu's not really coming with limps. He's not really getting involved with marginal hands. It reminds me of that 10-9 suited versus pocket threes hand where Igor took his time and found the fold with pocket threes.
Sure.
I think the players are observing that when Fu's getting involved in these pots, he's pretty serious about his hand. We're not seeing a lot of light opens.
Seven deuce suited. This would be light, but suited combinations are regarded as playable, regardless of how dusty they may be. Mosbach comes with the limp. King Jack might be proud.
Yeah, with that full big blind ante in play, any suited hand can limp in on the button here. And verse 4.5, it's awkward with such a bad suited hand. It's tempting to peel again and try to make some equity. But I think this is the right choice with basically the worst suited hand you could have. Don't think you want to risk the extra 3 million on that.
Sure.
So Jack 4 now. I mean, we saw Fu fold the 10-7. These types of hands are more common than you'd think. When you start playing heads up, you really start to notice how often you get dealt the bottom of the deck. And I'm always curious, you know, he's not necessarily going to continue with this strategy over time. He's going to see Mario probably never folding pre-flop. At least not on the first action. You might see that opening strategy start to change as he develops a more conservative image.
couple of raggy offsuit holdings. Mosbach's 8-5, limps. And I have to imagine he's going to seek to play a lot of pots against Tuck Waifu. The more decision points that he puts the presumably less experienced player to, the more beneficial it is for him.
Yeah, and even talking about theory, these bottom of the deck hands do just want to limp, see the flop cheap. If Tuck Waifu were to play aggressively from the big blind against that limp, you'd just see him fold, same as we saw with the 7-deuce suited.
Yep.
But as an adjustment, yeah, perhaps.
Well, it was a pair of 8s on the flop for Mosbach. He checked it back. Now on the turn, Tuck Waifu open-ended to go with his pair of 4s, does not lead.
Yeah, I like this check. He's got a reasonable quality bluff catcher. He's got some showdown value. And it's going to be hard to get called by worse if he put money in, so he's probably going to save a bit now. I expect Mario to just be happy to show down as his pair keeps getting worse and worse.
No betting all the way down. Mosbach able to show down the 8s for the W.
Thank you.
Well, as we swap dealers, let me take a moment to remind you that the official timekeepers here at the Triton Super High Roller Series are none other than the craftsmen and women over at Jacob & Co. Just feast your eyes on some of what's on offer as their museum quality timepieces help us run a tight ship. We'll be awarding a special collaboration timepiece to be won by the Triton main event winners. Keep your eyes peeled for that soon.
My.
Meanwhile, Tuck Waifu, Queen 7. He just decided to rip this.
Yeah, and for 10 blinds, I mean, it's a reasonable play. It's a bit of a departure from what we've seen the last couple hands. But maybe, again, that feeling of, well, this is the best I've seen in quite a while, and I'm watching my opponent play every hand. Got to take a stand sometime.
Yeah, Mario's woken up here with the ace-king. Five, 6, 7, top pair for Fu. Finds the lead, 3-1 favorite, with 2 to come. Ace or a king would spoil Tuck Waifu's hopes. The jack is clean. Fade the 6-outer to keep this match alive, and he's done just that. Avoiding a demise and denying Mosbach title number 3 without further fanfare. Mosbach retaking his seat, obviously disappointed, but very much able to handle the swings. Tuck Waifu, by the way, you see that little figurine that he's got? If the headwear on it looks familiar, that's because Roman Hrabec last year went out to the gift shop at one of these local orange groves. Citrus is a big thing here in Jeju, and bought himself an orange beanie exactly like that one and rocked it to victory at a final table.
Yeah, I've seen a few of these popping up among the players this year, obviously seeking a little bit of help. Maybe some extra luck if you bring the right sized orange, the right figurine.
Queen 9-8 here. Mosbach limping. It's been somewhat standard protocol. Finds bottom pair and the gut shot. Far more than we can say for Tuck Wai Fu.
3.2.
And it looks like he is starting to fight for these
3.2
pots.
million, yeah.
Choosing to just take a pure bluff when he maybe thinks that Mario's been getting out of line, limping every hand, expecting him to just kind of have trash. But 10-8 is well good enough to continue here, maybe for multiple streets, depending on how the board develops.
3.2. Bet and called. Now all of a sudden a little skosh of equity.
Yeah.
In the form of a gutter, but this was really ambitious from Fu to lead out on this board with something like 6-4. Just doesn't have the attributes that you would be seeking to warrant a lead.
Yeah, I mean, it points to the fact that Fu's not here to give up every hand, but he also doesn't necessarily have a rigid procedure that he's following to decide when to go for it, right? He maybe recognizes that his image has been clean, that he's been the tighter player, and I'm sure Mario's not thrilled to be bluff catching against him right now, so it is accurate in that sense.
No, you see him quite content to check back on the turn. And now here at the river, Fu decides that that hand can't be all that proud of itself. So let me lean on it.
Yeah, the check back from Mario, maybe signaling a bit of weakness. It is a little hard to track the story, though, if you're in Mario's position. The 5 of diamonds, pretty safe feeling on the turn. What would Fu lead with on the flop and then decide to slow down when nothing's really gone wrong for his stronger hands? But his conservative play is enough to get Mario to pass on this one. He's just convinced that Fu is not fighting for pots, and that's exactly why you fight for them.
Nicely done from Tuck Wai Fu, looking every bit a pro there.
And I would say from Mario's point of view, definitely, we've seen him following reads in a lot of situations, you know, spoken about as a well-studied, theory-oriented player, but I don't think that's a theory-oriented fold either. And we are starting to see a limp. Now we're playing a little bit deeper than before. Almost 20 blinds effective. It's honestly a pretty strong hand that Fu has limped with here. And I wonder if Mario's thinking about attacking this first limp.
5.2 million.
And that he does with a hand that would be quite content to just take it here and now. And Fu's hand, of course, was a candidate to open raise.
Yeah, I think this is a slight misstep. I mean, we've walked into a pretty good hand. Fu might call, he might go all in. I think there's a variety of reasonable ways he could continue here. Deny some equity against Mario's bluffs. If he happens to run into it, 10-9 suited's doing just fine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he does go for it. I like this.
Limp jam as Tuck Wai Fu takes the chip lead away from Mario Mosbach. Well, who saw this coming?
Yeah, and it's funny, a lot of times you see players, you know, Tuck Wai Fu moved all in with the Queen 7. He gets lucky, he doubles up. You see a lot of players slow down in those instances and think, oh, I've got to hold on to these chips that I just found. I don't want to lose what I've gained. But it seems to just have emboldened him to start going after pots.
Sure does, doesn't it?
Oh boy. Mario attempting hand to move all in if he was playing jams for this stack depth, knowing that ace-king is on the other side. He's lucky that he didn't in this situation. And this limp does make me think, Ali, what you were referencing before, the fact that Mario might just try to extend these hands to get more decision points. This is a sign that that's exactly what he's doing.
7.5.
Limping and facing 7.5 as the aggression meter begins to heat up for Fu.
And this is tough. I mean,
the sizing is what's making it tough.
Yeah, if this was a 5 million raise, a 6 million raise, we have a straightforward call. Maybe even a rejam like we saw Tuck Wai Fu do with the 10-9 suited. But against 7.5, it's so clear that he's strong. Mario not sure if he wants to take a stand right there. We saw he did have 42% equity, so
yep.
Folded away quite a lot of hand with that big raise.
You see Mario licking his lips there as if to suggest that something tasty is afoot, but he is out-chipped 2-1. And I think he's facing some things that he didn't anticipate.
So we'll see here if Fu's plan has changed now that he's got a heavy chip lead. Yeah, he is starting to limp more. These are hands we saw him open folding. I mean, I know it's not the exact same holding, but 10-7 offsuit, Jack-4 offsuit, if I remember correctly. We saw him open folding before, maybe because of the chip disadvantage. Now with the lead, he's looking to play more pots.
Ace Jack 9, diamond draw for Mosbach.
And this one is interesting. Wasn't sure if Fu was going to decide to start bluffing with this hand. Certainly wouldn't have worked. But now Mario has a tough choice. Seeing a check behind on Ace Jack 9 might look kind of strong. But you've got such a good bluffing hand. So much interaction with the board. Maybe it's best to just take a shot for half pot or 2/3 or something and see if you get it through against queen high, king high.
Sure. Diamond does slide in on the end as Mosbach gets there 2 ways, unable to induce Fu on the turn.
And now he might think about setting a trap and check raising from time to time. He's also got the 10, so it's just so unlikely that Fu has anything good here. It's unlikely to have a straight. He's unlikely to have a flush. Maybe he's just got 1 pair, rivered 2 pair at best. So we try to just get paid for a few big blinds. I like the river bet.
Well, unfortunately for Mosbach, no joy. As queen high had no interest in paying off.
Huh?
King 7 for Mario.
We were seeing Mario raise a lot of those first few buttons. I was wondering if he would go back to that with a marginal hand, but he might be worried that the aggression has picked up and he doesn't want to face an all-in when he's got this hand.
Queen 9-5. Yet again, limp pot brings us to the flop. Gut shot straight draw, checks over.
King 7, kind of an in-between hand here. We don't expect to fold out a lot better. And we do have some equity, some showdown value. But Mario perhaps thinking that the queen and the 9, a couple of high cards he can represent, maybe just clear out some trash.
King on the turn, smacks Mosbach. After that 1.6 was check called. Disappointing development for Fu, who knuckles once again.
And this is a pretty big hand for Mario. He's got to imagine that his hand's good enough to put in a big turn bet and a river shove if it's clean. Wouldn't be surprised to see him call back to that same sort of sizing we saw him use with the 9-8 on the 4 to a straight. Does try to set up stacks there, but just the naked gut shot certainly not good enough to do anything.
5.5 million and take it. As Fu is doing a good job of not allowing Mosbach to get it all back in a hurry, sort of protecting the chip lead.
Yeah, in this format, even if we are classing Mario as the experienced pro, it's hard to have a big advantage if your opponent's putting up a fight. And we've seen Fu do just that the last 5 or 6 hands at least. As long as he continues to fight for pots, it's just a matter of who gets dealt the better cards. Looks like we went up to 1 million, 2 million here.
Yikes.
So looking at limp check, about 13 big blinds effective.
There's a point at which, if these blinds get much bigger, we're going to be left playing roulette. Now, 10-6-5, Mosbach, pair and a flush draw against top 2. The exit is nowhere in his future. Look at Tuck Wai Fu checking back. Vulnerable are the 2 pair.
And we've seen a lot of this where we're so excited to have flopped a big hand, we try to underrepresent it. And we were up against a hand where Mario would have been happy to put in a lot of money behind here. Now, granted, he's not way behind because he has the flush draw.
And
I'm glad Fu at least came here with a chunky bet. Like, this is a good size for the spot. Mario's going to have to continue with how much hand he has. But on an ace turn, if Fu opens this pot, he's saying he has top pair or better. So he should be going after all of it. It's a good size. Mario has to feel strength here.
Yeah, 7 million is very much on the business end. And of course, the fact that Fu limped on the button, we're not so worried about the ace, let alone the fact that he checked back on the flop. Maybe we don't believe he can even beat the 6. But disappointingly, Mosbach can't find the diamond he sought. 20 million in the middle. And Mario's check draws the all-in from Fu.
And that's a good discipline fold by Mario. I have found myself in situations like that tempted to think about bluff catching because Fu is claiming to have such a big hand, and it's hard to make a big hand in heads up. But I do suspect that check behind on the flop was enough to tell the story to Mario. Yes, I've got at least a little something, or maybe I've got ace high and then the ace comes, okay. It's a believable story.
The lean part of the deck, paying both parties a visit.
I think a little confused there. Mario posting a small blind after being dealt the cards. Fu kind of looking around to determine if that was a limp or a blind post. Does just go limp check. And Mario limping this is further indication that he's just trying to play as many pots as possible. Even down to just 8 big blinds, we're still seeing an open limp with something that's in, you know, the bottom 10, 15% of hands.
10-6-3 monotone. Both players with a pair. Mosbach, the smaller pair, but position and a flush draw with 6 million in the middle. Check, check. 3 on the turn. Now gives Mosbach trips.
And I like Mario's choice to check behind the flop, but now we certainly just have to go after all of it. Pretty big bet here, and it puts a 6 right away in a nasty spot.
5 million.
The challenging part here is that if Fu had a 10 or better, there's a good chance he just leads.
He
on
just
the turn.
jammed.
Oh my.
Wow.
Yeah, he did believe his hand was worth something here, maybe worried about the flush draw and just wants to protect it with not much behind.
This I didn't anticipate, and it does feel like a slight misstep from Tuck Wai Fu. Just sort of grasping at straws with the check jam. Mosbach has this thing sewn up, it would seem, bar a 6 on the end. And a huge pivotal double from Mario Mosbach. Dare I say a gift from Tuck Wai Fu.
Yeah, I mean, certainly a misstep. I will defend Fu's play for a moment because we're playing 8 big blinds effective. You look at these situations often as if I make a pair, I've got a pretty darn good hand for 8 big blinds. Feeling underrepresented, having checked out of position twice. I would prefer to see a call in that spot. I probably wouldn't have folded, but a lot of players fall into that mindset where there's so little behind. Doesn't seem like the option to call, especially out of position, is there for them. So you treat it as an all-in or fold situation.
Sure. Boy, Fu's got his hands full, doesn't he?
We'll see how he approaches now that they're about even stacked. We saw Fu really pick up the aggression when he had the lead.
Ace-9 for Mosbach. Awaiting orders from the Jack-7.
I like the limp, still continuing to play these weaker hands, not overplaying them either. From Mario's point of view, we're down to only 15 blinds. I think this has to go in. There's a lot of chips out there to win.
All in.
And he does declare the all-in after the limp. And promptly leverages his chip lead and extends it. Pocket fours now.
It's a little bit interesting to play this hand strength.
All in.
I'd like the choice to just go all in. It's strong enough against an opponent who's going to be aggressive in the big blind to maybe limp, set the trap, and then call it off. But what he's seen from Tuck Wai Fu in general is kind of what you might call straightforward, honest play, right? Good hands raising big, bad hands checking. When that's the approach of your opponent, I think it makes sense to just play kind of back the same way. Like, okay, I've got a pretty good hand. I'm just going to go all in. There's no benefit to trapping. And any king, I mean, this is a close spot. A suited king especially. For 13 blinds, you'd expect Mario to open all in with a hand like Jack-9 offsuit, for example. So quite a lot of weak hands. You know, 10-7 suited or something like that. Can't fault him for calling here.
King deuce suited. Tuck Wai Fu decides to draw a line in the sand. Sitting 15 bigs. Looks up Mosbach, who was quite fortunate not to be up against 2 overs in the calling range. Ace, king, jack with 2 diamonds. Tuck Wai Fu grabs this pot by the throat. The turn, and all Fu needs to do is dodge a 4 to double up. This would be a huge chip lead. And he pulls it off. That pot now leaves Tuck Wai Fu, Kevin, sitting on 30 bigs to, let's call it 5, a 6-1 lead. Now, Mosbach, at one point at this FT, had 400K in front of him. Spun it all the way up. But this is a tall order.
Yeah, the only thing in Mario's favor here is that any pots he wins are directly from the only other player at the table, so things can change quickly, but the way Tuck Wai Fu is playing right now, he's not going to back down. It's going to be hard.
You're right about that. Look at that. 58.8 million. 84% of the chips in play. What a Cinderella story this would be. So, while we switch dealers, we don't switch our suggestion that you head over to WPT Global, where you can qualify online for the next WPT Global Slam. Win passport dollars and use them to buy into future Triton events only on WPT Global. Download now with code Jeju for a 100% deposit match up to $1,500. Don't hesitate. Head over now to WPT Global and get in on the action.
All in?
Oh, it's such a nasty spot to have just posted the ante and your big blind and get dealt this kind of hand. You get the sense that Fu would have been all in with almost anything. But is 8-5 off good enough? I would probably pass this one. He's going to be in a really good spot next hand on the button. It's hard to fold, though, with only 3.5 blinds remaining.
Sure. The ace-jack. Jam and take it. Now Mosbach whittles to 3 bigs. 6.8 in front of him. Who saw this coming? Definitely not that man, who, if we're being fair, has outkicked his coverage in terms of the spin up that we just referred to.
These types of spots, when you get dealt in this short on the button, you're kind of in charge of whether we're going to be all in and call or not. You either open fold or you jam it and you get called. Looks like Mario might have one of the open folds.
6-3 offsuit. How deflating is that? Well, the winner in event number 1 came to Jeju not for Triton, but for golf, as the island is known. Stumbled onto the series and ended up winning. Might the glass slipper be placed again? Tak Wai-Fu ripping 9-5 off, dominated by Mosbach.
The only 2 big blinds in play after that ante was posted. Pretty much going in with anything on both sides.
9.6 in the middle. He's 10-10. Feels clean. Mosbach, 76% from here. Warding off the evil 9s. Doing so successfully on the turn. Oh my! From the heavens, a 9 of spades, the improbable river that anoints Tak Wai-Fu into the halls of Triton glory. $1.35 million and a trophy. Mosbach denied title number 3, but gifted $856,000, which, if we're being fair, is a lot more than he would have anticipated at one point during this FT. But glory is yours, Mr. Fu. Savor it. Perhaps the deepest of all delegations is that of Malaysia, especially if we're going all the way back to 2016 and the inception of the Triton Super High Roller Series. What a moment for that man and his crew. And there it is, the final tally, brought to you by BetACR, the $7 million prize pool, finally finding a home for its 2 chunkiest portions. And tell you what, couldn't come any sooner, because I'm not sure how much longer these pipes are going to hold out this sore throat. I have to apologize for. I know it's left me a little bit raspy, so I'll get it straight to you, Kevin, for some final thoughts.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I said at the start that Tak Wai-Fu was going to have to come out and fight for pots if he had a chance of winning this, and that's exactly what he did. A little bit of a slow start, a couple of passes. Mario looked like he was taking advantage of that, but as soon as Tak Wai-Fu found the confidence to go after pots, he was handsomely rewarded.
That he was, and handsome is how I would describe $1.35 million. Now, of course, we do have some things to get to. Teasing tomorrow, yet another day of coverage in this 18-day festival that you're not going to want to miss. That starts at 2 p.m. But as I've mentioned on multiple occasions, we want your feedback. If you're in the YouTube chat, type in !survey, and you'll get a link to a Triton survey that will enable you to tell us what you like, what you don't like, what you want to see more or less of, as we not only want to make sure the players enjoy every part of Triton, but that the viewers do as well. Short, sweet, to the point. It doesn't take much time whatsoever. Get in there. It helps us. And while you're at it, click like, click subscribe on the YouTube as well, as we bring the curtain down on today's coverage, but not before we send it down to our very own Lulu, who is standing by with your winner. On behalf of Kevin, I'm saying goodnight. We'll see you tomorrow.
好，歡迎大家翻到嚟我哋嘅頒獎現場。企喺我隔離呢位 David Fu 咧，係我哋嚟自馬來西亞嘅玩家，獲得咗我哋2025傳奇撲克濟州站嘅第2場賽事2萬美金買入嘅呢一場8人台嘅長牌比賽。首先恭喜晒啦！
多謝多謝。
咁我想問下啦，咁呢場係你嘅第一場傳奇撲克嘅比賽啦，咁你成場打落嚟有啲咩感受呢？
好興奮，好緊張。
興奮同埋緊張嘅原因係咪因為主場作戰先？
都唔係嘅，因為呢一次係特登飛嚟打試下 Triton 嘅，咁樣就攞到冠軍啦，咁樣當然好興奮咯。
咁我哋之所以問你係咪覺得主場作戰咧，係首先咧，因為傳奇撲克係起源於2個馬來西亞嘅玩家嘅一個比賽啦，你都知道。同埋我哋依家見到你單挑嘅時候咧 ，heads up 嘅時候咧，咁你嘅親友團都好勁㗎喎，有冇主場作戰嘅感覺先？
有。
咁呢場比賽，你覺得有冇邊個玩家咧，或者係一個牌手咧，對你影響比較大啲，作喺你呢個奪冠嘅路上咧，俾你帶嚟更加多嘅困難啊？
都冇嘅，呢一次嚟我就係過嚟攞冠軍㗎嘛。
哇！咁真係主場作戰喎。咁你之前嚟傳奇之前咧，其他嘅比賽有冇咩獎項？
攞過3次冠軍。
攞過3次冠軍就嚟咗傳奇啦喎。
係，但我最想攞嘅就係傳奇啦。
咁你今日夢想成真喎！
係啊係啊。
咁你覺得打傳奇嘅比賽同打其他嘅比賽攞傳奇嘅冠軍同其他嘅冠軍有咩唔同啊？
當然唔同啦，傳奇喎。
展開講下啦。
錢多。
錢多咁簡單？
人氣高啲啊。
人氣高啲咁簡單？
冇㗎啦喎。
梗係有啦，因為傳奇係世界上最頂級嘅比賽嚟㗎嘛，呢度全部都係世界天花板啊，係咪先？你依家戰勝咗天花板，咁依家想講啲咩？係咪世界我有啊
？I'm the champion。
咁跟住落嚟有啲咩打算啊？會唔會打齊晒今次所有嘅傳奇比賽嘅 event 啊？
都冇啦，因為我買咗飛機票翻馬拉啦。
唔係啊嘛，你咁唔支持㗎？你攞咗冠軍要留低㗎喎。
下次啊，有機會。
下次有機會啊，好唔好？咁恭喜晒啦！我哋請翻我哋嘅賽事總監 Luca 為你帶上呢個冠軍嘅獎杯。